Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan Hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan Hour.
Shemai. Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Yeah, you understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Oh man, I don't feel like a boomer. I don't feel like an unk usually. And then today, I was sitting in bed, laying sideways, you know, with a pillow in between my legs to make sure that my hips were aligned, and that's the better way to fall asleep. Thinking to myself, man, maybe I could use some Breathe Right strips to get more airflow and snore less and have a better overall sleep experience. And I was like, damn, dude, I'm getting old. Like instead of being like, you know, oh, I just got done at this party fucking this random girl because she shotgunned me weed at the party, and now I'm passed out drunk in a fucked up position, and tomorrow we're gonna party more. Now I'm just like, man, some Breathe Right strips would make this side sleeping so much better. She's who's the professional capacity woman? It's Casey Anthony. Or not, yeah. If you're a Zoomer, you might not remember her, but she was all over TV because of a super fucked up family, and she probably killed her kid. Maybe it was her dad. But like someone killed that kid, and if it wasn't her, it was definitely her dad. But she was pretty and she was a party girl, and that's all it took for her to get away with murder.
How's everything with you? I'm doing all right. Had a decent weekend. What'd you guys do this weekend? Yo, Scott, quick question. You said in the AI facsimiles debate that you had a George Carlin tattoo. Is that true? He's my favorite comedian. I do have a George Carlin tattoo. Give me just 1 second. I like George Carlin. I mean, I think a lot of what he said was commie slop. He was definitely a leftist. Certainly not an ally of liberty. But he wasn't an idiot, and I liked his comedy. And he was one of the first people to do political comedy right. You know what I mean? Like Bill Hicks, George Carlin. Without those two, you really don't get politically themed comedy. But yeah. I'll put that back on later. Yeah, so you can't really see it here. But it says, because it's, mirrored, but they call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Which is from his, like his last HBO special, right before he kicked the bucket. In the same bit where he says it's a big fucking club and you ain't in it. It's from that bit. Dang, I was expecting a face shot. No, I would not get another dude's face on me. Like, that's not a tattoo that I would. It's not my style. I like script work, obviously. And then I have this one. Yeah, like, share, subscribe, boys. 14 of you in here haven't liked the stream. 13. Follow for more. That's Star Wars music? No, it's Elder Scrolls music. I can't listen to copyrighted music anymore, even when I pay for the right to stream said copyright music. YouTube blocks it constantly because YouTube is just run by AI censors now. And those AI censors just kind of approve any copyright strikes that AI bots in China and India do to steal wealth. But I mean, that's what happens when you get an advertising guy, who's Indian first as the CEO of YouTube, right? Like, culturally, he doesn't give a fuck if there's a bunch of Indian scamming bot programs that are designed to, rip off Europeans and Americans. Just so long as there's activity and ad revenue goes up, he doesn't care. And of course, in the long term, this is kind of the problem with that kind of like interracial scamming attitude that is common with a lot of people in the tech industry that are Indians. Is it's very high time preference, and so that's why YouTube just keeps bleeding ad revenue, because it's all botted and it's all fucked up and the money doesn't go where it's supposed to, and so because of all of those things, it's starting to hurt their ability to sell advertisements. That's why all over the internet, you're not seeing a lot of Christmas shopping ads, are you? It's all AI slop bullshit ads because the ads are very cheap. You're not seeing Coca-Cola ads. You're not seeing come shop at Walmart for Christmas gifts ads. Like, you're not seeing traditional holiday shopper season ads online anymore because those companies realize the juice isn't worth the squeeze because the entire ad system is completely fucked on places like YouTube or Twitch, etc. I'm ad blocking all the time anyway. I mean, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see YouTube ads anymore. But I mean, up until very recently, I would still see them like on my TV and on my phone. I wouldn't see them on my computer. And that is part of the problem as well, right? Like a lot of people are blocking ads. Like if you're using an ad blocker, you're probably hurting the channels you're watching in the algorithm. I'm not going to sit here and be like, watch the fucking ads, bigot. You know what I mean? Like that's your viewing experience, that's your choice. But your chances are they know. You know, that's why they've done things like try and overload CPUs upon refreshes and things like that to try and harm people that are using ad blockers. They know that you're doing that. And so you're probably not helping the channel and the algorithm. And also I can see when ads hit and then like views drop and like some of you guys never come back despite you like being here in chat. And it's probably because you didn't watch the ad. So it's probably hurting the views of channels you watch as well. Dude. Uh-oh. No. Ruh-roh. Is this gonna be a bitch all night? Is my nicotine drip? Yeah, I saw it the first time you put it in chat, Mark. I'll get to it eventually. It's just not something I'm doing something else right now. I'm chit-chatting. Most tragic indeed. Yeah, dude. I was about to say, man, if I'm not getting my fucking nicotine fix, I'm gonna be an ornery prick tonight. There we go. Might just need to heat up a little bit. I just got out of the shower and stuff. But yeah, no, what'd you guys do this weekend? I took my kids to the Smithsonian because the government shutdown is done. And it was a long-ass drive to D.C. And then I got there, and it was pretty cool. You know, seeing the Hope Diamond, a bunch of dinosaurs and stuff. You should play the Claire Obscure soundtrack to celebrate their Game of the Year sweep. I thought it was in December. Yeah, they haven't swept shit yet. I mean, they've got a lot of nominations, which I'm super stoked about. But they haven't won anything yet. Yeah, they won some other award ceremony. And then I remember Jennifer English came out and was like, I celebrate queer joy. Cause on Baldur's Gate 3, she found her wife. And then people were like, I saw one dude being like, you're mad, aren't you, chuds? You hate her now, don't you? Yeah, all you people pushing this is what wokeness looks like, boys. And it's like, nobody gives a fuck that Jennifer English is gay. Like, nobody cares. Like, we care that you make good games. And so far, Jennifer English is known for her voice, for being a voice actor in Baldur's Gate 3, Expedition 33, and Elden Ring, and now Tides of Annihilation, I think is what it's called. Tides of Annihilation, which looks fucking amazing. And is coming out, and she's the main character as a voice actress. And I'm just watching that, like, is she gonna go 4 for 4? Is she just like a golden fucking good luck charm that any game she voice acts on becomes Game of the Year? Because right now she's like been a voice actress in like 4 games, one of which was like some bullshit. It's 5 because one of them was Divinity Original Sin 2, and then another one was just like some small game that flopped or whatever. But like, so out of 5, 3 of them have been Game of the Year. Okay, so nobody cares. Nobody gave a fuck when Astarion was getting butt fucked by Halcyon in bear form. They thought it was hilarious that TikTok got shut down the first time that they showed the scene. That their live stream didn't work on TikTok. Nobody cares so long as you make a good game. The problem is that a bunch of woke writers can't make good games. One or two people that happen to have some woke ideas can still make great games. Hey, I know it's a little late, but I figured I'd give you your flowers and say I thought you had the best performance of the grid debates. I mean, dude, you give me my flowers whenever you want, man. I appreciate it. Here's a funny thing, Corey Barton. So I'll give you some behind the scenes on that debate. I was supposed to debate Enemy Charlie on whether or not socialism is the root cause for gender problems in America. And then that fell through. And then because she had to go do a photo shoot. And then Corinth was supposed to debate me. And then last minute, he was like, oh, I'm not going. So I found out on the drive to Nashville that night, I was going to debate Pentuple on that topic. So I wake up early in the morning, go downstairs, get like a boiled egg and some yogurt because it's like all I can fucking have out of like the breakfast. And then like a burger puck patty because I had like meal prepped. And I'm sitting there with music in my ears prepping for like maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours of prep on that debate topic. I get to the event. I'm hanging out. The first debate's already like halfway started. And Pentuple shows up and he has no idea he's debating me at all. He doesn't know. He not only does he not prep for the topic, he's finding out he's debating me as he gets there. So I was like, Pentuple? Like I was there with Pentuple and Sadie and I was like, get your ass downstairs, right? And he was like, it'll be fine. Blah, blah, blah. And he's being goofy as shit. I was like, no, motherfucker. So I gave him all of my notes for the debate. And then I debate prepped him to debate me for like 30 minutes, a little over 30 minutes. I'm like, here's this, here's that, here's my argument. I was like, okay, if I argue this, you might have to argue this, and back and forth, right? And then like Sadie took over after I gave him everything and let him take pictures of my notes and went through everything so that he could like come up with a couple of things that I wasn't aware of. And like, that's how we did that 2-hour debate. It was like me prepping for like 2 hours in the morning and then him prepping as soon as he got there with me helping him. And then like him doing a teeny, like maybe like a half-hour debate prep away from me with like Sadie helping him. There was a lot of grok involved in that debate. Scott literally figuratively debating himself. I mean, I was kind of, yeah. I mean, like I gave him all of my arguments and then some. And then like I went and did like maybe like a couple of other things that I think, you know, Sadie or him might bring up. So like a lot of that was just winging it. But Pentuple is an intelligent man and a good sport. And you know, and I'm the GOAT. Obviously, there's nobody better than me. I am the king. I can debate myself and make it look like it's a good debate. So double the flowers you were going to give me. And since flowers now cost like $20 at the grocery store even, you should donate $40 to what is the now empty currently super chat goal for the night of $50. It's always $50 unless something crazy is going on. You know, like, share, and subscribe. 12 of you still haven't liked the stream. Join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, etc. Yeah, it's the immovable rod versus the what is it? The oh my god, the shield and the spear, but I can't think of the what it was. It was like the impenetrable shield versus the something spear. When I saw Pent was going to debate you, I was like, oh no, go easy, Scott. Pent's a good dude. LOL was a pleasant debate though. Well, like we knew that like if I went too hard, it would just be a dick move, right? Because like he didn't have enough time to prepare, even though I helped him prepare. But also it was like there was an Israel-Palestine debate before me, and then there was the debate between Rob Noor and and tomfoolery after me. And so I was like, okay, if the audience is watching these back to back, they're going to get a very feisty, emotionally charged debate with Israel Palestine. And then after our debate, they're going to get Rob North. So you know Rob North's going to at some point, right? So I was like, so it's actually good for us to just have like more of a conversational argument and discussion of these issues. So like we went in with that, like looking at the structure of the debate, being like, okay, we're going to have it. We're intending for this to be more conversational. And on top of that, I prepped him to debate me. So like if I went super hard on him, it would just be an asshole thing to do. Real American argumentation. That's right, boys. But yeah, no, it was a fun time. But yeah, DC was fun. Nobody told me what they did this weekend. I see the libertarians are all being very careful to maintain their anonymity online and not giving me money and still not liking the stream. Like the stream, boys. All right? Like, I get it, you know? Holidays are coming up. You don't want to, you know, you got to save money for Christmas gifts and shit, so you don't have it in me to give me money. Understand. But like the damn stream, boys. All right. Mark sent me something, which is the new Hassan Shock AI slop song. So whatever, fuck it, we'll react to it.
My big beautiful girl.
Oh shit, I'm hold on. I have no idea what to expect from this. This is Gucci Marks.
My big beautiful bell. All the things that you can feel. You made me feel so alive with that incredible size. My big beautiful bell. Do you still wanna Netflix and chill? We can watch Brokeback Mountain. That movie ended in a big ass fountain. My big beautiful bell.
Okay. Real talk. Has anybody actually ever seen Brokeback Mountain? Because, like, I watched the movie and I was like, oh, this is cool. This is, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care, gay representation or whatever. And then I got to that scene where he was fucking his wife and then, like, he, like, aggressively turned her head away while he was ass fucking her. And I was like, oh, gay stuff is degenerate and I don't like it. Like, I feel like Brokeback Mountain had the exact opposite effect. Because I went in to watch that movie, like, open-minded. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, yeah, that would suck, man. Being a cowboy at a certain time in American history, you know, and, like, having to hide the fact that you're gay and being... And then I was like, nah, y'all are sick and you're living in sin. like, it was, like, it made me very uncomfortable. And I went in, like, not as, like, gay sex bad. But, like, when I saw that, specifically that scene... I was like, nah, I don't like this. I don't like you guys. No, Heath Ledger, you're a bad husband and a bad person. Oh, let me fix my camera real quick. I thought it was lined up fine, but every now and then, damn it. Okay, every now and then my son just fucks up my camera setup and my lights playing around in my room in the weekend. But like every now and then he'll also just kind of barely nudge it and then I don't notice it.
Riding up and down that hill. And Hillary don't have to know about us. This some presidential confidential ass love. My baby beautiful bill. This that love that can be kill.
This one's not as funny or as good as the Hassan Shock Collar stuff because, like, it's just kind of all over the place. And it's not really pointed at anything.
I wrote a special act in your name. Passing this eternal bipartisan flame. And I know you're a Democrat. I'm Republican, don't give a fuck about that. We were loving like Romeo.
Yeah, like this genuinely just feels like random put together AI slop.
Juliet, West Side Story, baby, let's fake all that. We're together in these Epstein files. Presidential romance is still alive. Over Lover's Party, we were dancing.
All right, all right, it got a little better with the "we're together" in these Epstein files.
They say imports can't stop advancing. You didn't have sexual relations with that woman. I know I was with you in a White House booming. Secret Service knocking while we were cooming. Trying to be quiet when that big bill moved in. It ain't you, you just feeling it ain't suiting. You better always lie me down or we be cooling. Hey, game stronger than a giraffe on that ruling. When you
Okay, apparently in the Epstein files, there is a pretty big presumption that that Donald Trump likes to suck dick.
with Donald, you know that thing be drooling. Bill. You got a license for that drill. Listen, you my Billy Willy boo. My Billy boy, whoopty snoopty whoop. Billy, Willy woo.
All right. It redeemed itself a little at the end, but it's still AI slop. It's not as good as the Hassan shock dog thing, but it's still is all right. It was all right. This weekend I worked, made my presentation, and ran my tabletop game. And worried that I wouldn't pass my OOP exam. What is that? Object-oriented programming? Is that what you're talking about? FEROOP exams? Well, I can't help you with that. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Well, did you? Did you? And what are you running? What tabletop game are you running? Trump was a Democrat back then? Yeah. You're pretty active on X. You know who keeps surprising me with base takes? Brett Weinstein. Yeah, I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day. Monopoly. I'm running GURPS in my own sci-fi setting. What the hell is GURPS? GURPS is a flexible, you can be anything you want. My elf hero fighting the forces of good, a shadowy femme fatale on a deep cover mission, a futuristic swashbuckler. This is like so 1980s coded. What is this? I know because it's on the top link is SJ Games, where people go to buy like obscure shit. It's a setting agnostic 3D6 system. Is that the one where like you can be a cook and then like weapon proficiency is basically like all weapons are essentially the same? So it's like you could have a giant wooden spoon or a gun or anything else, and it's gonna be like, yeah, it's like, you know, 1d6 damage. I think I may have seen someone play something like that. 4th edition came out in 2004. I mean, that could be fun. Like, I want to do the exact opposite. I want to play a game of Drakensong, which is something that I purchased. Dude, Drakensong book coming out, dude. Fucking one day I will find people that want to play Drakensong. But there's no way in hell there's no way in hell I'm DMing this. Okay? Like I have to be a player first. But dude, why? Who? I don't know who's. These are random 5e character sheets. Somebody. But dude, this game is absurdly mathematical. Like, I'll just flip to a random page and be like, okay, competitive checks. It's a D20 system, but like where a nat 1 is a good thing and a nat 20 is bad. But like everything has like a QL added to it. Like here's like pain. Okay, so if you have pain level 1, slight pain, -1 on all checks, -1 movement. Level 2, disturbing pain, -2 on all checks, -2 movement. 3, severe pain, -3 on checks, -3 on movement. Number 4, incapacitated, -4 on all checks for mental skills or attributes. I mean, like, and they have like a 1 through 4 system for paralyze, a 1 through 4 system for fear, a 1 through 4 system for encumbrance, a 1 through 4 system for rapture, a 1 through 4 system for stupor. And like, of course, there's states like blind, bloodlust, bound, burning, cramped, deafened, diseased, immobilized, incapacitated, invisible, mute, poisoned, prone, surprised, unconscious. Like it's basically D&D for fucking math nerds. And it's a German game. And the fact that it's heavily math based just kind of feels like perfect. Dude, like I really want to play Drakensong at some point. There's like an old game you can get on Steam that's like 2nd edition Drakensong. Kind of like Neverwinter Nights. But yeah, I really want to play the tabletop. And yes, there's Elder Scrolls music playing in the background because I don't get copyright strikes for it. It's like the opposite of Fate in terms of complexity. You can model anything mathematically. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like fun. I'd check it out. Black Friday Steam sales are out? Hell yeah, dude. I'm waiting until the 1st to see if I have enough money to buy Octopath Traveler 2. Because I got to make sure that I have like enough money to like give my kids Christmas gifts and shit like that. Yeah. Dude, why does everybody play obscure ass tabletops? The fuck is EU5? You guys are so autistic. Oh, Europa Universalis. I thought you meant like a tabletop game. I was like, dude, there's another one I don't know about? Like, Jesus Christ. Like fucking. That's what happens when you bring a bunch of autistic libertarians together. They just happen to be like, I'm playing GURPS. You know, I'm like, fucking what? Just play D&D like a normal person. What the fuck? You can't do math or read or write. I feel like playing any turn-based RPG or turn-based strategy game would be pretty difficult if you couldn't read and write. I still play Civ 6 occasionally. I see no reason to buy Civ 7. Stronghold Crusader was fucking fun, but I'm just not a big fan of like when I play a game like that. I prefer the turn-based system so I can just relax and play as opposed to having to like micro armies and things like that. Civ 5 is the best. I've never played Civ 5. Played Civ 4. How many hours do I have on Civ 6? I'm just curious. Because it's going to be bad because I'm also going to... Because I'm garbage at it. I have 463 hours on Civ 6 and I'm garbage at it. I have some mods on Civ 6, like, but mostly they're not like the only mods the mods I have are mostly just to like make things simpler. Like I have a mod that like automatically gives me the best trade deals, so I don't have to cycle through like, how much will you give me for 10 horses? Okay, let me try the other guy. How much will you give me for 10 horses? Right? It's just like, it just cuts down on time. And then I have stuff that like, you know, adds in information tags to features and stuff like that. Weirdly enough, I actually enjoyed the futuristic Civ game that everybody hates. Okay, thank you. Civ Beyond Earth. Everybody hates Civ Beyond Earth. Like I just looked it up. It's got like a 3 stars on Steam. I liked it. It was fun. I don't know. Like it wasn't complex enough, and essentially the systems are. I thought it was cool. It's like fucking. I guess I'm just unk status or something, like full blown boomer here, dude. Thank you so much, Drell. You didn't have to fucking give me my nightly goal right off the rip. We're just chilling, bro. But nevertheless, we got the war bonds for the night, boys. Now, since someone else has already hit the donation goal, and I appreciate you so much, Drell. I do. I don't want to belittle this achievement, right? This helps me buy Christmas gifts and shit for the kids. Maybe I will get Octopath Traveler 2, because now I'll have enough money to get the kids Christmas gifts, right? Since that's happened, 10 of you still haven't liked the stream. Drell out here is shucking out $50 right in the beginning as we're just bullshitting and chit-chatting about, you know, board games and tabletop and games like that. But there's 9 of you now that still haven't even liked the stream. All right? So get it together. Help a brother out. Help me in the algorithm. Help me to help you. Just shut up and take his money. I mean, I'm taking his money. And I appreciate it, Drell. I still have my ass wrecked in that game often. Which game? Oh, Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm not good enough at those types of games. They just frustrate me too much. Like I tried to play Sekiro, and I gave it like a good college try. Like I really tried. And like I'm just running around exploring. I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to fucking I'm going to go out and just kind of see what the game's about and try and figure it out. And like the parries aren't really making any fucking sense to me, but whatever. I'll eventually get the timing down." And then like I was like, but I wasn't super concerned about dying. And then like it started sending me shit, and it was like, now that you've died so many times, your game will give you permanent disabilities for dying. And I was like, dude, oh fuck this game. I'm out. Like, because I was already losing, like dying like 4 times to like some easy ass mini boss somewhere, trying to figure out like how the parry system works and how to like when to dodge and when to parry and just kind of like get a feel for the game. And then I was like, nope, I'm out. I later learned apparently that you can buy shit to like undo whatever that stuff is. But I was still like, nope, fuck this. I'm done. My Little Pony Island adventure is harder than Dark Souls. Wait, permanent penalties for dying so much? Well, apparently they're not permanent. They just tell you they're permanent once it happens. And then you can learn later that they're not permanent. And I was like, what the fuck is this garbage ass game design? And then I tried to stream it. And like, it's a bad port to PC. So like, it just crashes like the stream because of like sound errors. I have the Lord of the Rings Journeys tabletop, but I haven't been able to play it yet. Lord of the Rings tabletop sounds like that could be fun. I played Lord of the Rings online. That was a lot of fun when it came out. Played a little Hobbit burglar. And then they came out with a thing where like if you were a subscriber, you could play monsters and go fuck up players. And that was like their version of PvP. And it was cool. And then it got lame after a while because it's like, nah, dude, I want battlegrounds and shit like I get in World of Warcraft. But it was still fun. I've played Star Wars tabletop. Another one I'd like to play is the Warhammer tabletop. I feel like that'd be fun. Because I'd never want to play, and I don't mean like the tabletop, like, armies battling each other whatever that one's called. I mean, like the tabletop RPG version of Warhammer. I don't know if it's Warhammer Fantasy or not. I'd have to look at it. But they have one, and I think it'd be cool. Yeah, fuck the armies, dude. You guys might donate me money, and Drael, I appreciate it. I'm not getting nowhere near enough money to fucking buy an army. Like, that's not... And also, the shit that I would want to play is the most expensive shit. Because I don't want to play, I don't want to play, like, Ultramarines or, you know, one of the Marine regiments. I don't want to play, like, what is it, oh my God, I can't think of the name for, like, the guards for the Emperor. Right? I don't want to play that. Like, if I ever got into it, like, I'd want to play, like, either Tyranid or like Sisters of Silence or like one of those. Like I'm like, yeah, Custodes is like the cheap version. Like I want to play like fucking Tyranids, and like that's an insane amount of money. Like, you want to play the alien commies? Yeah, the Tau would be cool. I'd play the Tau as well. But like all the ones that are like super expensive where you get like more pieces are the ones that I'm like kind of interested in. Maybe I play like Votan or something. That'd be kind of cool. You know, play like little AI dwarf people. That'd be kind of cool, but yeah. Anyways, the chit chat bullshit for the stream has gone on long enough. I got some random shit I want to talk about before we get into a lull. Let me see. I have a whole bunch of shit to talk about. So now I have to figure out which ones I think are worth talking about. I thought this was interesting. Because I've never seen a better argument from a communist that actually kind of showcases some of the reason I really hate Christianity. So I'm about to lose all the Christians here in the chat, boys. But Noah from Midwestern Marks is like perfectly and like put together one of the problems I have with the philosophy of Christianity. And so I figured I'd just read what he posted, you know, as a full-blown Marxist. I read that shit and I was like, yeah, that's one of my problems, guys. So I went to this event at our church on Saturday that was really interesting. A guy with a doctorate in theology that used to teach at a university was giving a talk on the faces of the divine. And every single thing he said reminded me of dialectic logic. Transition, process, the fact that there is no such thing as an empty being, that the entire universe is becoming. Outside of everything, there is nothing, right? No thing. If it isn't a thing, then what is it? The connection between things, the divine, and the process of becoming. And if all becoming is determinate becoming, that means that Hegel's concept of the divine is the only logical one. Determinate becoming, in a materialist sense, means that what a thing becomes must be based on what already exists. Its characteristics are necessarily bound up in the thing they arise from. Just made me think, that's all. I read that shit and I was just like, yep. Just one of many examples of how spiritualistic mumbo jumbo based upon the concept of faith and the primacy of consciousness leads to all kinds of contradictions. And it is in many ways Christianity, I'm going to say it now, you can clip it, boys. Christianity is a soft variant of communism. It just is. It's supposed to be free will, but it's a determinate becoming. There's one contradiction. How can you have free will and at the same time the inevitable conclusion of God's plan reaches the end stage of becoming? There's just one. Jesus is a socialist is a common atheist rage bait. Oh, I agree. And I also think that the concept that Jesus is a socialist is very silly. And they go, oh, but see, he flips the tables. And it's like he flips the tables that are money exchangers outside of the church. And the church is kind of, in effect, his property. And so if the church is his property because of, God or whatever, then he's able to fucking do that. And he doesn't like the money exchangers essentially creating a poll tax. The church is creating a tax and then allowing all of these corporate influences there so that people can exchange things so that they can get the money so that they can afford the tax to go to church. Right? He's not against the markets. Though Christianity is against usury, which I think is anti-capitalism. And of course, Christianity, one of the major themes of Christianity is sacrifice and altruism. Altruism is seen as a virtue, not as an evil as it should be seen. All of these things, I think, logically lead one towards socialist ideals and towards socialism. Stefan Molyneux took down some Christians on an X space. Is it an X or AX? I always struggle when it's a letter, but the pronunciation of the letter starts with a vowel. Grammatically speaking, I know that the rule is that it's supposed to be A if the letter isn't a vowel. But it just sounds fucking wrong when you say the letter and you say A. Right, like saying AX space sounds wrong. Like I want to say an X. But I think actually because it's a letter and the letter is not the letter itself isn't a vowel, that the correct response, even though it sounds bad, is AX. The letter sounds of a vowel, then it's an. I don't know. The consensus in chat is an. And that's what it feels like in my heart, boys. And so we're going to go with that. My high school teacher insisted that you say an historian as an exemption to that rule. Yeah, an historian is correct. It depends on your pronunciation and whether or not the H is silent. Right? Like there are all kinds of weird rules that just sound wrong, right? Like data. If you listen to anyone that isn't, well, the H isn't silent in American English. Right? But it is silent in other dialects, and because it's silent, it should be an historian. Right? So it actually depends upon the pronunciation there. Right? And then there's other ones that are technically correct. Like, have you ever listened to an academic? You can almost tell someone is an academic in the way that they say the way they pluralize data. The data are conclusive, not the data is conclusive. And it's like when you hear someone say for the first time, when you're like a freshman in college and someone says the data are conclusive, you're like, the fuck is this weirdo saying? Right? Like, we've all kind of agreed that we're just gonna say data as singular, even though we mean it plural in the language. But it's correct to say the data are conclusive. But it just sounds weird, and nobody says that shit except academics. And I feel like that's one of those ones that's just going to die eventually. But regardless, Christianity is a soft variant of communism, and I just thought I'd share their opinion. Also, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Now, Concerned Citizen, I would like to point out, Concerned Citizen, 1.1 million followers. Just throwing that out there. UK with with a VPN, all right? United Kingdom App Store. So I don't know. UK citizen could be, using a VPN to set up their UK App Store thing. They still have the VPN on. So, Oh, shit. Accidentally X'd out of it. But nevertheless, this is like a thing. I saw like Rachel talk about this. I saw like several people talk about this. And it's, meanwhile, in Ohio, U.S., open the door, place the infant inside. The longest a baby has been in a box is for 4 minutes. Time to check in on the latest liberal leftist policy craze. Leave your unwanted baby in a box to be taken away. Seriously, what's wrong with these people? And a whole bunch of conservatives have come out against baby boxes all of a sudden. Maybe you guys don't know what a baby box is, so I'll play it just for a second.
Open the door, place their infant inside, take the orange bag, which has resources for mom, shut the door, and literally just walk away. Baby will be in the box for right about 2 minutes on average. The longest time a baby has ever been in our box is 4 minutes and 20 seconds, and that was a...
Okay, so like I've seen a whole bunch of people come out against baby boxes. What the fuck, guys? Okay, baby boxes have been around since the late 90s, and they became like a full-blown policy in most states in like 2001. I think that was what the community note said. First modern hatches in the U.S. were installed in Arizona in 2001. Okay, here's the thing. What a baby box is if you are a pregnant woman and you have a birth, let's say at home, and you decide you don't want your baby, you can drive to a hospital, a police station, or a staffed fire department. You can't drive to a volunteer fire department, right, if you're out in the country, because some of those aren't staffed and nobody's there unless a fire occurs. But if it's a staffed fire department, a police department, or a hospital, you can just go right up there and say, I don't want my baby. Give them your baby, and there's no legal consequences whatsoever. And I think this is within like the first 15 days in some states, the first day or two in other states, right? But if you have an at-home birth, you can go there. Now, the baby box is a place where you go to a fire departments usually. You put the baby in a box, there's no cameras, and there's a bag that can help with like stopping bleeding, right? Like if you just gave birth and, for example, you haven't gotten like the fundus massage properly, or, something's going on, you're bleeding out, etc. There's different like medical things for the mother in a little orange bag. You grab the bag, you put the baby in, you close it, and then an alarm goes off in the fire department or in the police station or in the hospital that lets people know that there's a baby in the box. I turned off my ad blocker for you this stream. I appreciate it, Poval. I do. Now, a whole bunch of people are coming out and being like, what the fuck? This is horrible. This is evil. And it's insane. Listen, guys, the reason baby boxes exist is so that women don't put their babies in dumpsters. Yeah, exactly, Shadow Warden. Conservatives at this point want to find kids in dumpsters if they're against baby boxes. Yes. The whole thing is sometimes, especially with like teenagers that had like an accidental pregnancy and they didn't tell their parents about it till the last second, and they're living in some hotel room or they're a drug addict somewhere and they don't want the baby. The problem is that even though you can give the baby up for adoption, there's all these processes and lawyers and things that scare people off. And so people will wait till the last minute and then they just have a baby and they panic and they throw the baby in the dumpster and they kill the baby. The baby box allows a woman to just go up to a fire department, put it in the box, walk away, no questions asked. The kid will, obviously the kid will end up in foster care or adopted or something, right? But it means that the kid is alive. The kid isn't killed. And I've seen tons of conservatives come out and be like, this is evil. And it's like, guys, if you're going to abolish Roe v. Wade and you're going to have abortion illegal in multiple states, then you're going to have a lot more women that are pregnant that don't want the baby and don't want to be pregnant and are going to panic when the baby's born. You have to give them some means of being able to get rid of the baby if they want to get rid of the baby. It's fucking batshit insane to be like, I'm pro-life. Also, I want to make it illegal for women to abandon their children. That way they'll just hide that they're abandoning their children, thus killing children. The Family Guy prom night dumpster baby song? Jesus Christ. So just public service announcement, baby box or not. If you are a woman, you get pregnant, you don't get an abortion, you wait too long, whatever, or you don't want to kill a baby, you know, which would be cool. And the baby's born, don't put your fucking baby in a dumpster. Don't kill your baby. You can literally go, the day the baby is born, you can literally go to any hospital, any staffed fire department, and any police department in the country, and it is illegal for you to face any repercussions. This even includes if you have a crack baby. Okay? Like this, which is like if you have a crack baby, you can give your crack baby to a police officer at a police department, or go to a hospital, or go to a fire department that's staffed, and just give the baby over, and the baby doesn't have to die. Watched a video of a teenage high schooler who threw a baby in the trash at a hospital, and it was insane. I can't remember if the baby was alive or not. This is another thing that people do, is they'll drive to a hospital, and then they get terrified because they can't deal with the shame of what they're doing, so they just drop it off in the dumpster, hoping that somebody finds the baby at the hospital. That's why there's baby boxes. You can just pull up in the parking lot and like just open a box and throw a baby in, get whatever medical stuff you might need, and then run away, no questions asked, and the baby lives. Obviously, I would suggest you not throw away your baby. Don't give up your baby. Keep your baby, okay? There are plenty of resources out there for you to be able to raise your baby. But if you're not going to do all that and you're in a panic and you just want to run away, do it in a way that doesn't kill your baby. That's what baby boxes are for. I think we should leave one of those baby bottle pop candies in the baby box. I don't even understand what that is, but okay. Talking about dead babies here. You fucking psycho. Thought conservatives were insane with their reaction to this. Yes. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with all of these conservatives being like, liberals are so evil, they want to save babies. They just want to punish women with babies. And it's crazy. I'm not clicking that, Mark. Just so you know. Other people can click it. I'm not clicking it. I'm mad. I'm mad that these supposedly pro-life people just want to punish these women because they think of them as bad women. Because they're not married and like doing family the right way. So they're just like, these are sick people. Therefore, how dare we give them anything? Like, fuck off. I mean, but that's really what it is that they long for punishment and enslavement of people that they don't like. And if you're someone that, you know, is like a fucked up crackhead mom or something, they don't think it's right that you get to give up the responsibility of that child and run away from those responsibilities. They want to force that on you, even if that means a few babies die. They're okay with a few dead babies so long as they can use the power of the state to impose their will on these people. That's what this is about. And once you realize that this is exactly apropos of conservative thought, because they're not pro-life. If they were pro-life, they'd be anti-taxation. What they really are is they are pro-enforcing what they believe to be their order-based values onto everyone, and they don't care about the presumed consequences because they think the ends justify the means. They think it's okay that there's a few dead babies so long as we use the power of the state to make other people behave. As a conservative, I would rather the mother give up the baby without consequences than another dead baby. Yeah, but you're hanging out in an anarchist group chat. Even if you're not a libertarian or an anarchist, you don't stay here for more than one stream unless you have some of those leanings, right? You're no conservative that is here for more than one stream is a typical conservative. All right, now to throw the conservatives and the conspiracy theorists and the primacy of consciousness Christians a bone, I have another video that I'm going to play. Because I don't know what's going on, but I just vibe with this chick so much. Whoever Not Kidding New York is on TikTok, if you have a TikTok, maybe follow this chick because I love
The cast of Schindler's List and 12 Years a Slave didn't act. The cast of Schindler's List and 12 Years a Slave didn't act this traumatized after filming. So what happened on the set of Wicked? Why are they all crying all the time? Were they doing some weird cult ritual and accidentally kill a munchkin? Are they trauma bonded over that now? What is going on? Every one of those cast members needs a dose of lithium with a side of fries. What is with these creepy interviews? They're just crying, shaking, and stroking each other. Ariana's like age regressing in real time. My favorite color is 5. And Cynthia's trying to breastfeed her. What am I watching? Why are they even airing this shit? And I'm supposed to act like it's normal? And I know this is dangerous territory because the Wicked fan base, some of you guys are some hardcore weirdos. You're gonna try to gaslight me into thinking like you don't understand theater kids or what it's like to be part of a project that you're so passionate about. Blow me. This is not theater kid shit. This is a personality disorder. Oh, Ariana's obviously going through something, and Cynthia's protecting her. That bitch had an affair with a married man. Did we forget? This is called karma. Now her mental illness is on display for everyone to see, but we're just gonna ignore it because she's a really talented singer, right?
I saw that. I was like, yo, who is this lady? She's so based. And I'm not saying I believe in demons, but you're inviting something fucking weird is going on the fucking set of Wicked. All right. Something like, I don't know, man. Like there's some kind of evil going on the set of fucking Wicked because they're like, it's Ozempic. And it's like, dude, it's Cynthia. It's Ariana Grande. It's Michelle Cho or whatever. Like 3 people involved in this project are fucking looking like the Walking Dead. And they're like stroking each other in interviews and shit. Like something is going on, like something not right. Okay. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I'm not saying demonic possession is real, but there's something is happening on the set, man. Yeah. Like hold on. Let's look at, okay, so let's look at not Michelle Cho, Michelle yeah. All right, we're going to go before and after. Images. Open image in new tab. All right, so here's Michelle Michelle Yeoh. All right, here's her before and after. Okay? Let's look at fucking Ariana Grande. Fucking, here's the before and after for this lady. Okay? There's Michelle. There's Ariana Grande. Now let's look at Cynthia. This is actually a good picture of her. Like, she looks... I mean, guys. What is happening on this fucking set? And then they're just, like, rubbing each other in interview. I'm telling you, like, I'm not saying demonic possession is real. but something is going on the set of Wicked, and it's not fucking Ozempic. People keep trying to gaslight and be like, oh, it's just, Hollywood actresses are taking Ozempic now. It's 3 for 3. Like, something's not right here. Crack and ketamine, she needs to eat 5 double quarter. Dude, genuinely, Liberty RLP, genuinely, if any of those 3 women ate 5 double quarter pounders, they would be hospitalized. Dude, they look like they met fucking a vampire. Yeah. Dude, that's base as fuck, Shadow Warden. Hell yeah, dude. They're on fucking something. Meanwhile, I don't know what it's going to take, you guys that are like, of us that are still like, actually the Trump administration's doing good things. The fucking pro-MAGA people are fucking batshit to me. I thought this was a cool little clip of the current, some of the current hearings in Congress.
You familiar with a Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
You made 8 separate appearances on his podcast.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Always love coming on your show.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for making the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. See you soon.
I gotta go, Kash. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks,
up
Stu.
against a hard break here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Stu.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Stu. Appreciate it.
You familiar with a...
Like, this administration is just lying through their fucking teeth at this point about everything. About everything. And here's another lie, all right? I'm not going to get too much into the open borders, closed borders thing, but I do want to break down this tweet from Homeland Security. Rent is too high. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. So point number 1, let me get some music going. Hold on. Illegal aliens are not driving up the prices of rent. Here's why illegal aliens aren't driving up the prices of rent. Because if I inject 20 million illegal immigrants, let's say, into this country, yes, you're going to see rent go up. Why are you going to see rent go up? Well, because illegals are getting welfare, landlords are getting kickbacks to house said illegals, and because the government is involved in deeply regulating the construction of new homes. If you remove those things and you add 20 million illegals into this country, do you know what you get? You get more houses being built. You get a supply and demand equation. The demand shifts because there's 20 new million people wanting homes. And then because there's 20 million new workers, you get a supply shift and you get more homes being built. And that means more economic productivity, which means housing gets cheaper because the more people you introduce into that system, especially when a bunch of them are working construction, the more likely that it's actually going to drive costs down. Because you have such an increase in supply, that means there's more options. Yes, more people want to exercise those options, but that means that there's more options. So it's going to be easier to find the home that you're looking for, because if 10% of homes, or let's say 2% of homes, are always at the market, at market at a given period of time, and we increase the supply of homes and we increase the demand for homes, and it levels out to where there's still 2% on the market, well, that's still 2 million more homes on the market relative to what it was before, which means there's more options available, which means that you're more likely to find the home that best fits your price and your desired asking price and in the neighborhood that you want and with the right schools, et cetera, et cetera. So no, the solution to rent is too damn high is not that there are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. The solution is to get rid of the government regulations that make it difficult for supply to reach demand, all of the government regulations that steal wealth towards the, steal wealth from the poor and the middle class and give it to the wealthy in terms of asset inflation, and to get rid of NIMBY laws, and to get rid of reimbursements that favor illegal immigrants over poor working Americans. Groceries cost too much. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. This one is just full-blown retarded. Many of the illegals are the ones working in the fields. And so if we get rid of those people, then then what we have done is we've artificially inflated the productivity of the labor. Hasn't changed, but the price mechanism has changed. So we haven't changed the price of labor. What we've done is we've gotten rid of people in that labor pool, and we've shifted the price higher without any changes in productivity. Now, to be fair, there will be some change in productivity because, because the price is artificially raised, then some people will invest in machinery and things that would do the jobs for illegals, and therefore eventually you would get higher productivity of labor in agriculture. But it's not based off of the market. It's based off of the fact that we got rid of a whole bunch of cheap workers, and they were forced to adapt by increasing the productivity of the labor by investing in machines, and those machines would then thus lower the jobs and make less jobs available in agriculture. So getting rid of all of the criminal illegals in our country isn't going to make groceries cheaper. It's going to do the exact opposite. It's going to make groceries more expensive. There aren't enough jobs. That goes into what I'm saying here. Getting rid of a bunch of criminal illegals, yeah, sure. Immediately, there's a whole bunch of jobs that open. But the problem is that criminal illegals are also renting houses. They're also buying groceries. They're also purchasing Christmas gifts. They're buying shit. And when you take out that buying shit, then those companies don't produce as much. And if they don't produce as much, well, guess what? They have to cut back and scale back, either by increasing price, making things more expensive and inflating, or reducing the available jobs until we get our equilibrium in the job market. Getting rid of a bunch of criminal illegals in a high time preference scenario, sure, will increase the amount of available jobs. But over the long term, as the supply and demand equation evens out, it too will even out, except things will be more expensive because we got rid of low skill, low wage labor. And now we have a bunch of Americans that demand higher wages for their labor, which means the cost of goods and services goes up. So congratulations, you just created inflation once we meet the supply and demand equation. Women don't feel safe walking down the street. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. This one's kind of true. When you import the third world, you get the third world in your country. But again, why are they here? They're here for welfare. They're here for government handouts. That's why we have shitty immigrants, because we pay for people that want to be leeches. If we get rid of all that, then the people that come here that don't want to work and don't want to behave can't fucking survive. So they leave. They deport themselves. It's the wrong it's the wrong diagnostic. Like, yes, it is true that the criminal illegals are here, and thus there's a whole bunch of low trust motherfuckers, but the importation of them is done by the state. Traffic is terrible. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. This is like Malthusian bullshit right here. This is like pure evil socialism. It's like, if we get rid of people, if we just cull the population and there's less people living here, we'll have less traffic. Won't it be so nice? You could make this exact same argument for people saying that the birth rates are too high. Oh shit, dude, I forgot to get back to you. I would love to get back. Are you free tomorrow? Superboy Boys? Because I forgot that you were like a person that I would actually bring on stream. I'm not gonna lie, Superboy Boys, because your name changed, and so the name change is like you're a new person. And in my head, it doesn't register. If you're free tomorrow, I plan on doing some stuff tomorrow, but I'd love to do it. I'd love to have you on. Yeah, I'm free tomorrow. All right, I'm gonna start stream around like 6. DM me and we'll figure out a time. Tomorrow's stream is basically gonna be me reacting to a Sargon of Akkad's going more and more fascistic by saying socialists got some things right on podcasts of the Lotus Eaters, as well as talking about why the communism is gets a bad rap. And then maybe we'll go into some other stuff, but I can do your presentation as well. Yeah. But again, this is Malthusian nonsense. You could just say the same thing about the birth rates. Oh, we need to reduce the birth rates because of traffic. Healthcare is too expensive. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Medicare reimbursements certainly are a portion of the healthcare costs in this country. But getting rid of a bunch of illegal immigrants isn't going to magically fix all of the problems socialism in the healthcare industry costs. Healthcare is expensive because it's the most regulated industry in America. You want to reduce healthcare costs? Get rid of certificate of need boards. Get rid of all of the socialist programs that pay for grandpa's fucking cancer treatments. Get rid of all of that shit. Get rid of the fucking legislation that favors pharmacy care managers and destroys small pharmacies and homeopathic remedies and the FDA and all of these institutions that are driving up the cost of healthcare. The cost of healthcare, get rid of the AMA having this this monopoly on licensing doctors. Like, get rid of IP protections. There's so many elements of regulation and so many elements of socialism in our healthcare system. And the concept that like paying illegals is like a big part of the problem is a drop in the fucking bucket towards this. Welfare spending is through the roof. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. Get rid of the welfare then. If welfare is through the roof, stop spending money on welfare. But no, the Department of Homeland Security believes that welfare is a human right. It's just a human right that only applies to American citizens. No, fuck you. Get rid of the welfare. Isn't this the same administration of the big beautiful bill? Yeah, apparently they fixed all that, except they didn't, and they know it. I can't afford a car. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. No, people can't afford a car because you are lying about inflation, because you are not taking care of the massive amounts of growing debt, because the Obama administration put in all types of environmental regulations on cars and emission standards, and the Trump administration and the Biden administration didn't do shit to actually stop it other than get rid of like a teeny tiny bit of it, because it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So yeah, brand new cars are now like $40,000 or $50,000. Another reason is because home prices are so fucking expensive that people have decided that they're not even going to attempt to buy a home anymore. And so they'd rather finance a new car because they know they're never going to be able to get a home. So they're not buying a beater so that they can afford a home, because they're just buying a nice car and renting. People can't afford a car because banks keep giving out loans for them. I mean, there's nothing wrong with banks giving out loans. I can't afford a house. There are tens of millions of criminal illegals in our country. I'm sure the 50-year mortgage will definitely solve this. Brother, there are so many Mexicans that work in construction. Now, that's also part of the reason that our house and housing inspections are fucking garbage. But setting that aside, increased housing prices has almost nothing to do with illegal immigrants. Yes, again, the welfare that subsidizes criminal illegals to get into hotels and to get into renting and to get into those things does have some level of an effect. But the main reason people can't afford a house, the main reason that the housing costs are skyrocketing is because of all of the legislation that makes it difficult to build houses. One of them is fucking tariffs. Houses are getting more expensive because we need to import things like Chinese steel, which is bad steel. We need to get the good expensive steel. We import a lot of materials. We have a massive overregulation of housing. We have NIMBY laws in so many places, some of the most populated places. We have rent control in some of the most popular. There are 1,000 different socialist policies that are interrupting the market's ability to be able to do this. Not to mention quantitative easing that we engaged in and never corrected after the 2009 financial collapse, where the Federal Reserve intentionally went and bought real estate to drive up the costs of real estate on purpose. So yeah, many problems, a simple answer. It is going to have almost no effect on all of these problems, and in many of these, it's going to make the problem worse. Whoops.
To the haters out.
I hit the wrong button. Here we go. I'll play for you.
So my message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening. All right, well, let's get...
Wasn't that account made in Israel? I've seen that, but I haven't seen the actual thing. All I know is that it says account based in United States with a VPN. I've seen pictures of it, but I haven't seen anything that like proves that it was made in Israel. All right, so we're gonna look at America being fucked up for just a second before we transition into fuck England for a sec. So in America, we have our own version of anarcho-tyranny. So recently a man set a woman on fire. And it's important to understand that we have another example of anarcho-tyranny, much like the Irina situation and all of the other examples that I gave in that one debate. But we have a new one, boys. So let's check out the newest installment of judges letting black people out on the streets just because they're black.
Prosecutors say he lit a woman on fire aboard a train. Meanwhile, there are growing questions about why he was back out on the streets despite a rap sheet reportedly going back to the early 90s. Mike Tobin is live in the Windy City with more. Hi, Mike.
And Dana, Lawrence Reed will be...
Yeah, so in Chicago, right, this man lit a woman on fire. I wonder how many times he's been arrested.
Once again before the judge today, this time to determine if he will be held behind bars before he goes to trial. And that really is the backbone of this case. On Monday, he was out walking the streets despite a pending case for allegedly knocking a woman out, able to ride the L train where a woman was set on fire. Now,
so again, this man was out on bail from beating the shit out of a woman. Okay? But, you say, hey, people have a right, they're innocent until proven guilty. They have a right to be able to get a lawyer, get representation, be out on the streets, apparently. But let's continue. I'm glad I live in the suburbs. Yeah, that wouldn't have saved you in North Carolina and Charlotte. Charlotte is a nice liberal city. You'd have been Could have happened to you.
We have a statement from her family through Cook County Health. It's a pretty simple statement. They say, we'd like to thank everyone for their prayers and well wishes as our daughter receives care for her injuries sustained earlier this week. We're also grateful for the excellent care and support of the burn team at Stroger Hospital. It goes on to the family to say the family will not be providing any more updates. Now, the criminal complaint against Reed says he went to a gas station, filled a plastic bottle with gasoline. The images get brutal here, so brace yourself. 20 minutes later, he was on the Blue Line train, dumped the gasoline on the woman's head. She ran, but he chased her down with the flaming remnants of the bottle and set her on fire. Mayor Brandon Johnson's message is that violence on public transit is not widespread.
Look,
Guys, it's not widespread. Don't worry about it. Chicago has a serial puncher that they keep letting back out on the streets. That's now, I think he's knocked out 5 women randomly, and they just keep putting him back out on the streets. But don't worry, boys. It's not widespread.
Our responsibility is to build the safest, most affordable big city in America. The investments that we are making are certainly moving us in that direction. This is an isolated incident. I mean, I don't see this as some sort of trend.
We've tracked down more than 4 dozen arrests of.
Also, Fox News fucking based to then go, this is an isolated incident, and then to show how many times he's been arrested.
We've tracked down more than 4 dozen arrests of Lawrence Reed since 1993. 9 of them were for felonies, yet he has served just over 2 years behind bars. Most recently, he was charged with aggravated assault for knocking out a social worker. The state's attorney requested pretrial detention, but Judge Teresa Molina-Gonzalez denied him the request and put him on electronic monitoring. The website CWB Chicago reports that at that detention hearing, Judge Molina-Gonzalez said, I can't put everyone behind bars or keep everyone in jail just because the state's attorney has asked me to. So we'll find out later today if a federal judge will indeed keep him behind bars. Dana, back to you.
Mike Tobin.
He's been arrested 72 times and charged and convicted with 9 felonies and has served less than 2 years in jail. Beat the shit out of a social worker, and they were like, I mean, we got to let him back out on the streets. Don't worry, we'll do electronic monitoring. Now, here's the thing people don't understand. Electronic monitoring used to work, but there are a lot of bills that make it very difficult to violate someone's parole, especially in places like Chicago. New York City is another one. Philadelphia is another one. And a lot of these major blue cities, it's very, very difficult to violate someone's parole. So once they're out on the street, they basically have to commit another felony and be arrested for that felony to violate their parole. So even though like electronic monitoring should have gotten him, right? In your mind, you're like, okay, well, he's electronically monitored. Like, doesn't that mean he has an ankle bracelet on? He's on house arrest and he's only supposed to go to and from work? Yeah, that's what that means. But you can basically go wherever the fuck you want and do whatever the fuck you want. And then it just becomes an issue when you go to trial. They go, and you weren't where you were supposed to be. And that becomes a thing that then becomes at the judge's discretion in the prosecution of, in the sentencing. So electronic monitoring and house arrest even are completely useless systems that do nothing, because there have been a bunch of laws in this country that are designed to allow people to do whatever the fuck they want so long as they're not in jail. And then it becomes up to the judge's discretion when they're doing sentencing, and judges are over and over and over again just letting black repeat criminals back out onto the streets, not following sentencing guidelines at all, and then, giving white people the entire book. Because it's somehow racist to let a man who's been arrested 72 times, convicted of 9 felonies, to keep him in jail until he goes to trial for beating the shit out of a social worker. This is anarcho-tyranny. They are intentionally letting criminals onto the streets, and you're not legally allowed to do anything to the criminal element in your community because the state has a monopoly on power and violence, and they use that monopoly to refuse to protect you from criminals and repeat offenders because it's evil white racism to punish black criminals. And make no bones about it, the data that shows the criminality of these individuals, every single day we're seeing more and more people where whole lists of obviously black people are listed as Caucasian. There's only 12 states in the United States of America that make a distinction between Hispanic white and Hispanic of like South American origin. So when you look at the criminal, and on top of that, it's not until very recently that we've decided to make a new category, of which most states aren't using, for MENA, okay, Middle Eastern, North African. So when you look at the criminal data of crimes committed by white people, know that some of those crimes are black people, that the mistakes always shift in one direction, that they're taking black crime data, reducing black crime data by pumping it into white crime data. And on top of that, they're classifying North Africans and all Middle Easterners as white people. So when you look at sex crimes and, and violent crimes from people in Syria, from people in Lebanon, from people from, Afghanistan, Pakistan, all of those are white crimes. And then in 38 states, if you're Hispanic, you're white. So when they break it down, they go, well, actually, the crime data gets a little better when you separate Hispanic, white, and other. Yeah, but 38 states aren't making that distinction, so it's all white crime. So when you're looking at the fact that white people make up, close to a majority of the crime, but blacks and Hispanics actually make up a majority, that's not true. White people are making up a small fraction of the crime. The data is intentionally being shifted to hide Middle Easterners, North Africans, Hispanics, and blacks, and pump all of their crime data into white crime data. And then it's racist to notice this fact, and then it's racist to keep career criminals that can't stop beating the shit out of women or lighting them on fire in jail until they finally get prosecuted, and then they get a slap on the wrist and they're out of prison 6 months, a year later. It's not until they murder somebody that somebody finally says something and they go, this guy was arrested 72 times, 9 felonies, and he's been convicted of 9 felonies and he didn't serve not even 2 years in jail? The judges are the real racists for only letting the black criminals go. I bet if he would have been charged with tax evasion, his ass would be still be in prison. Well, the thing is in order to get charged with tax evasion, you have to be someone that owes taxes, which means you need to be middle class. You can't be poor, disadvantaged, the underclass, living in the ghettos, living in inner city, low socioeconomic status neighborhoods and owe taxes. Those people just get our tax money. Then on top of that, you need to make enough money for them to even go after you for tax evasion. So it's only wealthy people, but not super wealthy, because those people have connections and lawyers. It's upper middle class white people that go to jail for tax evasion. That's it. Sure, I'm positive there's the occasional black person, right? I mean, Wesley Snipes got in trouble for fucking tax evasion, which was based, by the way, tax evasion itself is based. But I showed you that there is a new black pill, or perhaps a white pill, depends on how you look at it, because America is much as bad as America and anarcho-tyranny is in America. Europe is worse.
Yeah, stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England, and the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England. Fish and chips, steamed crumpets in my penis. There's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
Assault victim is convicted of a hate crime after she branded attacker, and I'm going to say it because it's important enough to say it. I have no strikes on my channel, and I'm sure someone out there is just waiting for me to slip up so that they can hit me with that report. But I'm going to say it because I think it's important to say it. Because this woman was raped and then charged with a crime for saying. So I'm going to reread it. Assault victim is convicted of a hate crime after she branded attacker, the person who raped her, a faggot, in text messages telling a friend how she'd been beaten up. FYI, so far as we know, this person hasn't faced any charges. An assault victim has been convicted of a homophobic hate crime after she branded her attacker a faggot in text messages while ranting about being beaten up. Care home worker Elizabeth Kinney, 34, was said to have sent a barrage of messages to a former friend during which she described being attacked by a male mutual acquaintance. Was it an Asian male? See, funny thing about the UK is they have a lot of gag orders on the media that makes it impossible for us to know who the person was that definitely, totally, maybe didn't or didn't rape her. We're not allowed to know those details because that's how the UK works. They protect the identity of rapists. During the messaging, the single mother of 4 even sent pictures of her injuries from the assault, which resulted in her being admitted to the hospital. But Kinney, an aspiring nurse, was reported to police over the use of the word faggot to describe the unnamed man and later charged with malicious communications offenses. She did not post this online. She texted this to her friend. Texting to her friend while in the hospital from being brutally raped. She called this man a faggot, and the UK government used that to prosecute her for her hate crime. At Sefton, Magistrates Court Kinney from Tranmere pleaded guilty to causing to be sent by public communication network an offensive, indecent, obscene, or menacing messages. She insisted her words were a, quote, thoughtless rant, and that she was not attacking anyone's sexuality. But JP said her remark was homophobic and gave her an uplifted sentence of 12-month community order. She was also ordered to undertake 72 hours of unpaid work and 10 rehabilitation activity days and pay £364 in costs and surcharge. Also, single mom, nurse. We all know what's up here. Oh, stream is healthy. Let's see. Do people in the UK have keyloggers on their phones? Well, presumably her friend turned her in for her hate speech. No, we are describing a woman who was given 12 months of community service, 72 hours of unpaid work, forced to pay £364, and do 10 rehabilitation activity days where she can get indoctrinated on woke ideology because she called her rapist a faggot in text messages to her friend. And that's hate speech using online communications. None of the messages or context were fully read out at the hearing. It is thought no one has been arrested or charged over the assault. I know what the article says, but that's not her friend yet, obviously. Outlining the facts, Jacqueline Whitting, prosecuting said, quote, "The defendant and the victim in this matter had been friends, but had a falling out, which resulted in an incident on the October 27, 2024, whereby abusive and homophobic text messages were sent to the victim, causing her alarm and distress." The Crown places this offense in the highest category of its type due to its effect related to sexual orientation and the greater harm because it had moderate impact. In mitigation, Kinney's lawyer Simon Simmons said, unfortunate name, if your last name is Simmons, why would you name your child Simon? There had been an incident, and in the text conversation, Miss Kinney sends photos of her quite badly injured. She had to attend hospital. She was effectively ranting, and there is not much coming back. In terms of motivation and hostility, I do not suppose there was much thought process other than uploading a lot off her chest. She was simply upset about what had happened to her. You know, the rape where the person hospitalized her and is not going to jail. She was simply upset about what had happened to her. There is a reference to another male they had both been connected to, and this led to an incident not before the court that Miss Kinney was the victim of. It all sounds ridiculous and childish, and she is quite embarrassed to read them in the cold light of day. Though she used the words faggot, they were not being used against a person's sexuality. They were simply words used without any thought to get it off her chest. There was no planning, no targeting, just a response to something that has happened to her, getting something off her chest. He added, this was a one-off reaction to an incident, the rape, and she acted in a manner which was below her normal standard of behaving. She works at a care home and has done so for 16 years, working with the elderly and the unwell, and she clearly does this to a decent standard. She wants to be fully qualified nurse and is doing the access course now. She is trying to better herself, to get solutions and answers to the issues that she has. Sentencing her, J.P. Robert Waugh said, quote, "The sentence has been uplifted because of the homophobic content. We accept that it may have been in a rant, but nevertheless, they were made." The CPS was contacted for further comment about details of the messages. Like, rapists go free, but if you call your rapist a faggot in a text message to your friend, then you can be charged with offensive hate speech using online communications and causing harm to another human. Genuinely, fuck anyone from England unless they can prove that they are unequivocally against this shit, and even then, no amount of proof is enough. I don't want to see a single British person here. I don't want to see a single British person anywhere near property I own. You go back and you go back to your country and you fucking die. You get what you deserve. If you're not willing to fight this in any way, shape, or form, don't fucking come over here and try and escape that shit. At least not coming on my property. But as much as we have a Fuck England segment, there is a country that's way worse when it comes to hate speech than the UK. German journalist convicted for free speech meme. A German right-wing journalist has been sentenced to 7 months probation for mocking left-wing Interior Minister Nancy Faeser. The European Conservative has the story. In its verdict on Monday, April 7th, the district court in Bavarian town of Bamberg also ordered David Bendels to apologize in writing to Nancy Faeser. The editor-in-chief of the news website Deutschland Courier was punished for sharing a satirical meme on his X account. The meme, which was posted by Bendels last February, shows Nancy Faeser holding up a sign with the words, quote, "I hate freedom of expression." That's the whole meme. I hate freedom of expression. I hate free speech. So they prosecuted him for his speech. Sounds like the meme was 100% true. There's no slander or libel there. Bendels and the lawyers announced that they would appeal the verdict, which appears to be politically motivated. The editor-in-chief said, quote, "He will continue the just fight for freedom of the press and freedom of expression, which is indistinguishable for the continued existence of democracy in Germany." Martin Reichard, an MP for the right-wing Alternative for Deutschland, AfD, called the verdict, quote, "a black day for freedom of expression, a black day for democracy in Germany." Faeser had brought the lawsuit against Bendels under a law introduced by the previous Angela Merkel-led German government, which allows politicians to file a criminal complaint if they believe that they have been the target of defamatory comments in retaliation to their official duties. The law itself is concerning as it gives way to cracking down on free speech, satire, and humor. Now, in a deeply disturbing case last year, a 64-year-old German pensioner's house was raided by police and his computer and mobile phone confiscated after a complaint by Vice Chancellor Robert Habeck, who was upset that the pensioner had called him an imbecile on social media. Habeck and his Green Party colleague, Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock, have filed over 1,000 such criminal complaints, mostly due to perceived online insults. Now, this is a bit of an old story, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of the insanity of Germany because this is a newer story. Germany turns an ex-post into a police raid at dawn. The story goes like this. A man in Germany known publicly as Damien N. posts a short comment on X calling government-funded workers parasites. The post is tiny. Now, here's the full post, just for the record. This is the whole post. No, every person who is financed by the state pays no net taxes. They live off taxes. Every civil servant, every politician, every employee in a state-owned company, everyone who is subsidized and financed by the state, not a single parasite pays any net taxes. That's the full tweet, boys. Is just they use the word parasite by just proving that with a very simple argument to say that it's just objectively true. This is just 100% correct statement of reality. Barely an insult. Despite the post's obscurity, police arrive at Damien's home at 6 a.m. He says they did not show him the warrant and did not leave documentation of what they seized. Police pressured him to unlock his phone, confiscated it, took photos, fingerprints, and other biometric data, and even requested a blood sample for DNA. One officer reportedly wanted him to, quote, think about what you post in the future, and said he is now under surveillance. The entire action was justified under Section 130 of the German Criminal Code, which is meant to prohibit inciting hatred towards protected groups. Government employees are not such a group, which makes the legal theory tenuous at best. Damien's lawyer says the identification process and possibly the raid itself was illegal. That is the sequence. A low visibility, 774 views, by the way. Less than 1,000 views. They're clearly using AI to find anything that might be in any way, shape, or offensive or against the state so that they can then do warrantless raids, steal your phone, steal your computer, not tell you when you're getting it back, demand fingerprints, demand blood for DNA samples, and put you under strict government surveillance for the crime of just believing in liberty and stating objective truth. I think there was, let me see if I can find the original tweet. I don't have time, but But there was a quote from a politician about it that said that the strong arm of the state would be used to its fullest effect by any means necessary to stop this or something. I had to, but I guess I didn't grab it. I just grabbed the article. But yeah, fuck England, fuck Germany, fuck Europe. I don't want to say anyone is literally Hitler, but this is close to secret police. It's everything the secret police do, except they're not quite at the step of disappearing people. That's it. But I got to get into this debate panel. Should be fun. Maybe I'll bring it up and talk about it more on Prime Guys. Actually, I will. I'll bring it up and see what they say. But let us go. Let me just. No, not background. Where is my fucking camera? Roads. There we go. Mute. Allow, even though the website is allowed. Refresh. Settings, audio, testing. Okay. It's working. Let me see if I can find. No, not none. Where the fuck did I put? Yeah, we want that background. The size limit is too big. What if I do that? Yeah, there we go. All right. I'm not listening to his fucking music. Prime will probably glaze UK and Germany, saying they're anti-racist countries. Let's see. We don't see you? Yeah, I know. You're still not going to see me. I'm waiting to be on camera because it's 2 minutes before the panel starts. So I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick piss. Damn, he's still not here. Still not here, boys. All right, let me add everyone in the Discord. I'm hopping on the panel now. Streamlabs. Wait, what? What happened? The Slobs filter is way too sensitive. What do you mean? Oh, you mean in terms of brightness? Yeah. Oh, hold on. That might help a little bit. I expect a black leftist to be on time. It has a mind of its own. Yeah, I know that Slobs is Streamlabs OBS. Oh, you mean the CloudBot from StreamYards. Why did it get rid of Prime? Will probably glaze. Is it maybe the flags? I don't have an emoji ban. Or Streamlabs. Let me see. Dashboard. Did emoji ban get cut on at some point? CloudBot. YouTube. I have Zalgo protection, and I didn't see any Zalgo in there. But yeah, I mean, links are working. There's no caps protection. It's just word protection and Zalgo. My protection level's off. I don't know why it got rid of that. Let me see. Let me see my word protection preferences, blacklist. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the blacklist. I don't understand why I got rid of that. Just asked what Zalgo was and it timed me out. That's fucking funny. Hey, Toten. Oh, we're just hopping on the panel. The German flag is racist? Maybe. Oh, okay. See, I thought it got rid of your Liberty RLP, but you just retracted the message. So I guess it's you asked what Zalgo is, and then it got rid of Zalgo. I'm assuming somewhere else it said that to refrain from Zalgo. Zalgo is using characters that aren't English with a bunch of weird little symbols and shit, so that you can type images or you can type things to get around language filters, right? So you'll see people copy and paste shit, and it's got a bunch of little baby letters on top of other letters, but if you look at it, you can read what it says. And so Zalgo protection is to just get rid of that entire script, so that people don't confuse it from, so people can't use it to try and bypass filters to type racial slurs or put in things that are TOS. Yeah, no.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, the boys are back.
Yeah, I'm still muted until that shit goes away. I hate that fucking repeat song. Mike Ox? Special shout out to Mike Ox and huge ass. Special shout out. Happy birthday, Mike Ox.
Hold on, let me pause the sweet tunes. Sorry.
No, awful.
Forgive me, Corey. Sorry.
Something's maybe I might be quiet too. I know it's a common issue with this one, but something's wrong. You're using the wrong mic, or something's wrong.
Am I using the wrong mic?
You sound a little bit louder than usual and doesn't sound the same. Doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't sound the same.
Okay, hold on.
Sounds very distorted on my end.
Okay, sorry. 1 second. Default mic. Testing. Is this better?
It sounds about the same, but again, it doesn't sound bad. Just
testing.
Still about the same.
It sounds echoey as fuck. Like a cheap mic.
Huh. I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna
hold on. Maybe if you're using a mic that has settings for condenser and then omnidirectional, maybe you accidentally hit the area condenser instead of omnidirectional. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're using the same mic, but that you opened it up to the whole room instead of in like a shape towards your face.
Could be that, yeah.
Did everybody buy their overpriced turkeys? It's
Are they overpriced? Or is that just inflation?
I'm pretty sure. Well, no. From what I understand, I'm sure there's the inflation aspect. Although, according to Trump, there is no cost of living crisis, right? I mean, prices are always going down constantly. Even though I believe he rolled back tariffs on quite a few goods, but that's neither here nor there. But from what I understand, as a result of not only this, but I think one of the factors is as a result of avian influenza, they've had to cull more birds than usual, and so there's less supply than expected.
Listen, the avian flus that happen like damn near seasonally now, I have a giant gripe with the way the government handles this, because it overwhelmingly is designed to. It's way too keyed towards safety, and it's one of the examples of how socialism and bad government really fucks up the market. Because here's the thing. If you are a farmer and one of your birds gets infected, there's one of two things that you can do. You can quarantine that bird, track where they were, attempt to separate them and anyone that may have been exposed. And then what you can do is you can jump through government hoops, pay for inspections, pay for people to come out, pay, and wait before your goods can go back on the market, right? And then you can sell, the remainder of now that you've proven essentially that your birds aren't infected. The other option that you can do is you can cull every single bird that is anywhere near that bird whatsoever. Mm-hmm. And then it's not the federal government usually, though you can get aid from the federal government. State governments will then pay with tax money for the fact that you were forced to cull your birds. And so it is the incentive structure for nearly every farmer is to just cull way more than they actually need to cull, which reduces the supply of goods in the market, and then take tax dollars and then give it to them as relief. So the problem here is that every time that there's a breakout of like some bird flu or influenza or whatever, especially, and this is especially problematic if it's zoonotic and it like jumps to like one of the farmers, like the insane loops that
That's
like
scary.
you have to go through the CDC. And so what ends up happening is they just kill everything, massively reduce the supply, and then on top of that, our tax dollars are taken away from us and given to these farmers, and then prices go up. But if they just got rid of all of this relief situation and let the fucking market handle this, even if they kept the what I would consider to be burdensome regulatory hoops that they'd have to go through, you would still not see such a drastic decrease in the supply of these goods, and you wouldn't see the price get inflated to such a, and that was a major part of the problem when the price of eggs during the Biden administration. Everybody wanted to blame Trump, for the COVID relief, or Biden because of, the price of eggs, et cetera. But overwhelmingly, it was that we had a bird influenza breakout, and that the government was just shucking out money left and right for farmers to kill like half or more of their entire livestock, instead of them trying to quarantine isolated areas and then go through testing and all of these other things to ensure that there was no longer an outbreak on the farm.
Well, so and just to clarify, is your it sounds like, or what I understood is like your issue is not with the culling, just
One
like
second. Testing. Does that sound any different?
That sounds a little bit better. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds a little better. Yeah.
More typical. Yeah, it sounds like it wasn't like you're against the government relief, as in pretty much them being sort of like reimbursed for the culling.
I'm against the government. Like, I understand the desire the socialist desire to protect the industry from the natural market, right? And to a certain extent, this does protect price a little bit, because then farmers don't have to calculate the cost of potential, disease or things like that in selling of it. But of course, that money, it's because there is money available, and that money comes from somewhere, which means, there's inflation in the overall market, right? So it would still be better even if eggs were slightly more expensive, because everything else would be cheaper to a larger degree. But yeah, I'm not against culling. Like, I understand that, like, you need to cull certain populations.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that the incentive, because of that money, it's a carrot and a stick at the same time, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you that
there's a
like,
stick of
they're
like
incentivized to cull.
Right. Yeah. Like, there's an insane amount of hoops to go through to be able to sell, your goods again. Maybe you think that's good, maybe you don't. I'm not a fucking, like, I don't have a degree in
birds.
And well, so
you have a bird degree?
Well, no, there's a specific type of degree in agriculture.
I'm sure
right?
there is. Yes, I'm sure there's a specialty.
Like Virginia Tech, places like that, right? Like certain tech institutes and engineering schools that deal specifically with farms and agriculture. I'm not super knowledgeable in just how bad that stick is. Obviously my intuition is that it's more than it needs to be, but maybe it's an appropriate amount.
Yeah.
But even if we take that out, the other incentive is, okay, you can go through all these hoops that are going to cost you a bunch of money, or you can just get free money from the government if you kill what is obviously more birds than is necessary. And so we get taxed that birds can be culled to a higher degree than is necessary.
Well, I just don't know.
Really
I don't know how feasible it is.
Just
like
elect Trump,
quarantine,
and the price goes down.
Well, wait. I mean,
Turkey price is down 16% this year.
So the obvious like piece of this that I don't know why you're kind of like not talking about is just the main thing is to try to prevent people from dying from zoonotic diseases, right? And we just had like this pretty big one. I forget what it was called, but I think it came out of like Italy.
I heard something in the news about that. Yeah.
And a couple.
I'm not glazing over that. I'm not glazing over that at all, right? I even specifically stated, I don't know why
he
you're
wants
lying
to call
on
the
my
people
position.
too if they get infected.
I specifically stated that I don't have a degree in this, that it's not my area of expertise, and maybe the government hoops that you have to go through are the appropriate amount of hoops to ensure the safety of the food. What I'm saying is that there is a perverse incentive to not go through all of those bureaucratic processes, even if they are per se, is exactly up to the standard that they need to be, and to simply kill birds so that you can get relief money, because that's the cheaper option for you as an individual farmer. I did not make the claim in any way, shape, or form that like it's bad to like stop, zoonotic viruses from spreading.
No.
Or anything like that.
If it's cheaper for the farmer, I don't understand. I've spent zero time on this analysis, so this could be really easy to answer, but I don't understand why it would be obvious that the consumer cost would be higher if it's a cheaper recourse for the farmer, right? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, right? Like if this option isn't available and the stick in this scenario is, and let's assume to steelman the position, this is like a perfect amount of government like regulation on this,
Just
right? Like if
hit
we
the
had
nail on the
any
head,
less than this,
exactly
right? They're
thread the
like
needle.
we're just assuming that it's perfect, right? Even if I grant you that, right? Then obviously there would be an increased price on eggs, chickens, cattle, whatever byproducts because this other option isn't available. My problem, right, is that there is what we are doing is we are artificially reducing the supply in the hopes that we can artificially reduce the price, right, via this option being available so that they don't have to price in the potential problem of a viral outbreak, right?
Sure.
And so we're trading one for the other. And then on top of that, there is this government money that comes from all of us. And I would just refer back to the economic calculation problem that the state central planning and redistribution of resources is always, by definition, taking money from higher valued means and appropriating them towards lower valued means, right? Like it is impossible for the government to not do that, right? The market would otherwise there would be no need for the government to give out this relief aid if that is where this money is most valued, because people would have some charitable organization or something that does that, and thus it would make it redundant, right? So whenever the government does that redistribution, it's a harm on the market price.
Well, there's also just less turkeys, right? Supply and demand.
Well, yeah, but presumably, right? I'm baking in to Steelman his position is that presumably it's the perfect amount of government, hoops to ensure the safety to enter back into the market, right? And the trade-off is that you would kill less turkeys, so there you'd have a higher supply of turkeys, but presumably without that relief money, farmers would have to increase the price of turkeys
even more, right?
In case of there being some type of financial setback in the future.
But even if the farmers were compensated, the price of turkeys would still go up because there's just fewer turkeys in the market, right? That command a higher price.
Right. Even as they're compensated, compensated, the incentive is a process that leads towards more culling, which means lower supply, which means higher cost of turkeys, and we get this money taken out of the economy in the form of taxation to pay these farmers.
Well, look, if you want to approach this from like an improvement standpoint, if you can say, hey, we should really invest in making testing more available and affordable and efficient so that these turkeys don't have to be cold and we could just do a lot more testing. And maybe it's like, it takes some investment to do that. Maybe there's some inefficiency because there's so much like factory farming, the amount of testing you would have to do.
There's no need. You just get rid of the subsidies, and then the market itself will realize that the value of better testing goes up because the better testing there is and the less culling and the less bureaucratic hoops from the state, the more the value of the testing goes up. So it is the reimbursement for culling that is incentivizing, or I should say disincentivizing, the market coming up with better testing. What I don't think is the solution is to steal more money from the American taxpayer to then invest in presumably a better testing thing that presumably leads to a return on investment in the future. That is a problem that is created by the disincentivization of the state to begin with. What you're saying is steal more money because the state stole money.
But the food would cost more and the farmers would make less money. That would be one downside, for example, right?
Well, I mean, presumably the food would cost more until there was an equilibrium where the farmers were making relatively the same money. But
how would that happen? I don't understand. You're removing so there's a situation that has to be addressed. Sometimes the birds are sick, right? Sometimes the birds are sick. Something has to be done, right? You can test to figure out exactly which birds are sick, or get kind of a closer, radius of which birds are sick. Or you can kill a large, it's like if you're cutting out a cancer, how close do you cut? You don't want to cut extra healthy tissue. You don't want to miss any cancer, right? If there was no Right. So just backing up a little bit, because I want to make sure that we're not getting, this might be kind of a big actual ideological difference, is like, let's say there was really no regulation at all. And it was like, hey, you know, Tyson Foods, if they've got an outbreak, maybe you just die, you know, but, you know, it's pretty cheap. So it's up to you, the consumer, to decide.
Yeah, that'd be better.
That cheap turkey, that would be, okay. So that was my guess, is we're not actually really talking about this like further down the line. You don't want them to say, hey, if some of your turkeys might kill people, you actually got to like deal with that problem. Just say, hey, leave it up to the consumer. People will buy the turkeys that they have. The consumer will decide the level of risk that they want, right?
The turkey
Yeah, that'd
roulette.
be better.
Okay.
That'd be better. That would absolutely be
Okay.
better, and less people would die because of it.
How
You'd
would
save
how
more
would fewer
lives.
people? Okay, walk me through that, because that's the part that I don't.
Hey,
think is
Lactoid,
plausible.
stream together?
Yeah, your voice also is a lot better now. You fixed the mic.
Okay,
whatever issue
thank
that
you.
was.
But yeah, I sent you an invite.
Yeah. So the
you.
way that it works right now is that if you're a small farmer, you're basically the smaller your farm is, the more incentivized you are to get government reimbursements for culling the population. And the reason is that in most states, I did a whole thing on it. This was maybe like a year ago, right? So forgive me if I'm a little bit wrong here, right? So I may be slightly off here, but the last time
1
I
year
looked
out
at
of date is going to be better than me. So
right, because I did a whole thing on like the price of eggs, and everybody was blaming Biden. I was like, no, here's what's actually happening. So I did a whole bunch of research on it, like maybe like a year ago.
No, it was Biden.
Right, it's all Biden's fault.
It's
right?
Turned
why-
up the
look,
dial
it's-
on the.
Look,
Right,
it's why
so-
Trump got the price of turkeys down this year. I'm just saying. It's
Yeah, sure.
it's actually
and
still
so,
Biden right now.
So when you go through, when you have option A, option B, right? Option A is to get CDC inspections, Department of Agriculture inspections, and like there's a bunch of shit you have to do. I don't remember the entire process, right? And it's different, a little bit different from state to state. And so if you're a small farmer, the thing is that you have to pay for these inspections. So these are not provided by the state, right? You have to spend money to bring these things out. And so this is where you get an economies of scale situation. So Tyson can very easily pay to have all of their facilities inspected, etc., right? Whereas smaller farmers, it's much easier for them to just cull the entire population and then take government subsidies. And these subsidies are, by the way, at a loss, right? Like even though you are subsidized, you're still losing money, but you're kind of losing money no matter what you do here. Even if you're Tyson, like you're still going to lose some money. Like it's not fully funding the exact market price of the chicken. It's like a percentage. And again, it's like different from state to state. I think one of the best states in terms of like highest amount of subsidies was Pennsylvania last I checked, but then there are some states that have very limited funding for those things. Regardless, you can either pay the state or you can just take the subsidies. So as of right now, large corporations benefit the most when there is an influenza breakout, you know, as opposed to small farmers, because they have the economies of scale to pay for all of these things so that they can cull a much smaller portion. Right now, if we left this situation up to the free market, right, and we got the government out of it and we just said, sell what you want to sell. Well, it is absolutely true that high time preference individuals or corporations or businesses would sell dirty, fucked up meat to people and people would die. And then when those people die, they would be prosecuted by some level of fraud when they are selling food that is knowingly, you know, that they have some knowledge of. Now,
How would you
granted,
prove that?
through whatever market system of justice you're using at the time. I don't want to get into every single aspect of anarcho-capitalism, right? Let's just assume, for an example, that there are agreed upon rights enforcement agencies and arbitration firms.
I
and
have
insurance companies.
some court that I pay to represent my interests, some police to represent my interests, and they'll go to war with Tyson Foods, right?
And in order to avoid going to war, Tyson Foods has their own
Will pay
corporation.
some-
And then just like 97% of like, you know, car incidents in insurance companies, it never even goes to court because, you know, Geico settles with Nationwide or Nationwide settles with Geico. And then if they can't figure something out, then they go to arbitration and they go, hey, look, you've already agreed ahead of time that, you know, Nationwide represents you, and Nationwide has already agreed with Geico that if they can't resolve the dispute, that they go to a third-party arbitration firm for all of their disputes, and that's like the final arbiter of the situation, right? So let's just assume all of that's working as intended, right? In that instance, what ends up happening is Tyson is especially large companies are disincentivized by the market to poison people, because the less that they self-regulate, the less that they ensure their services and make sure that they don't have these outbreaks, then the more likely they are to poison a bunch of people. And especially if somebody dies, right? Like, the amount of money lost from someone dying is astronomical, right? As you know, you're spending millions and millions of dollars, unlike the government where they got to protect large corporations.
Just to put a pin here, right? So we're recognizing, right? It's a negative factor if people die, right? That's
for sure, right? Like there's a risk assessment, right? Like, and this is true of the state as well.
Good for business.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is true of the state as well, right? Like the state could spend every single tax dollar to get rid of lead in our waterway system, and they would still never get rid of all of the lead, right? So the state also recognizes that there's a certain amount of money, right, that you ought to spend towards, you know, making sure that there isn't lead in our drinking water, and then the more lead we get rid of, you know, the more money it costs to get rid of less and less lead. The same thing would be true of, you know, Tyson, recognizing that the more money they spend to ensure that they don't poison people with, you know, some salmonella outbreak or, you know, some bird flu or, you know, whatever, that the more money they spend, you know, they get less and less return on investment. There's an equilibrium where eventually it's, you know, some people are going to die. That's true of the state. That's true of the market. Right. And so what I am saying is that because of the economic calculation problem, the state has to spend more money to reach the same results as does the market. And because of that, money is pulled out of the economy, out of working, you know, people that are working. And thus, in some way, shape, or form, we feel the damage of that. And that damage means that someone doesn't get a promotion. Someone stays homeless instead of finding a job and ends up becoming, you know, a drug addict that dies from fentanyl. Someone loses their job and commits suicide. Somewhere in the economy, people suffer because there's less money moving through the economy, and there's less prosperity, and prices are more expensive, and jobs are less available. And that is always true of the state, because the price mechanism is a superior means of determining that cost risk analysis than is central planning from the state.
One question I have for you, though, is I can see, like, with a company like Tyson, if letting it entirely be, you know, fall in lawsuits is probably what they're most afraid of. But what about, like, small producers that don't have the money, like, they simply don't have the capital to reimburse somebody for these, like, lawsuits?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So Tyson is probably more likely to have a safe product.
Yeah.
Right. And the thing is then instead of having the state say, right, like when you go and buy meat from the grocery store, right?
Wait, why would it be safer?
Because they actually have enough, like, they could. What I'm asking
because they have more to lose.
Tyson on one hand, you have Tyson on one hand, which has, you know, millions and millions of dollars, and, you know, they feed killer chicken. Yeah, I know, ridiculous amounts. But I'm just work with me. They sell killer chicken, and it, you know, wipes out a family of 4. They, you know, their estate sues or their next of kin sues, and you know, they win millions and millions of dollars, right? Tyson has the money to pay that, right? There actually is, like, a reimbursement mechanism. But if I'm Joe Schmo and I have, like, a chicken coop in my backyard, and I'm out in my front lawn selling, like, chickens, and I sell killer chickens, no one's going to
just literally not taste-wise.
Yeah. Nobody's giving me millions of dollars. Like, no, I'm not going to be able to give anybody millions of dollars. If they sue me, I'm just going to declare bankruptcy on my little, you know,
I would
LLC
say you can't,
that has like $8 in capital.
You can't declare bankruptcy under anarcho-capitalism. You owe your debts.
What? Okay.
So you would be at the mercy of the family to be enslaved.
So then so if I accidentally sell tainted chicken, I would then be the slave of the family.
Yeah. Lots of people would be slaves, right?
Okay.
I mean, slavery built a lot of cool things, boys. You know what I mean? Like, fucking slaves from people that have fucked up, even better. But yeah, so here's the situation, right?
Or
Is
people who are children of slaves.
Tyson would then be in. So when you go to the grocery store right now and you look at meat, you're going to see on any packaging of beef, right? USDA certified grade A meat, right? Under a free market, you wouldn't have USDA certified grade A meat. So you have an option as a citizen. You can go to a farmer's market and trust your local farmers in your community. Maybe you trust them, maybe you don't. Maybe the food quality is good. Maybe you know them, but you take a risk because you go somewhere where nothing is insured, nothing is certified, right? And you're taking said risk. You might be risking your health or your life or whatever, right? Or you can go to, Elwood Thompson's grocery store. Elwood Thompson says everything sold at our grocery store has met some level of insurance or some level of quality. Okay, so everything at that grocery store, you don't have to look at every single packaging. You know that if you go to that grocery store, that they've certified it, and that Elwood Thompson, the grocery store, is now taking on that risk, because if they don't ensure that there's some insurance or that the food is certified to some degree, then it becomes fraud, right? So if they put a single thing in their grocery store that isn't certified by like some company that people know, then they've taken on the risk of committing fraud. So you just go to the grocery store and everything's inspected.
Scott, the way out of this would just be to like put a disclaimer, right? So like if I'm a major chicken manufacturer, let's say, and I can beat everyone's pricing because I'm a major chicken manufacturer, I'm just going to put in my label, this meat could have some kind of deadly disease. Tyson's not responsible in case you get sick.
May or may not kill
and Elwood Thompson wouldn't sell your shit, but maybe whatever version of Walmart might, or whatever farmer's market you go to might. And so you choose as a consumer whether or not you want to go somewhere where your food is certified to be safe and it costs more money, or your food isn't certified to be safe and it costs less money. And it's going to balance out fairly quickly that all of the places that are selling unsafe, completely unregulated produce and things like that are killing people and going out of business left and right. And so it would behoove literally anyone that wants to make any level of money to ensure that their food is safe and that it's well regulated. And it would behoove every grocery store to ensure that all the products that they put on the shelves are similarly done the same. Like, it sounds crazy because you already have this mechanism that steals 60 or 50, maybe 45% of all of the wealth that you make, on top of all kinds of economic opportunities, to ensure that there's some level of insurance and compliance within our food industry. But the fact of the matter is that the state is actually really poor at regulating things. The market is better at regulating things because the incentives are based upon the price mechanism, where there's far more information. And so you can be context dependent. And on top of that, it's far faster to respond to market pressures from people dying or getting sick, or from people, wanting a cheaper product, et cetera, than is state regulatory agencies that are, layers and layers of bureaucracy of central planning that have to, as you stated, Socrates, why don't we commission a study to see if we can get a better food testing thing, as opposed to the market doing it?
I didn't say that. I said maybe we could upgrade that. Since I didn't say commission a study. That's like a very specific way to look at it. Right.
I apologize if I'm strawmanning you, but like that seemed to be what you were implying, was that like maybe we should invest money to get better testing to reduce the price of,
sure. Yeah.
to reduce the culling of things.
Yeah.
And I'm saying the market would do that, and it would do it more efficiently if the state got out of the fucking way.
How would it do that more efficiently? I'm just walk me through that.
Because that's the economic calculation problem. Do you want me to explain the economic calculation?
Who owns the roads in this? System?
Well, it would also just be more
that's like a legitimate. Actually, like, who owns the roads, right? Because the only reason for
whatever road that you build
is if someone owns it, right, and they want it and they need it fixed, right? So like, do people own the roads? The state doesn't own the road, right?
Well, if there's no state, then the state doesn't own the roads, right? All the roads would be private property.
So then people could just ban other people from going on their roads whenever they want, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, like, do you understand like why people like when they start thinking about this type of society, like it just doesn't seem functional? Like, if I own the road,
Disney owns a highway to Disneyland. Disney could ban people on their roads, and they have before, because certain people are banned from Disneyland. But we don't see this like terrorful aspect, of like people being like, oh my God, it's the worst thing in the world that I can't go on Disney's highway. And by the way, Disney's highway is a means by which people can go on Disney's highway and then get off of Disney's highway to bypass.
It's a toll road, right?
It's a toll road.
Yeah, well, like the idea is that the person wants everybody to use the roads because they make money off the toll. It'd be dumb of them to just ban everybody in like a draconian measure, right? Obviously, people who are banned from Disney, then yeah, you don't get the privilege of using our highway.
Let me give you an example.
We can throw away that $2-3, but the idea of a toll road is that you want because it's a commodity, right? It's something you're selling. Yeah. You're like, hey, use our road. It's better. It's faster.
Yeah. So the market incentive isn't well. So here's a great example.
So it's not like draconian though. He's talking about no one can use the road because I own it. Because that'd be dumb.
Yeah, that'd be dumb for the private property owner to build a major highway and then ban a bunch of people from a major highway, right? Like that'd be a terrible idea. It'd be a terrible business model. But let me give you an example of like tolls, right?
He's the richest
an example
libertarian.
why. I don't know. It depends. It depends upon your definition of what libertarian.
Peter Thiel, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, like some people would say Peter Thiel, but I wouldn't consider him a libertarian, right? Like, but
he's a socialist, like Lactoid.
Yeah. Regardless, let me give you an example of like why
I'm on board with most of what Scott's saying. By the way,
for the state is like a big problem.
Chicken, the tainted chicken. If I want to buy tainted chicken, that's my fault, right? That's my choice.
So like, I don't know where you live specifically.
You can taint your own chicken, by the way, Lactoid.
Let's assume that there's a major highway.
I prefer my chicken pre-tainted.
Yeah. So like, let's assume there's a major highway in and out of a city, right? Whatever city is nearby you, just imagine that major highway in and out of the city. And what you will find at basically every city in America is that there's something called 9 to 5 traffic, right? Where somewhere around 8 to 10 o'clock in the morning, traffic's really bad. And somewhere between like 4 and 6 p.m., traffic's really bad. And then traffic isn't as bad during those times. Now, one of the problems is that the state puts this regulation that says if you're going to have a toll road, the toll has all of these requirements that the state puts on it, right? So the toll can't be too expensive because that would be like a violation of people's rights for some fucking reason, right? And then one of the ways that they'll recoup their costs is that they'll put higher tolls on 18-wheelers, right? Because 18-wheelers are they weigh more, so they tend to do more damage, right? So that kind of makes sense. Right. But here's one of the bigger problems. One of the ways that you can reduce traffic without building any roads whatsoever, just keeping the exact same roads, is that you have a toll, and the toll price changes dependent upon the time of day. What you can do is you can have a toll road, and the toll is $1, but during 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., the toll is $2. And from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., the toll is $2. And so if you want to go into town to shop on your day off, you're sitting there and you're going, oh, let me actually wait until 10 o'clock. And that way the toll will be cheap.
Didn't New York try this?
Isn't that basically congestion pricing?
They put the fee to get into the city, right? If you use the bridge, if you use the road, you have to pay like $15 or $20 to get into Manhattan, and I think out of Manhattan as well. I'm not sure. I don't know how well that worked out for them.
We've seen it with some relative success, but
we
know.
But he's talking about something different, right? You're talking about dynamic pricing, right? So like,
I'm talking about dynamic pricing based upon the time of day. And so there are absolutely going to be people that want to drive into the city at 9 o'clock in the morning, but aren't doing so because of work. And they go, oh, it's traffic, but whatever, I want to be in the city. But if you increase the amount for the toll, specifically during high traffic times, then some of those people will go, you know what? I want to go to coffee, but I'm going to schedule my coffee date for 10:30 instead of 9:30 in the morning because it'll be a cheaper toll to get into the city. And so what ends up happening is that you can actually reduce traffic just by increasing or decreasing tolls. But one of the problems is that that's not how taxation works. When you tax everybody for a road and it isn't a toll road, then what ends up happening is that people just use the road because they have a quote unquote right to use the road because they pay for the road with their taxes. And so this is one of the ways in which the price mechanism can literally just reduce traffic without building a single new road, just by changing the tolls based upon the times a day. So traffic will be a little bit worse during non-peak times and a little bit better during peak times, and you're less likely to get stuck in stop and go traffic on your way to and from work.
Sure. So sorry, what's the problem? That makes sense. And that
Right.
maybe
What I'm saying is that
the...
when you this is just one example of how the price mechanism more accurately allocates resources than does taxation, right? Because taxation just pays for the roads, and then you end up with congestion in 9 to 5 traffic. But if they were privatized and you had toll roads and people could respond with the price mechanism, you could actually reduce traffic simply by utilizing the price mechanism in the usage of those roads.
Well, so instead of taxes, you pay tolls.
A city could do that.
Yeah, instead of paying taxes, you pay toll.
Wait, there are some places that have toll highways, or that's, I guess, all highways. They're not free. If they're not freeways, they have a toll. That's a normal thing that happens just in the world. I don't understand why could a company do that, but a city or whatever couldn't. I don't understand.
I never made the claim that the city couldn't. It's that the city doesn't right now because most of, especially our major highways,
and you wouldn't want them to,
are used that way. And then you would absolutely get a whole bunch of people, because we live in a democracy, that are saying, how dare you all of a sudden charge me extra money because I'm the one going to work in the city, and people that don't have fucking jobs and are on welfare are paying less money because they don't have to get into work.
They're absolutely going to get exemptions too.
Like,
that's going to be like a big welfare program, like, we're going to cover your tolls for you.
Right, and so it's not so much that the state couldn't do it, and I would even say, insofar as the state moves closer towards price mechanism and farther away from like flat systems of taxation, that I probably would support that, though obviously I would support privatizing the roads more, right? I'm not saying the state couldn't do that. I just gave you an example of how the price mechanism can be a superior means.
It's good.
Can be a means of more accurately allocating resources than does the state.
Well, so again, there's a balance, because if you have tolls, that's an administration that now costs money to run. You're basically doing that study, or if you're doing it in like a clever way, then you're collecting data about how those prices are relating to traffic. But if you're a company who's running that, then who's just running the roads, you're thinking about, well, what's the optimal amount of toll that I can get? If you're a city, you're trying to get people to have like a good experience of being. Those are different values, right? So efficiency is only relevant within very specific, narrow domains. It's not relevant to every step of the process, because you're optimizing for totally different things, or at least potentially opposed things.
What's your argument? I'm missing something. I haven't heard an argument. You just, other than like efficiency isn't always good, which I feel like isn't your argument.
I mean, it's efficiency to do what? So if I'm a company, and my company is, we build roads and we charge a toll, right? And so we make money over 100 years or whatever on those roads that we build for people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to maximize efficiency. To me, that means, what's the most return? Okay, if the toll's way too high, nobody's going to drive on my roads. They're not even going to use my roads. They're going to use somebody else's roads. So it's got to be low enough.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to maximize is how much toll over some long period of time that I can collect.
You need ROI.
Yeah. So the price mechanism, right? So first and foremost, it's important to recognize what is profit, right? People think profit is just extra money after revenue and costs, right? When in reality is that, in order to create a complex economy, you need land, labor, and capital, right? So you need land, right, to build whatever it is you're building. Even if it's on the internet, you need like land for the servers, etc., right? You need labor. At some portion, you're going to need to utilize labor. Some individual products can be done with only one or two of these, but in a complex economy, you're going to get all three, right? And then you need capital, right? So profit is the reward that the capitalist gains for properly allocating resources into the future, for properly predicting where the future price will be. So if the capitalist says, you know, in the future, after, because we have what is known as a universal time preference, right? If I want a slice of pizza, right, and I can pay $10 for a slice of pizza, well, let's say $1 for a slice of pizza right now, or I can pay $1 for a slice of pizza a month from now, I'm always going to choose $1 slice of pizza right now than the one in the month. And so production takes time. And so the capitalist invests money to make a product or a service in the future, which means that they need to attempt to figure out what will be the price in the future, so they know what is the worth, like what it's worth to invest right now to build a factory, to build cement, to build steel girders, so that they can build a road, so that they can then have a road in the future. And they need to be able to do that cost benefit analysis, right?
And the better they can do it, all else being equal, the more profit they'll make.
Right. So when we're talking about the price mechanism, why is it that the price mechanism is so much superior to central planning? It's because the price mechanism has in it an infinitesimal amount of data. What we have to recognize is that value is subjective, and that values change over time. So you can never properly, like we will never be able to get, even in a post-scarcity world, what's known as an evenly rotating economy, which is where prices are fixed and that those prices are always going to be the same, right? That is an impossibility to do. And the reason is, just as a quick example, right? I'm walking into work and there's a hot dog stand, and the hot dog stand sells hot dogs for $3. Well, in the morning, I don't really want a hot dog, and $3 isn't really worth it to me. But because I'm not hungry, but maybe I'm really, really hungry and I forgot to eat lunch, I'll buy a hot dog, right? However, I go to work, I get out of work for my lunch break, and then the first thing I smell is those hot dogs and I'm hungry. All of a sudden, $3 is worth it for a hot dog. So the value of a hot dog to me in the morning, having eaten breakfast, is maybe like 20 cents. And then the value of a hot dog when I haven't eaten breakfast is maybe like $3.40 or $3.50 or $4. And maybe the value of a hot dog is $5 at lunchtime. So what I value a hot dog as changes throughout the day based upon my preferences, my values, whether or not I'm hungry, et cetera, et cetera. So the price mechanism contains is like the capitalist is the one that, you know, that gets the most profit, is the one that can get that price closest to the equilibrium where I run out of hot dogs and at the same time nobody else wants a hot dog, right? Like if I can get the price, if I can have 200 hot dogs, what I want is I want to be able to sell 200 hot dogs, and I want not a single person to be like, "Oh, you're out of hot dogs? That sucks." And that's how that price mechanism, that's the perfect, presumably, price for that day of selling hot dogs. Now, when we're talking about the state utilizing central planning to attempt to build something versus the market and the price mechanism, I think the best example to utilize in this is a railway. So the state wants to build a railway from city A to city B. Okay, now the state can do one of two things. The state can either use a bunch of dynamite and machinery to go through a mountain and build the railway through the mountain. Or the state can go around the mountain, but they'll need to use more track, right? So they'll need to use more wood, they'll need to use more steel, etc. And they'll have to use maybe like different engineering things, etc. And let's assume that it would take the exact same amount of time to get from city A to city B, going through the mountain or going around the mountain for whatever reason. Maybe you can increase speed outside of the mountain in a way that you can't going through the mountain. Okay? Now, the central planner has to commission studies, tax people, right? The commissar under a socialist system, right? They have to figure out, to the best of their knowledge, what is the more cost-effective means of getting a railway built from point A to point B. But the capitalists, under capitalism, unregulated by the state, what they use is the price mechanism. What's cheaper? if they can both get from point A to point B in the exact same amount of time, what's cheaper? Are engineers cheaper? Is dynamite cheaper? Or is steel and wood to go around the mountain cheaper? And in that price mechanism, by looking at how much does it cost to go around and how much does it cost to go through, is billions, is infinite amount of information. It's how much is engineering worth right now? Do engineers, are they more valuable in agriculture? Are they more valuable in city planning? Or are they more valuable in railways or in demolition? How much, when we look at steel, it's, how much are coal miners being paid? How much are steel miners being paid?
Yep.
How much are the smelters? There's an infinite amount of information in the price mechanism.
Well,
so when the central planner attempts to do
it's
this,
tied to a lot of information. It's convoluted with a lot of information.
Right, but I mean, sure, but what I'm saying is that information is contained in the price. All of these economic interactions, from the coal miner to the steel miner to the grocery stores to the agriculture to the engineers to the individual person shopping at the grocery store, all of these millions of interactions between millions of people is all contained within the price of steel and the price of wood and the price to hire an engineer. And when the central planner, they have to attempt to determine this information. And what ends up happening is it costs money to determine that information, and they get less information than does the price mechanism.
Okay.
No,
well, first of all,
welcome to the reverie.
Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah,
I get it. Everybody's falling asleep because I'm doing my fucking ANCAP fucking Austrian econ.
I was not falling asleep.
I wanted to give you the space to do it because I know like Socrates hasn't heard it. All the rest of us have heard it, so I was just gonna. And that kind of at the perfect time. However, thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Doobie. Thank you, Doobie. YouTubing, super chatting.
Wow.
Right now. And let's put that on screen. $500.
Holy shit.
And Scott, connect the ANCAP one-on-one lessons to the inevitable glorification of the Republican Party.
I don't think that's a word.
Yes. It's really, really simple, right? The Republican Party is just as socialist as the Democrat Party. The Republican Party is, as Michael Malice says, are Democrats just going the speed limit. And the problem is that they ping pong off of each other and they don't actually fix any problems. They are the one step back in a process that is 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And young Gen Z men grew up in a world where they were constantly castigated for being white men, where they were constantly attacked by every institution, their teachers, etc., for the crime of being white, and they wanted to rectify this. They were liberals. They wanted to be good liberals. And what they saw over and over and over again is this process of the Republican Party selling them a box of lies that they were going to do something about all of this socialism and all of these attacks on them, and instead creating wedge issues where they accomplished nothing. And so slowly but surely, liberal-minded young white men realized that if the sword of Damocles was going to be over someone's head, it wasn't going to be theirs. And so instead of going deeper into recognizing the inherent contradictions of socialism and liberalism and finding a philosophy of liberty and freedom, instead of watching Lord of the Rings and realizing that you need to throw the ring of power into the fires of Mount Doom, they decided that they wanted to wield the ring of power because they do not believe that they have the capacity or that our society is at a point where they can stop this socialism from the left. So they are going to adopt the socialism of the right to use against the left. And if we do not do something about this, we are absolutely 100% going to see a rise of fascism, especially amongst young Gen Z males, because they are sick of being the victims of socialism, but they do not understand that they are only making the problem worse by wielding that power themselves. They just have a reaction to use that power against the left that has been fucking over their country for the last 100 years.
I'd say it's $500 well spent right there. Look at that. Full explanation.
I would agree. I want to respond to that. I have thoughts. Before I respond, because it's going to be a whole thing. And then Scott's going to yell at me, and then I'm going to yell back. It's going to be a whole thing. Okay. All right. So
Scott would never yell.
I'm not yelling.
Not yet.
Also, why the fuck are you giving him $500 for a question for me? Like, I'm streaming right now.
Because
at a minimum, you could have you could have split it 250. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Because
I made $53 tonight so far. You know what I mean? Like, that's 10 times what I made tonight.
Because Prime
Doobie is my homie, and I don't make that much here, right? Okay, so Doobie's my homie. He's looking out for me. I do appreciate you, Doobie. You're really cool. Thank you so much for the kindness. And we're not done with the discussion. We're gonna get back to that in a second. I just want to get this one other super chat out of the way. From my friend FQ, who I appreciate as well. Thank you, FQ, for the $10. Happy Thanksgiving. I wanted to give thanks to those who helped elect our first American LGBT president. White Boy Winter in a red turtleneck in Ballroom Musical Theater is the vibe.
An awful outfit
well done,
choice,
well
it
done.
really was.
Sorry, I didn't see this picture. So, like, President Trump was in a...
It's like he copied fucking Zoran Mamdani's outfit, and he doesn't have quite the aura.
He's pro Zoran Mamdani recently.
FQ, send me the picture or whatever.
It looks good.
I haven't seen
I'm
it.
not gonna lie, it's a good look.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if people are appreciating it, FQ, I'm really again thankful for the $10 for the constant support. I really do appreciate you, FQ. You're not a billionaire, so it means a lot.
And let's be honest, Trump is not the first gay president.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think of getting a blowjob? Does that make Clinton gay to get a blowjob from him? Or because different people.
No, he was the top of the situation. He's not gay.
I actually have a calculation on this. I have an equation called the Gayshow. You can plug in certain values and get to exactly how gay you are.
Do you have an Excel spreadsheet I can plug?
He does.
It's not
probably. Yes.
I probably could just make it.
And here I am, the autistic libertarian, and he's got a fucking gay equation spreadsheet.
I didn't say that.
No. I got a lot of charts and shit. I keep track of everything.
No, I keep track of a lot of links. I have like probably hundreds by now of links I've like accumulated for like interesting stories and things for us to talk about, or to argue about. Like when I have to dunk on one of you, I gotta have a source. Find me a source for why I'm so wrong. Oh yes, I do have a source. Bam, there you go, bitch.
Obsidian is really helpful for that. Have you used that before?
No, actually, so I did use Obsidian previously. I actually used it when I went on Tim Pool's thing.
Me
right?
too. Yep.
But I literally
use handwritten notes
like 2 days before. Yeah,
like a boomer.
Yeah, boomer, of course. But on the other side, I actually use. I was telling Corey about this. I have a private server, Discord server, where I organize everything. It's just me, and I just I got all the different channels with different subjects, and I got a whole list of stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
You don't have the gay show, though. I'll send that to you later.
What?
You don't have the gay show,
by the way?
The gay show.
The
gay show.
I think technically it is trademarked now that I've made it.
Okay.
It's not a patent. You don't have to file for it.
I don't know
it's
that.
automatic.
The case. Okay.
Can you help me break that trademark?
Well, it's not. Hold on. You're sorry. It's copywritten. It's not going to be trademarked or patented.
Okay, good.
Sorry, but you still can't copy it.
Back to this, Doobie. Again, thank you for the 500. It's really kind of you, friend. But and hopefully you're still listening. The thing that before I do that, FQ did send me the picture. And okay, let's see. I think it's interesting what Trump absorbs, right? Like who he accepts and who rejects. Like that's amazing. Like
we're talking about orally or figuratively.
Well, I mean, how did he feel about Bubba? Did he ever dress the way Bubba did? I don't know.
Did he absorb?
Who could tell?
Is it less gay if Bubba was cross dressing at the
time? Okay, that's like
6%
right there.
You know what I mean?
Very slightly.
I'm just curious. You know,
I would say so.
More than 5, less than 10%.
I appreciate that. So anyway, thank you, FQ, for that. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, so I don't think it's socialism would be why those people are moving over to the far right. I think it's
the fire department.
It's the fire department.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, the fire. Indeed, it's the fire department. It's our socialized fire department, which is would be the reason. No, I would say it's the cumulative failures of our society to properly redress their issues. I think that we haven't provided them with opportunities. Now, I understand that that the way you interpret that is, hey, the government taxes the population and takes a certain amount of opportunity out of the economy, and maybe that's the way, and that's how we get here. And sure, I will one day love to see ANCAPism out in the wild working properly, and that's not like a slight or anything. I'm like, I actually mean that. Like one day, like you've got me interested, friend. So like one day I would actually like to see it.
Maybe we'll see it in Argentina. Who knows?
Yeah,
maybe.
or the Congo, maybe.
Unlikely.
I think the problem is it's not socialism. I think we have very little of that in this nation. I know you disagree on that one, but I think we have very little of what most
that's
people
fair. I mean, it's relative, right? Like relative to Europe, we have less socialism.
Yeah.
You know, relative to America 100 years ago, we have astronomically more socialism. You could agree to that, right?
What? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Wait,
I would say
just
that
to get what are the worst? What's like the one worst socialism that we have right now? Just to get like.
No. Before we get distracted,
let him answer, Doobie.
Yeah. So one of the problems is, and I was just discussing this with someone the other day. I forget who I was talking to. Now we were on Dr. Greg's thing. Corey and I we were talking about this. I think one of the issues is that we're not investing in terms of people's education. I think at some point, right, the price of upper education, higher education, has just like gone completely out of the realm of attainability for most individuals. They feel locked out of the economy. We're supposed to be transitioning to a knowledge-based economy. I'm not sure if we're still on that track, but so many young men feel locked out of that. They don't have access to even vocational training to access these jobs. They live in cities and communities that have been disinvested for years, right? So that would be urban environments, but also like rural environments, right? We see a lot of hopelessness there, right? We see just now, the other day, was it Lexington, North Dakota, I believe, is the state where there's a Tyson factory. Bringing up Tyson, they're going to close that factory, and that employs 1/3 of the population. Right? We know how this story ends for this town. It was like around 10,000 people in the Tyson factory.
That's how it ends.
Yeah, fentanyl. Yeah, right. The Tyson factory employs about like over 3,000 of these individuals. Right? It ends in fentanyl. Exactly right. We see we have the concept of the Rust Belt. We have the concept of excess labor here, where it's just kind of like built into our economic models, right? And I actually mean like actual plan models that, you'll just have an excess amount of labor here. And that's just like, okay, like these individuals will just be unemployed, even though there's plenty of work to do in this country, right? We could put them to work doing something, maybe not maybe not as excellently, right, as the price mechanism can do that. I'm not fighting you on that, okay? But I'm just saying that like we could direct them into account to do something productive, and there are plenty of things to do, but we don't. So when and tie that with the fact that we see women doing better in our economy, and shout out to our female friends, we love you. We're glad to see it, right? But we see
and they
them
talk shit about
steadily
men too.
Sorry, what'd you say?
And they're also talking shit about men while like
they're also talking shit about men, right?
Yeah.
And how big their dicks are. You know, like it's a big problem, or a little problem, really.
I hate when that happens. Yeah, it's just always too big. It's always too big. It's like Jesus Christ.
How do you even swim with that thing? It's so non-aerodynamic. I don't.
But last thing I'll say, sorry, because I'm rambling here. Is yes. When men see that their prospects are lower than women, right? Now, for better or for worse, like since society has told them that you should be a provider, and they feel like you can't be a provider, yes, that builds deep resentment. When they feel like they can't date, right? When they're not in a position to present themselves as a partner, right? A reasonable partner. When they feel like their dating prospects are drying up, yes, that builds resentment. Final thing, like the thing that we used to do in the past, right? Like, you know, many years ago, centuries ago, right? When we had excess labor, like we do now, right? What does the kingdom do? They send them off to war. They send those guys off to war to do something, right? Die there, because they understand that when you leave young men alone, right, who are idle, who don't have prospects, who aren't investing in their community, right, they start getting all kinds of funny ideas that, well, maybe I could run this place better, and that becomes an issue. So
or maybe I can go steal a car, or maybe I can break into a Walmart. That young unemployed men is like a major cause of crime.
Big and small issues, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah. So Scott, if you want to respond to that, or anyone else wants to respond to that.
I'll be very quick because I don't want to get in. I already did enough Austrian economics for everybody's taste, probably. But I'll just say that, yeah, I mean, I completely disagree with you. Like, I hear what you're saying. I think you're just misdiagnosing the problem. And the reason I think it is absolutely socialism, like, for example, you talked about the price of education, right? Well, why is the price of education going up? It's not because it's more
we're
expensive.
defunding it.
It's not because there's, more and more expensive lab work that just requires more and more money. No, it's because we're heavily subsidizing with socialism education, with, federal student loan programs and grants and things of that nature. And we're pushing people towards that education. And what is, in sociology is called the McDonaldization of education. What we're seeing is education standards lower and lower and lower so that we can get more and more butts in the seat, because it is become credentialism to simply get that degree. And we've seen administrative costs that are completely unnecessary at university after university after university increase orders of magnitude because there is government funding, and so there's less of a price mechanism, and that socialism is driving up the cost of education, which then goes, oh, well, that's why we need more money towards education, and it becomes this vicious cycle. When we talk about cities being less invested in than ever before, I would say the exact opposite is true. We are spending more and more and more money in inner city education, more and more money in, HUD, has consistently gone up in terms of costs. Small Business Authority has consistently gone up over time. We're like, oh, well, these cities aren't invested in. Well, obviously we need more money and more investment in these places. And yet what we have seen is every government program that is designed to invest in these places has invested more and more money as we go more and more in debt and have more and more inflation, and we're not getting the same return on investment. When we talk about society tells men that they need to be a provider, I think society is a funny word to use when the answer is women. Women are consistently making more money than men and are consistently demanding that men make more money than them. Right? We are seeing, especially as far as young men are concerned in the dating pool, that women are demanding that men meet these standards that only 1 to 5% of men are can possibly achieve, right? Like they need to be tall, they need to be in shape, they need to be making six figures, even though the median household income in America is $64,000.
The salary expectations are actually crazy. Yeah.
The salary expectations of many women. Now, to be fair, there is a bit of a self-selection mechanism here, right? Because a lot of women have dropped out of the dating pool and they don't show up on fucking, TikToks and things doing street interviews or on the whatever podcasts or, think places like that, right? Like there are a lot of women that have checked out because of the toxicity of online dating and things like that. But nevertheless, women are making more money than men. And they're saying that they're making less money, despite the fact that they are making more money than men. This is just true until we get to the point where they have a child. And then we don't count the government resources that are taken from young men to subsidize single motherhood because of welfare programs as income that they're making because it's not income. And when we put that together, what do we get? What we realize is that overwhelmingly, women are doing better than men in this economy, partly because of the standardization of schooling, which is designed for women and not designed for men, partly because of, DEI programs and things like that, where we've seen the tech industry is only hiring, like, New York Times did a report where they had only hired 6% white men in the last few years, and that 94% had been women or people of color because of DEI initiatives, both spoken and unspoken. And so you see young men realizing that education's getting more expensive because the government is funneling resources away from them towards other people, that dating is getting more expensive and more difficult because the government is funneling resources away from them towards other people, and that cities and other places are getting more expensive because the government is funneling money away from them towards other people. And instead of saying we should get rid of all of these welfare and socialist systems and return towards liberty and return towards the market, they're not saying that. What they're saying is, I want my check too. I want our country to stand up for Christian white men, because that's an easier solution to sell to them and an easier means than simply saying that we should just get rid of those systems.
So
there's also nostalgia they can look back on too, that I think is like an important aspect of this, where like you're right, like young women without children who aren't married, right, which is often the cohort that these gropers are in, right, which is going to be young people who are not married and don't have kids. Women do make more money than them, like on average.
I just looked that up, and I don't think that's true. I think in like some rare circumstances that is true, but I don't think
it's absolutely true once you account for hours worked, right? When you look at just salaries of young women versus young men, what you realize is that men tend to work more hours, right? And so if you're just looking at tax returns, young men are doing that. But if you go parity, job for job, and it's important that this is pre-childbirth, right? Pre-childbirth, job for job, women make more.
Tanks your income. Yes,
right, because
if
you're
you have a
out
child
of the
as a
job
woman,
market for like a year or two.
Right, or you got to move to part-time. Like, the wage gap that how they come up with is they literally just take all the money that is earned by men and just compare it to all the money that is earned by women. It's like an incredibly oversimplistic way that they calculate the wage gap. When you factor in, go ahead.
Sorry, just a question. Where do you guys fall on the like birth rate stuff? I know everybody's got a.
Oh, that's a whole can of.
I agree that
a whole
birth rate
other
exists.
Conversation.
I think it's a problem, and yes, I
don't believe in birth.
I think if you get rid of abortion, then the birth rate normalizes instantaneously.
I don't think that'll do it.
Do you think we should do that?
No. Literally, if you just calculate how many abortions were occurred, then you only look at U.S. born citizens. The birth rate goes to 2.04.
That's fine. Do you think we should do that?
That's like barely above.
Wait, hold on. So I know for a fact there was a fertility when they banned abortion in Texas. There was a fertility rate increase. I don't think it boosted it up to 204 among
no, because you can still just
families.
go because you can still just drive out of Texas and go get an abortion. And I'm not saying that this solves everything. All I'm saying is if
how do we
all
know
other things
that it goes up to 205?
I'm not saying the birth rate immediately goes up to that. What I'm saying is if you take every single death from abortion and then you just calculate it as a birth, it goes to 2.04. Obviously, culture changes. Obviously, people will start using protection so that they don't get pregnant, right? Like, obviously, there are other things. I was just throwing in a quick one-liner because he was bringing up something that was like kind of off of what we were saying. Right? I'm not saying it fixes everything. Getting rid of the socialism would.
Now, removing if you get rid of abortion, the fertility rate does increase. I'm just going to remain agnostic as to how much it increases, or if it'll actually increase us beyond replacement rate. There's like a lot of factors that go into this. I agree that like feminism, I'll just no problem saying it. I'm an anti-feminist. I have been the whole time. Never lied about that.
What a surprise, conservative white man.
What a surprise. I'm a conservative white male who identifies with libertarians. What did you expect,
illegal.
Prime?
And that's illegal in my America.
The only reason my life is not because he wants to reduce his gay show
That's
score.
not
That's
illegal.
It. He just wants to minimize his gay show
That's
score.
not
That's
illegal
it.
in America, okay?
And what are you doing about the birth
rates
rates? And what are you doing about the birth rates, Lactoid?
Not yet.
But by the way, great conversation, and like the one woman panel comes in right when I'm saying this. That's a good time.
Keep saying it. Say it with your whole chest.
I'm saying with my whole chest.
Right?
Yeah, I'm not afraid.
Because, fuck feminism, obviously.
So
say you
be
want
insane to support feminism.
Guys, hold on.
Go ahead.
This is better than you think, because like I talked to Zealous when I did the same interview I do of all of you guys, right? When you first come on, I asked her, hey, like what don't you want to talk about? What are you interested in? What you don't want to talk about? And when she said specifically what she didn't want to talk about are gender discussions, right?
Ooh.
Specifically this. She didn't want anything to do
I won't ask her anything specific. I won't ask
So you just don't want to be on the internet having conversation at all.
She's not a feminist, so don't worry. So she's one of you.
Great,
great,
fantastic. Well, then we have no beef. But so. Yeah, I mean the birth rate.
Then
question,
why isn't she streaming from the kitchen?
The birth. Oh,
Got him.
I'm not even
You don't know
touching
that
that.
she's not. I mean,
The birth rate question, I think, was a tangent. What were we just talking about before Socrates?
Wait,
threw out the
okay,
birth
so
rate
there's
question?
a reason.
Oh, the gap. The gap. Let me just quickly finish up on the gap.
Okay.
How they got the gender pay gap is they literally just took the combined incomes and then just compared the two. They don't factor in hours worked, and men work considerably more hours. They were more likely to work full-time jobs, and they also don't factor in, again, the income drop that happens after you have a kid. When you start isolating those factors out, so you look at like, okay, let's
They don't
look at
factor in types of jobs either.
Right, yeah. Young, unmarried women without kids and young, unmarried men without kids, between which, again, most of these internet communities consist of. What is the income comparison there? And in that, women make more money. There's been a study on this. Like, they just do make more money. And so you have these young men who are being told, like, they are being, I think, sort of being made out to be this, this oppressor, this perpetrator. And anybody who says otherwise, I think, it just didn't go through like the U.S. college system, just haven't been around these people. It definitely is a thing. Like, this is just a cultural experience that a lot of young men have, and it feels very frustrating to not be as well off as the people who are telling you that you are, and they do it with this very smug kind of
this
like,
is where I wanted to push back on.
Yeah.
So
you forgot to add that women just don't live in reality. This is another thing you forgot.
Okay, yeah. So this is where I want to push back against you and Scott, and not on the gender pay gap. I do understand that it's a lot more complicated discussion than it's like made out to be in the press, and fair enough. A nuanced economic discussion being flattened in the press. Who would have guessed, right? But fair. Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing that I want to push back on you against, and I promise you, as also. Gonna be here forever. We are gonna actually move on to the topic at hand. You just came at like the worst time.
Maybe she has a based opinion on this.
Who knows?
But so I guess my issue is that, like, I say society is putting this pressure on men, and then Scott, you went and adjusted that, saying women are, right? Yes, women are. But women are a product of society too, right? The women get these messages from their mothers, but also their fathers. They get it from mass media. They're told, "Hey, you're going to find a man who's going to provide for you, right? Who will be the breadwinner." That is the ideal outcome for you, right? They're responding to all of that, and so like I push back to say, it's a woman.
Yeah, I just quick question. Can you name a single functional society throughout all of human history where women were presumed to be the providers and men were not?
Wait, do you want men to be the providers, or can we just like establish some of these things?
Well, no. It's not per se that I want men.
Already too much.
Right? It's not so much that I want men to have some societal imposition of the provider role, right? What I would rather say is that the natural tendency of the market and the natural tendency of free people is such that men tend to be providers. That what we have is we have a natural tendency that is in part rooted in biology and in part rooted in social constructions and things of that nature, especially how it, manifests itself, right? Like there's no natural tendency of men.
Oh, when you say natural, what's unnatural about now, present? How can it be otherwise?
Well, it would be it's un.
Whoa, wait, is that
unnatural?
No, whoa. What do you?
It is unnatural, and it's unnatural because the.
What are you defining as unnatural? Like,
well, the extinction of the species.
When
that
the
is
state,
unnatural.
when the state,
how
no.
Is that I mean,
it's unnatural.
Go extinct. How
it's
that...
unnatural when the state interferes in the free movement and the free exercise of human behavior. And
why is the state unnatural?
Why is the state unnatural? Okay.
Did humans come up with a state? No.
This is no.
Technically, all things are natural because even if it's artificial, it's made from natural things.
I would agree. Yes, that's why I asked. What is your definition of natural? Yes.
Why do we even have the term artificial? I mean, it's all natural.
Yeah, everything. Yes. There's no such thing as artificial. Everything is natural, right? Which gets us into this like kind of millennial woes kind of famous quote, right? Like where like the left's primary means of arguing is to just intentionally misunderstand things.
Well, no. You're obsessed with definitions. You label Lockwood as socialist. So tell me, what is natural?
Right. What I'm saying is that when people are coerced against their will and against their desires and against their values by an apparatus that is giving power towards a collective to impose its will against man's values and against man's ability to engage freely, then what would naturally occur? Otherwise, that coercion is stymied by this creation, this man-made construction of the state that is placing in those impositions. Now, if you want to say,
wait, just to clarify, when you say man, do you mean humankind in this case, or man?
Yeah, I mean it like etymologically, right? Where there's withmen
and any other conversation, right? That would be like such like a fucking kind of point, but actually it kind of makes sense in this conversation.
No, it's fine. It's right, like including both weremen and withmen.
Withmen, okay? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, like yes, I mean mankind, right? That is my point of contention. My biggest point of contention is that listen, I don't think we should like shame men for not being providers per se. I mean, I do think some level of social shame for like deadbeat dads or like men that like, don't do anything with their life is certainly probably healthy. But like, obviously there's a certain level of balance there. What I'm saying is when you say, oh, well, society expects men to be providers, but like we could structure society in some other way, I think is kind of like gets to the heart of the difference between the value structure of conservatives versus left-wing people, right? Which is the left-wing philosophical belief that man ought be shaped by the collective and that we can kind of socially program man to be.
That's not a left-wing thing.
I think
that's
it is.
That's like absolutely. That's a liberal thing. It's not because there's a narco leftism. There's a libertarian left.
Libertarian left is a contradiction in terms, but
it's not.
It is.
There's different ways of defining these things.
Yeah, if you're talking about like lib socks, which are just fucking like anarcho-syndicalists by another fucking name.
Sure.
Okay. Now Scott's all about definitions, but bring up natural. It's like, whoa, we can't do that conversation there.
You're trolling.
You're getting the weeds about libertarian lefties, but bring up natural. It's like, whoa, what are you talking about here?
You can engage in the argument, or you can engage in trolling.
I tried to, but you can't.
No, you didn't.
Let me get the
fucking
super chat
liar.
in. Oh my god.
Okay,
here we go.
He was being a dick, but I was being serious.
Thank you for the $5. Modern gender debates come from school performance trends, economic shifts, screen time effects, and the squeeze on the middle class. See YouTube chat.
See YouTube chat. No, you pay more money for the rest of that. Fucking get out of here.
I appreciate you, FQ. But no,
the extra money from being an unmarried woman compared to us, you fucking pay these males.
She's an unmarried. But
8%, brothers, never married women, 8% more than never married men.
So, but I think what she's hitting on is that like these are what the gender debates tend to be focused on. That like school performance trends, like or are men or women or boys or girls doing better in schools, right? Economic shifts we were just discussing. Screen time effects in terms of like, hey, body positivity or the opposite, right? Like is social media causing people to have more eating disorders or something, right? Squeeze in the middle class, I think, which is a bit more generic, where it happens on all of us, right? But yeah, I think
I bring a libertarian analysis to the party that's superior. I get it.
Thank you, FQ, for that. We got a few more too. Thank you, FQ. Oh, Alexander Wynn. Oh, hey, we haven't seen you in a bit. Thank you for being here. $10 from Alexander Wynn. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I was super far behind back in the debate about Tyson and a object. I'm not sure what that is. A customer who died because of their negligence. What's to stop Tyson from paying the company you're using to screw you over on that? And before you answer that, because that's going to be a thing.
It's way back, so it's just like I'll be super quick.
Second.
High time preference versus low time preference. It's not in their interest.
FQ YouTube is woke and won't let me say it, so I appreciate you on that. We appreciate you.
Probably because women
so
work at YouTube.
Super chat.
That's probably the reason.
High time versus low time preference.
I'm just saying companies that attempt to become warlords and circumnavigate circumnavigate other insurance companies and things like that are just begging to have the guns pointed at them. It's just terrible business practice. It's just high time preference nonsense, and Tyson would go out of business to continue behavior like that. Because that behavior comes at a cost.
Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. It's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. And thank you, FQ, for the kind super chats. But I do want to go back to the gender debate just for a little bit. We're not going to be here for long. Okay.
2 more hours.
It's just
I've seen it happen before, where he's like, just a second, and then it's like another hour.
We're about to move off this topic.
This is what they're saying when they say men lie. Okay, when all men lie, this is exactly what's happening right
Look, guys, I don't want to talk about Elon Musk, but
proceeds to talk about Elon Musk. Got it.
Oh my God, for the entire rest of the stream, but we won't do it. But anyway,
this is what's known, by the way, chat, as a performative contradiction. I really don't want to talk about Elon Musk, and then immediately starts talking about Elon Musk.
I'm not racist, but
no. So I think that
it is another performative contradiction. To be fair,
what?
I'm not racist, but and then says racist thing.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed
we have when in our society, right? I think you asked me, hey, is there a society that has been anything but a male provider society, right? Well, I
said a functional society, right? Like there have been examples.
Functional society, yes. They don't last all that long
so far.
But yeah, in any case, right? Like, well, there also isn't a society where women have been physically larger than men, right? This is what you're moving towards when you mentioned biology, right? Like, hey, there are some biological imperatives, but like, I mean,
that'd be one aspect, but I would say there's far more than that.
I would agree with you, but looking at that, right? Like up until let's say into the 19th century, right?
Yeah.
Into
there hasn't
the
been
point
a force
of
multiplier like guns and things like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes, exactly, guns, but also just industry, right? Like relocate factories, and then moving away from that into a knowledge economy. right now we're having an interesting transition. This is what I'm trying to get to. So I'm doing it clumsily, but like what we're going into is a knowledge economy where strength doesn't matter in the same way, right? Where those who are making the most aren't necessarily isn't because of their physical fitness, right? Like that, and that is completely different from the vast majority of human society. So you ask me, hey, has there been a society where like females have been in a position to provide, right, a functional one, to provide? I say no, but they've had like the deck stacked against them, and they've had a society that oftentimes have violently repressed them, even when they try to assert themselves. So I think in this moment we're seeing an unprecedented shift. I think hopefully one for the better. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to have a society where like women are necessarily quote unquote above men, because that's not what they're even looking to do. I think that as our society changes, as our economy changes, hopefully again to a more knowledge-based economy, as that happens, so will our societal expectations, right?
Maybe
between the genders, but that's going to take a while. There's going to be a lead time there.
I would argue, right, but I won't deny that, like, with an ever-changing economy and, you know, AI and knowledge economy and things like that, that might, you know, that it's certainly going to throw a wrench into, you know, what are traditional expectations of gender roles, right? I would still say that there's more to it than simply, you know, physicality, right? I think, you know, there isn't great research on psychological aspects of gender roles, right? Because most gender role research is done by, you know, feminists and gender studies, women's studies, and, you know, sociologists that are very feminist and or Marxist. What I would say though is that, you know, I would posit that I would give some credence to the concept of the differences that tend to occur. Obviously, we're talking about distributions, right? So there are always outliers. But I would say that, you know, one of the biggest gender differences is, you know, interest in things versus interest in people. Simon Barron has a piece of research from 2002, which is really, really interesting, studying autism and extreme male brain theory of autism, and why we tend to see autism rates be more so showed in males as opposed to females. Some of that you might say is the ability to catch it, but one of the things that he talks about is the concept of female empathizing versus male systematizing, right? And so many of the things that lead toward production, that lead towards accumulation of resources, as well as one of the main things that females have been attracted to for so long is the male ability to prioritize resources. And one of the things that men tend to be very good at is systematizing production, you know, creation of things, scalability, etc. Whereas women tend to be more focused on things like, you know, empathizing, right? Being able to maintain equality, being able to, you know, engage in work like teaching or, you know, engaging in.
These feel like such vague and like not accurate.
Right, but
so like.
You can call them vague and not accurate, right? But when we do studies, for example, of like what are the most egalitarian societies, what we find is in the most egalitarian societies where we have tried to get rid of gender roles to the greatest degree, we find the largest differences between men and women in their chosen fields, with men going towards things like engineering, software engineering, architecture, etc., things that deal with things, and women going into the medical profession, teaching things that deal with people. And what we'll find is that societies that are far less egalitarian, we find that that they're much closer together. One example is Rwanda. In Rwanda, you have a lot of female engineers, you have a lot of female software developers and things of that nature. And so when we do everything we can...
Which one's the natural state between those two, between Rwanda and the Scandinavian countries? Which one's the natural state?
Well, again, it's I understand that you're a piece of shit that refuses to engage in the argument as a whole, but instead
of course,
just wants
you just don't like it.
Meme
That's
on
it.
the
You just don't like it.
Of naturalizing.
And you can't.
No, it's just No, it's just that you're not engaging with anything, and like you might.
I literally use your examples. I just asked you a question.
You don't talk at all. You just sit and farm content until you want to subvert the conversation.
When you're actually challenged, you become.
No, I've already answered and gone through the concept of naturalization.
I'll come to the left where the snowflakes are.
And I already explained why the state, as a mechanism against the free will and liberty and the volition of people being able to express their values.
So your definition of natural can apply to natural flavors as well, right?
Your definition of natural applies to literally everything in the world, as to thus make the term
I agree. So I'm asking you to clarify. I'm asking you to clarify.
I have already clarified. Shut the fuck up.
It only has to do with the state.
You have nothing of value.
It only has to do with the state. Is that a fair assessment? That natural has to do with the state.
No, it's not, and you know it's not. You were just trying to jump on because you want to subvert the conversation so that you can farm a fucking W when I've already answered this fucking question.
I'm not even streaming. What am I farming?
Well, I guess you're just being retarded for the love of the game.
Yeah,
I don't fucking know.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. Now you have nothing.
What do you mean I have nothing? I've given you my answer.
Not streaming.
I've given you my answer, and you refuse to accept it, and your definition is dysfunctional because it means nothing. Your definition defines everything as natural, and therefore you can dispense with the word natural when
natural
obviously
is not
there's
a useful term. I don't use it.
Yes,
so
you're trying to throw out the term so that you can make language more
because
difficult.
Natural for you is just like what you don't like. That's it.
That's not my argument at all, and I've already given you my argument.
That's it. That's all.
No, I've given you my. Do I need to explain to you a third time?
Wait, okay.
As you interrupt and try and make conversation difficult.
Okay, guys. Yeah, sure.
Wait, so I can make some very specific critiques to what you said. So here's two things. So when it comes to natural, I actually do understand your definition. I think it could be a workable one, but I think if you were to apply it more kind of consistently, I think you would have to demonstrate that there were periods in human history where a kind of like, tribal collectives somehow didn't coerce people into behavior. So that's one thing. And then the other thing is,
why would you put on a standard? Why do I need to accept that standard? Fuck that standard.
That was because that was your standard. That was your definition.
No, I don't need to say that there had to be an example where people's will and volition in a community was completely free of coercion for me to ever be able to say, like, my argument would be that the movement of people and the volition.
Coercion, but we've always had some form of coercion.
Yes, we have higher levels and we have lesser levels, and I just gave an example where you have when you have higher levels of coercion towards trying to force an egalitarian, like when you try and reduce that coercion towards creating the most egalitarian society, where you try and specifically program people to not be. To be as egalitarian as possible, what you get is you still get the tendencies of the differences between men and women to be extreme. That is what I'm saying, is that absent government coercion, you see more of this expressed because that is a natural tendency of man. And that the more coercion you have, the less you have the natural expression of man's behavior.
Wait,
I don't need to make the argument that there was ever a society with no coercion.
So those societies that enforce that have the most government coercion to enforce equality are making men and women's differences in preference most stark, and that's not natural. So the natural state, therefore, would be to be very similar. That's what you just said. I'm not making an argument. That's what you just said.
No, what I'm saying is that when society tries to be egalitarian, when a government tries
to enforce egalitarianism,
right? They attempt to enforce some level of egalitarianism. Then what ends up occurring is that you have the ability of natural expression to be able to showcase itself more in the economy because they're not imposing gender roles.
More egalitarianism, it makes things more natural. Do you understand how
what I'm saying
enormous
is that
a contradiction that is?
It's not because you're trying to frame it as such. What I'm saying is when the government does whatever it can to not enforce gender roles and gender stereotypes, to just let people be who they are, what we see is gender differences become Scandinavian countries, right? Like as
like really anti.
We're not imposing.
Like
you're not
roles at a
imposing
cultural
that
level. Is that really true? I've heard that like sentiment expressed. I've heard people like.
I mean, we can pull up. We can pull up the research. We can pull up the research at some other time.
I would like to. So I want to move on. I want to let our friend Lactoid get his point in, and then I have a super chat to read. It's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a fucking doozy. Be prepared for that one. And another one from Alexander Wynn. Alexander Wynn, I see your super chat. I'm going to read that in our transition between this topic and the actual topic that we've got scheduled, okay? But I am going to read that super chat. 1 second. But first, let's get our friend Lactoid and then that second super chat.
I'm going to get a drink.
I think Scott's right. And I guess I'll just maybe say it a little bit differently. When he's talking about, generally speaking, there being a difference in the way men and women think and the way men and women exist in the world biologically, and this informs gender roles. I think if we break it down to its contingent parts, you just have to accept this, right? Like very consistently, studies find that estrogen increases empathy, right? To the point like actually being able to humanize with somebody. Estrogen also dramatically increases neuropathy. It increases anxiety and makes people more anxious about the future. Men consistently perform better in spatial rotation tasks. If you give women testosterone, they actually report a drop in neuropathy. Or sorry, not neuropathy.
Neuroticism.
Anxiety.
Neuroticism. Yeah, neuroticism. Sorry. Neuroticism. When
I think you have some neuropathy, maybe.
Sure. That would just be loss of feeling in a particular limb, I think. So, neuroticism is the correct word. Sorry. Neuroticism. Like all of this is influenced by hormones. If you give women an increase in testosterone, they begin developing mind states more similar to how we perceive men. And if you give men estrogen, like for example, when you give people who are transitioning to transgender women, when you give them estrogen, the way they approach the world does change. They become more empathetic on an individual level. They just like Scott said, they have less of a desire to engage in systemizing tasks, and as opposed to more direct, empathetic, working with people tasks. And it's not a surprise then if we see such a consistent, strong scientific correlation between these hormonal effects on people, why we see like nursing or young early child care or the specific careers that are most directly associated with direct interpersonal workings be dominated by women. And then you see the careers that are, primarily kind of more detached, systemized, above the shoulders mustard shit, right? Like engineering, be dominated by men. It's only when, what Scott's point was, it's only when you have a society in which there is for whatever reason, a tremendous incentive for women to overcome this and move into fields where they could perhaps make money. And they could obtain some kind of career dominance to escape some kind of artificial oppression, let's say, that you see, whatever,
not natural oppression.
that you see.
Just what he doesn't like. That's it.
I'm not getting as hung up on the whole natural for regardless.
We all don't
Scott's
like
point is
oppression, okay?
that's when you see a little bit of a difference, right? Not all the way, but a little bit of a difference. But when women don't feel like they have to, what are the roles that they naturally tend to fall into? They tend to fall into careers, again, that are more based in what their hormones dictate, in the same way that men are more apt to fall into careers that their hormones dictate. And not only that, well, hold on real quick. It's not only that, like just the rock solid science that demonstrates these hormones have effects on the way people think and over time brain development, literally changing the way you operate. There's a whole bunch of other physical differences that are also relevant to how gender roles are structured. The ability to have children, this matters a lot when we're talking about one person going out and doing like the work or the hunting and the other one staying home and taking care of the kids. There is a reason why almost
at home.
There's a reason why almost every mammalian species operates this way. I think it's just wild how we can look at
but the
humans
work
and
at
say,
home
well,
isn't resource allocation.
Every other species of almost
housewives.
Yeah, with some exceptions, every other mammalian species operates this way. Yeah. And the hormones like demonstrably show, that this actually does have an effect on minds. Oh, and also just like logically, it would make sense. Like, oh, if you're the one that can breastfeed and you're the one that can like give birth, like maybe there's going to be some correlation there with you being the one to stay at home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You look at all that, and then you just take a step back and say, no, it's all just social pressure. That's all it is.
Okay.
Gender roles aren't real. It's all just social pressure. None of that science is real.
Okay. All right. First of all,
I think that's ridiculous. I think it's a ridiculous statement.
I think what's happening here, one, that Lactoid is having flashbacks to arguments he's had on Twitter. Because no one here, at least I don't recall anyone saying that none of these pressures have anything to do with biology or anything to do with like based on something outside of simple societal trends, right? Like I think I don't think anyone
That's
here
most feminists.
Most feminists. Hey, are the feminists here? Are they talking to you now? Do you see them?
I thought you defined yourself. Hold on, you've defined yourselves as feminists in the past. Forgive me for assuming that you would hold this crazy belief as well.
Lactoid,
you agree
we're
that
winning.
Gender roles are.
We're slowly converting him.
Maybe we're winning.
He's not a feminist anymore.
Prime, do you agree that gender roles are biologically informed? At least, do you agree with that?
I do, but like in the most liberal and the most like open, the most like the diluted version of that, yes. Because I'm sure what I think when I'm thinking when I say that is different from what you're thinking. And we need space to like discuss that, and that's why I'm not going to give us that space because I am going to move on. But like I want to have that discussion with you, friend. But like I think you're loading a lot more on that than I would. Just a quick response is that like I would say that yes, they're like there's no way that hormones don't have an effect on people and like how they operate. This is known. Right,
and the way they think,
and so there's no reason to think that wouldn't happen on a gendered basis. If like there is a across the board like different ratios of these chemicals in the brain, right? We all have testosterone, estrogen in our bodies, right? Men and women. But like the ratios are different.
Very different ratios. Yeah.
Yeah. My understanding.
Well, to be fair,
of that,
to
right?
be fair,
and so,
young men today have less testosterone than their grandfathers. So who knows?
Soy boys,
it's still women are still way below. It's not even close.
Yeah,
but
it's not even close.
But in any case, right? So I can see that. But I think that how that plays out in societal level, that like is much more complicated. I think humans are much more complex than like I'll say your side, and I don't mean that derisively. Your side tends to boil that down, right? I think it comes down to a talking point about testosterone, estrogen, and you layer
there's more to
a
it
lot
than that,
more
but that's a big
meaning on that, and a lot more power on it than it actually has. But I'll leave that there, because otherwise we're gonna have a big fight on this. On this. But I appreciate you. So let me get these super chats out of the way. We got one that's gonna accelerate this, but we'll see. And then we'll move on. So FQ says $10. Thank you, FQ, so much for the kindness. Do it, Prime. Read the anti-woke feminist chat. Okay. All right. So she sent me something in our DMs, and I'm gonna read it. we'll see what happens. Okay, and I can also copy and paste this into our group DM so you guys can see it because it's kind of long. Anyway, it says
along with you.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it right now. Copy, paste. All right. She says, let's play a math game with our favorite right-wing topic, IQ. Imagine I am King Kim Jong-un. I imprison 50 men and 50 women in one room. To save our failing birth rate, I force men and women of roughly the same IQ to marry. The graph below depicts their IQ distribution. I got to send you the graph. Sorry. As you can see, women have a lower standard deviation from 100 IQ compared to men. This will result.
but okay.
Roughly, I'm gonna send that graph in a second. This one was all roughly in 5 lower IQ men and 5 higher IQ women with no match. A surplus of roughly 10 middle IQ women remain left over. Out of our room of 100 people following the equality standard, roughly 20 men and women remain unmatched. I am now left in a bit of a pickle. As dictator of North Korea, I am left with 3 options. A, even distribute the surplus women to both low and high IQ men. B, force the surplus women to only marry high IQ men with about 5 low IQ and 5 middle IQ women left over. Or C, allow 20% of the room's population to remain unmatched. Congratulations, you now understand why women go after the Chad. And so this is what she's
making a false
referring
assumption
to.
that IQ is associated with
Copy
Chadness.
image. Let's see if
Okay.
can,
No, I can respond.
This is the graph. So you can take a look at that. And she says, let me read 2 other things that she sent. She says, also, one more thing. Income matters to women, at least in large part, because it's combined with IQ. And it's one of the fastest way to sift through dozens of options to choose a mate of higher intelligence. That would be the price mechanism. That sounds like that to me. And then finally, she says, it's not simply about resource allocations. It's a sign of intelligence, which women care about in order to pass down their children. I'll copy and paste that as well. So you can respond to that.
So I don't know if this is the full graph, but I love graphs that have like no axes labeled and it's percentage and like there's no numbers. Those are all the best quality graphs.
I can independently verify it. I just wanted to say
it's just a representation of the variability hypothesis, okay?
Right?
And there's research to back
it's
that
just,
up. Please stop subverting
It's all in the middle as
conversation.
opposed to the ends.
Don't tell me.
But this was in reference to, I think, an earlier question or an earlier kind of spat between Socrates and Scott, which is like, do you want the kind of male kind of like the male-led society in the sense that like they're the ones going out and working and making money, or do you want this kind of feminism kind of angle? And I think the problem here is, at least from my position, I think that having the men be the providers makes sense based on all the biological arguments I just made. I'm not going to rehash that. But the concern is when you try to take the best of both, and this is what I'm accused like feminism generally of doing, is where we try to take the best of both worlds and then like keep none of the bad, right? Because at the end of the day, it's an interest organization. It's basically like a union. It's not actually an equality movement. It's aimed at addressing inequalities that affect women negatively, and it completely ignores, like, you're not going to see a feminist rally where they're all out marching for greater sentencing for women for the same crime, despite the fact that the gender gap is much greater than the racial gap. You're not going to see that. Nobody cares about that. Nobody talks about that because that's not actually in the interest of the feminists, right? Their interest is to appease their base, and their base is going to be primarily women that want to achieve certain ends, and they don't want to lose that support.
And men who want
to. I mean, that's a fair critique of white liberal
concern.
Feminism. That's fair.
Well,
yeah,
and you can call it white liberal feminism, but like that's all brands of feminism that I have run into in my 30 years of existence. So whatever wisdom that grants me, this has been like I've honestly that kind of feminism seems to be like the same whether it be a black woman feminism or an Asian woman. I don't see it like specific. Feminism. Yeah, well, you said white liberal, white women, white liberal feminism.
Yeah.
I understand that like it's easier just to toss it on the whites, but I mean this is a multiracial problem. I think it's a multiracial coalition.
Socrates, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, look up Bell Hooks' Will to Change.
Is she white?
No.
Damn, I wish I would have got you on that.
If you want your brain to be muddled with contradictions and nonsense, read some Bell Hooks, boys.
What do you have against Bell Hooks in particular?
Let him count the ways.
It's gonna be a big fight. It's gonna be a big fight. We're gonna ignore that for now. Sorry.
So
what I was gonna say is I totally understand why women go for the Chads. Women should go for the Chads. It should be a society that emphasizes male production. That's all good and dandy. We just have to. I just want these women to fucking accept it. That's what I want. I just want women to say, yes, I am fine being the housewife. That's what we need. Okay, we need more of that.
The reason that I brought this up is because this book by a very like renowned, one of the preeminent feminists of the last century, talks about how she feels like feminism lost its way in terms of, and many feminists lost their way in terms of forgetting that men are like at the same time the primary victims of patriarchy, and that they're not, men individually and men as human beings are not the establishers of patriarchy. They are victims of patriarchy at exactly the same time as women. And so if you want to be able to be serious about your like speaking on these topics, and you say something like, well, I haven't encountered a feminist speaking on this topic in this way. If you read this book, and it's not a crazy long book, and it was a pretty easy read. It wasn't like jargon heavy, painful philosophy. It's a very straightforward, easy to read book. You can read this, and then you won't be able to say that anymore, and you'll be able to talk about specifically like what the academia says about.
Look, hold on. Anybody can publish a book. This person, I've never heard of this fucking person before. This person. No. This person is not in the cultural zeitgeist. When you see the feminist, no, they're not.
You're wrong. You're just wrong.
Wait, hold on. When you look at every major feminist movement, are you saying that they've read this book and they're like, you're right, we should march to raise sentences for women? Weird. I never see it. Maybe this is going to be some. Maybe this is going to be some concessions in a book that some sociologist writes. Whatever. It doesn't actually inform any of the movements that I see.
I don't know why you would talk about this if you're not familiar. Like, why would you talk about it in this way if you're not familiar with it? I don't get it. Like,
because I can experience the cultural zeitgeist of America.
I'm sorry, friend.
But that's just feelings. Like those aren't facts. Those don't have anything.
Do you have an example to prove me wrong? Like of a current feminist organization that actually has any kind of political clout? That is taking this whole we gotta fix the male problems.
The thing that you're asking for doesn't make sense. No one's advocating for that because it's someone's advocating.
Because why isn't anybody advocating for that?
Yes.
But why isn't anybody advocating for that?
Hold on, because you're asking for something ridiculous, and in fact, we have an answer for you.
What's ridiculous?
No, sorry. I'm gonna tell you what's ridiculous about this.
Tell me.
One, it's showing right that like in your 30 years of experience,
and my doctorate,
right, you haven't run across the name
doctorate. Don't know about bell hooks.
This is your first time, right?
No,
and
not a doctorate in degrees
I know. And look, I don't blame you for that, right? Look, you run into things when you do that. You learn things when you do, right? I'm not saying you're wrong or something, but I'm saying that it shows that your experience in this field, right? This field that you're critiquing so hard is very tiny. It's very limited, right? Bell Hooks is extremely famous. She's definitely within the zeitgeist when we're talking about feminist discourse. Absolutely, right? That's a gap in your knowledge, and that's okay, right? Again, I'm not trying to hit you, blame you on that. That's simply the fact.
Let me, I guess, explain then what I tried. No, hold on. Let me explain then.
Let me finish my point.
Well, did you just make the point?
No, that was the first part. That was point one.
I want to address that point. That point's more interesting to me.
Okay. Well, then you'll probably want to address the second point as well, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a really substantial.
Well, I know Prime's gonna make a second point.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, like you're talking about, hey, why aren't people marching for like equalized sentencing, right? Like, well, the feminists the higher sentencing, right? Well, within feminist thought, within like intersectional feminist thought, they think about like the prison culture. They think about incarceration, right? And with the dominant school of thought there would be, we want to reduce incarceration all around, right? Mm-hmm. They would say that, hey, we would have like to have like not a retributive justice. What's the other word for it?
Restorative justice.
Restorative. Thank you. Restorative justice
or social justice.
We would want to, or social justice, right? Like
that's where it came from.
Yeah, we want to reduce our reliance on the carceral state. We want to vastly lower that. We would say that they would say that like a portion of that population is due male population is due because of the pressures of patriarchy. That's why they end up there in the first place. They'd want to get rid of those pressures, so they want to vastly lower the amount of people within prison in the first place, right? If not being a straight up prison abolitionist. Right, so you're asking literally the wrong question when we were discussing this. And again, this is I don't say this to say that you're dumb or anything like that, right? I'm just saying that like your knowledge here is clearly lacking.
No. Okay, I'm going to address both points.
No.
I know you don't take me as dumb. That'd be impossible, and it's also possible for smart people to have gaps. I'm not taking this in terms of personal offense. What I'm taking this in the sense of I feel like you guys aren't understanding what I'm saying. If we want to take a dive into like these esoteric like academic areas of gender philosophy or gender theory or et cetera, et cetera.
What do you mean?
I'm making my point. I'm making my point.
You've already failed. If you want to, 3 words into the point.
He's making his way downtown.
Maybe I can redeem myself at the end of the sentence.
Okay,
just give me a second.
I trust. I believe.
Do you? Anyway,
I'm a believer.
What I'm saying is that if this was a hey, let's have a study on like gender philosophy, etc., or like a I want to say like Bible study, but like a gender philosophy study where we all get together and like, people bring up.
Told you it was going to take an hour, by the way.
These feminist that's a good point. These feminist writers, etc.
I said too.
I'm sure that knowing who Bell Hooks is going to be relevant and like these theories. Now, I would disagree with this person. I assume what this person's writings are generally because
you would
as a
disagree
defender,
with everything she said. Yes,
as a defender of the so that's why I said I assume. All right.
As a black woman, or what? What do you agree? What do you disagree with?
Yeah, that's all of it for sure. But I would as a defender of gender roles, I would likely disagree with her. If you're saying this particular writer happens to avoid the pitfalls of hypocrisy and obvious interest pursuit that the actual feminist movement and organizations and the vast majority of feminists that you run into and the people who vote based on feminist ideals, et cetera, the actual political power associated with the movement, these people do not avoid the pitfalls of hypocrisy or the pitfalls of like brazen interest pursuit, where they are just hyper fixated on their own single agenda, which is I want to pursue policies that benefit me as a woman, and I don't want to pursue policies that benefit them as men. And that's where most of this comes from.
Do you, when we talk about when we bring up white feminism, right? You understand why we call it white feminism? Isn't to attack the white, right? It's not like.
I think it is. It's like people talk about white women or white woman.
I think it is because you have such little understanding of this subject, right? Yes, but the base understanding says yes. It says the word white in front of it, so they must.
I went to college. I dealt with these people. I know what they think.
I know you went to college. Yes, I know you went to college, and I know that like you were too busy being like upset and butthurt about what these people were saying, but to actually intake like the knowledge. Hey,
look, I was let into their inner circles. I was a leftist.
The reason, hold on. The reason, because you're wrong. Because you're wrong here. The reason why we call it white feminism is because it's not multi-dimensional. That like feminism, as it was originally created within the Western tradition, right, was created by middle-class white women, right, and they did it. To your point, right? To your point, the feminism they created, the things that they pushed for were specifically for their interests, for their class interests, right? So those individuals, yes, they would like fall perfectly into what you're saying. I would agree with you when we're talking about white feminism. Now, again, it's not to attack simply white people. It's just to say that that feminism
Can I jump in?
No, wait. This is the second point. I want to disagree with this one.
We can't because if you do, Scott, and I'm not trying to stifle you.
I actually want to just like marry this real quick so we can move on. Right?
Okay.
Well, wait. The second point that I have to address, and he's reiterating it.
Lactoid, let's just agree to move on a little bit. All right, listen, bell hooks is super popular in any feminist class you take. If you take gender studies, women's studies classes, you will absolutely learn about bell hooks because along with Kimberly Crenshaw, she's based these two people.
I know Kimberly Crenshaw.
These two people essentially created intersectional feminism. Right now, bell hooks gets less respect than Kimberly Crenshaw, right? But like Ain't I a Woman came out long before Kimberly Crenshaw had any major publications. The main thesis of like bell hooks in general, right, is that feminism solves everything, but also feminism needs to include class struggle and anti-racism, right? So it needs to be explicitly Marxist, and it needs to be explicitly critical race theory and feminism all in one thing. And that white feminism, right, is like an imperialist form of feminism that castigates black women to the sidelines. It doesn't care about what happens to women in Africa, for example, or doesn't care about, you know, the struggles that are specific to black women, right? And she's very, like, one of the major things that she brought towards feminism, for example, was a critique of the feminine mystique and the concept of like the white suburban mom stuck at home, which was like a big part of second wave feminism. And she's like, hey,
I've heard
dude,
all this before.
Black women, right? So you recognize the theory,
yeah,
right? Just not the name,
and I'm
right.
No. I'm disagreeing with how this is used in like the common zeitgeist. This has been my point the entire time.
Right.
This is why I'm trying to like specifically delineate, and my criticism is with the feminist movements. No. If we were in it,
you're not disagreeing with what I'm saying. You're actually agreeing with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that her flawed and fucked up logic is that we will fix it with more feminism, and feminism is specifically towards creating like fix. No, you're harping. You're harping. Listen,
maybe,
relax.
But
right.
I guess I'm not getting heard.
You're completely correct that feminism never was and never has been and never will be about actually equalizing the genders, and it is always focused on the things that benefit women, that, and in Bell Hooks's example, benefit blacks and benefit, you know, the proletariat all together, whilst at the same time completely ignoring and casting aside any of the negative impacts that occur on men, etc. Unless it is a tool, unless it is a tool for saying that feminism helps everybody. And the way she does that is she says that you're not punished for your gender. And she ignores gender problems. It says you're punished for your class, you're punished for your race.
And she categorizes anybody who doesn't go along with this as participating in this white liberal feminism. And this white liberal feminism is like a stamp that they're using for any kind of non-intersectional feminism. I understand I understand what that's being said. It's not me misunderstanding. I'm saying that right there is not the political zeitgeist. What the political zeitgeist is they will see, like, say, oh, white women, oh, white liberal feminism. It is much more about the white than it is about the liberal feminism. My only argument here is that, like, black liberal feminism, like these black feminists, all this stuff, even I'm assuming this person who I haven't read, but I definitely think it is the case with Crenshaw. All of their movements are also just self-interest organizations masquerading as equality organizations. That's my criticism. I understand what they say. I'm calling them liars. That's what's going on.
You can be a black person who is a white feminist. That's a thing. It's not about the race of the individual. Like it's talking like Scott had it correct when he's talking about
if you're like a second wave or third wave feminist, but you're a black woman, you're ignoring black issues.
I'm sure they're saying that. Feminist. I'm sure you're saying that, but when Democrats hear, what do they say? Oh, black women are carrying the party on our back. It's the white liberal feminists, these suburban moms. They're the problem. It's the black women who are carrying the party on our back.
Are a huge portion of the voting base for. Okay, sorry.
Well, hold on. Can we just admit that two things can be true at the same time?
Yeah.
I think you're kind of speaking against each other because, yes, from a theory-driven perspective and from the arguments made by Bell Hooks and other people, Prime is right. When we're talking about in practice, you're absolutely right, because in practice, the theory is one based off of resentment against white people, against wealthy people, and against men.
That has been not at all. Entire argument
is almost entirely motivated by resentment.
Okay, this is.
I know that's been.
This is not true, but there's a piece
Socrates,
of it.
Wrap it up for us. You got whatever you're saying. It'll be a final thing.
We didn't even get to talk about Kim Jong-un and the Chad IQ distribution.
Well, no, there's another super chat, so we're gonna stay on this topic for a little bit longer. By the way.
Okay. Let me do my thing in like 2 sentences, and then we can go to the super chat. Okay, in like 2 sentences. Every fucking everything ever is advocating for some kind of interest. Okay, that's not a critique of anything. It's advocating for an interest. What that scope of interest? What the scope of that interest? That's the relevant piece. So when people are critiquing, oh no, white, liberal, suburban, feminist, whatever. The thing they're critiquing is that the interest is really, really narrow. More woman drone pilots, right? That's the meme, okay?
So you're not critiquing all of these different things.
No, I agree
right.
with you.
Or,
I agree.
right?
I agree.
And-
I agree with you. That's
yeah.
why I'm a libertarian, because I advocate for the smallest minority, the individual.
Yes,
The
gamers.
individual.
Yes,
Unlike
okay.
you,
And then-
who's against minorities.
Yes, exactly. And
Okay.
what Bell Hooks is talking about is that men need to be included, and men historically have been included, but not enough. And that way has been lost in a lot of spaces as you're experiencing. I'm not trying to disregard your experience. What you're saying is absolutely true, and she's right. I think this would be honestly gratifying for you to read, because she's speaking to that exact experience.
Socrates,
Where
you're going too far now, brother. Like,
She might be right in that specific part of it.
yeah.
No,
But that's the thing, is that she's emphasizing the way that to be consistent about advocating for feminism and for the gains of feminism is
you must
that
also
the
be
focus
Marxist, and you must
has to
also be racist.
No,
we got it.
Shut the fuck up. That you also have to be making sure that men are part of the thought leaders of that movement, are included in that conversation, and that the plight of men is understood at a first person level and at a theoretical level in the ways that men are injured by lots of things in our society. That we could disagree about the names, but she's advocating for inclusion of men as a primary player within feminism.
I absolutely agree with you there. Like Lactoid, like you think I don't understand your argument. I do understand your argument. I think you misunderstand what part of it I'm disagreeing with. Like if you're talking about, especially like you said specifically the parts of the feminist movement that are in power, right? Those parts, right? Yeah, they practice a lot of what you're talking about, right? I would agree with you about a lot of those movements, like literally the fucking what was it called? The Times Up movement, right? The Times Up organization is exactly an example of what you're talking about and what Bell Hooks is critiquing, right? Both of those things could be true at the same time. So I agree with you. Yes, with a lot where a lot of the power is at, right? How feminism was enacted onto the women in Iraq, right? I have a whole big spiel about that. But that was an example of
Before
what
you said
you were
in Iraq,
talking
you were
about.
pointing down to the women and then pointing at the only
Oh,
woman
sorry,
on the
sorry.
panel.
Okay.
I just
But
thought that was
that's
funny.
right.
The women!
Iraq is somewhere. Iraq is somewhere, right? I would agree with you.
Over there.
You're misunderstanding where, somewhere. All around, right? But like I would agree with you that
That's the imperialist nature of white
imperialist
feminism, by the
nature
way.
of their movements.
That would be
so,
Bell
but I'm
Hooks'
gonna leave it
argument.
there. I gotta read
be
this.
pointing down.
Or as Socrates said, more female drone pilots as the meme.
Lactoid. Yeah, Lactoid is diverting from intellect on purpose. Low IQ men apparently you can't put IQ in YouTube.
Oh
Low
my
IQ
God.
men had an easier time with marriage and status in 1971 than in 2025, which is why gender wars carry the uprising of the proletariat vibe to them.
I could go on about this, but I'm just going to let us move.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess.
So
I
noble.
would
I love it.
Well, to answer it, I guess. First of all, very unscientific of YouTube to not allow you to reference the solid science of IQ. I'm not kidding. This is like obviously politically motivated.
He gets
This
very
is
upset
bullshit.
about this.
This is absolute bullshit.
yeah.
This is like obviously like leftism infecting the cultural zeitgeist and being anti-science, right? I get just as angry as this as if I see somebody come on and say global warming isn't real at all. Nothing's happening. No, this is unscientific. This is completely unscientific. IQ is real. It matters. To answer the
No.
question,
I don't think she's disagreeing with IQ being real.
No, I'm not. This is not targeting her.
This is
attacking
a
YouTube
tangential
right
rant of Lactoid.
now. Yeah, this is a tangential rant where I shit on YouTube.
What he's saying
100%.
is, fuck Neil Mohan.
Maybe. I don't know who that is.
That's the CEO of YouTube.
Oh, well, there you go. To answer the question,
I thought you were a streamer and you don't know that. That's weird.
I didn't know that either.
I don't
had
fucking.
no idea.
He didn't know it
I
either.
don't
Okay,
even-
whatever.
I don't know.
For shame.
I'm not.
on all of
I
you.
wasn't
Not Bell
trying.
Hooks, not the
Corey
CEO
knew
of
it.
YouTube. Like, come
Corey
on,
knew
Lactoid.
it.
Not anyone.
I wasn't
Corey knew that
trying
shit, didn't you,
to-
Corey?
Oh God.
Yes, I had
CEO
replay.
feminism.
I wasn't trying to just like divert from intellect on purpose. That's never my intention. I'm perfectly happy talking about intellect. It is two things are 100% true. It is 100% true that income is strongly correlated with IQ, and it is also true that IQ is one of, if not the strongest predictor of romantic pairings. People tend to be very attracted to people who are either kind of close to themselves or higher in IQ. This is a very, very strong
she would agree with you. And her whole thing about IQ is that there was an imbalance in terms of, well, maybe this might be distortion what she's saying, but there's an imbalance in the distribution between IQ, right? Between men and women. This creates an imbalance within the dating market that it makes sense to use as a proxy, right? To balance that imbalance would be money, right? Would be salary. That is a good indicator.
I think that's a dog shit argument, to be honest. I think it's actually probably the exact opposite. It's that
I don't know.
Resource allocation is important to building a stable family, and IQ tends to correlate strongly with the ability to gain resources. I don't think there is a lot of evidence to suggest that women are specifically deeply attracted to IQ, and then a lot of money is just like a proxy for that. I think they're more so attracted to stability for a potential family, and that IQ is an aspect or element of that.
No,
that's what I meant.
No, I understand them.
If that was the case, Bill Gates would have like 72 fucking wives. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Yes,
you're
right.
He's
got a on mattresses.
He's a Chad for sure.
On
For
the
sure,
subconscious
exactly.
level,
He's not.
There could be something on the subconscious level of like you see that somebody makes a ridiculous amount of money, and then you might assume like, oh, they must be smart. I mean, they're making all this money. There could be a little bit of that phenomenon going on. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that like. There's going to be a strong correlation between the two regardless, right?
Yeah,
like if
for
a
sure.
woman meets somebody who makes a lot of money, like, oh, like I think when women say they want to date guys that make a lot of money, it's not just because they want the money, it's because they tend to like guys that make a lot of money because those kind of guys also tend to be smarter. And my response to this is very simple. I want a society in which women are pursuing the smartest, richest men, and the smartest, richest men are pursuing the most fertile, intelligent women, and everybody else can just go pound sand. That's my perfect ideal society.
Or ride a motorcycle.
$5. She says it's all quote unquote meritocracy and quote unquote IQ matters until the culture of dating capitalism murdered sexual communism for flunky men. Well, basically, I'm sure I'm going to butcher your argument, FQ. But I mean, I think this is one to strike against red pillars, and two, saying that now all of a sudden men have all these excuses for their failures, right? When before it's about a meritocracy, before it's about IQ, right? But then it's like, oh well, now these people are getting ahead in life, right? Being women, and now that doesn't matter. Now it's not my IQ that's the problem. That's not why I'm failing. It's because meritocracy doesn't exist anymore, right? That's why these women are getting jobs, right? And I'm being left behind. And so, like a bunch of excuses for men who aren't.
Man, you make the red pillars sound more correct and base than they actually are.
I need to say one thing real quick. So in your chat, there's somebody who says you can't even measure IQ. So look up what an IQ test is.
Okay. All right.
You can't measure G factor perfectly.
We are going.
IQ is an attempt to measure G.
This topic behind now. It's happening. It's happening. Amazing. And as I do that, I'm going to read another super chat. It doesn't have to do with this. For $10 from a while ago, Alexander Wynn says, "Been a busy end of the year, and thanks for reading. I don't think the answer is meaningful. The answer that Scott gave previously about what was it?
Well, I don't think the answer is meaningful.
But maybe, but maybe I'm misunderstanding some things. I'll see if he wants to talk about it offline later. So
my DMs are open.
Hit him up, Andrew Wynn. Thank you so much. Okay, so beyond that, all right, we're gonna move. Thank you, Mike from Canmore gifted one membership to the YouTube channel. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much for the kind of support. Okay, really kind. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next topic, right? If you enjoyed the pre-show. If you enjoyed
a 2-hour pre-show.
Just imagine how good the show is going to be.
Yeah, right.
That wasn't even the show,
to like the 1 hour and 10 minutes left of the actual show. If you enjoyed that pre-show, well then what you should do is follow the channel, right? You should follow us on Twitch. You should follow us on YouTube. You should follow us on Kick. I finally made a Kick account. So we're streaming on Kick now. How's the gambling? I hope it's going well. Use some of that money that you're winning, right, on the channel. I don't even know what they're called. Subscriptions, memberships. I literally don't know. I just made it last week. I have no clue. But consider following the channel, one or the other. Being a part of the community. Really appreciate anyone who might be watching on Kick. I don't even want to look at the numbers. I'm sure it's like 2 people. Thank you for anyone who was here. Oh, also I made a TikTok the other day. So TikTok at Prime Kai, right?
What? I can finally use that TikTok and stream with you. I have some subs there.
Yeah, and he'll be banned within the week.
Well, hold on. I did make a TikTok, right? I can't stream yet because you have to like get a certain number of
1,000 followers.
I think it's a lot lower than 12,000. A lot.
It's 1,000 followers.
Oh, well, okay. Well, somewhere. In any case, I haven't reached that level, right? But one thing is for sure, I will not be streaming the Revelry on TikTok, right? Why?
No, there's a lot of money to be made
because of this motherfucker right here. That guy. That
doesn't
guy?
even
Yeah,
matter.
that one.
Prime, that doesn't even matter. We'll have a separate talk. There's a lot of money to be made on TikTok, and I'm happy finally people are starting to get on, so we can. We'll
have a discussion.
I've only been banned from TikTok 3 times. Okay.
And Twitter once or twice.
We need to kill the term unalive
because
though.
of Twitter's
term.
TOS.
Yeah, it's awful.
I've never been banned from Twitter. What are you talking about?
Yeah, true. Yeah, my bad.
So I have much love for my friend Scott. Right, he is not algorithm safe, unfortunately, and I love that about him. I love that about my friend Scott. I'll be doing other things on there, right? Our friend Corey and I were streaming on Dr. Gregory's channel. Dr. Gregory was here with us last week, and we did like a thing together. That was a lot of fun. So come follow me on TikTok and Kick. Yeah. So I can put the link for TikTok into the description. Oops, sorry, into the thing. I'll do that in a second. Okay. In any case, we'll move on to the topic at hand. It only took. We just had a little tangent. It's like no big deal, guys. I don't know what people are upset about. Okay. All right. Okay. So, and we can get rid of this banner. We can get rid of this banner. All right. All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. We're on task as always here on the Prime Kai channel. All right. Police are using a new automated.
She wants us to talk about it again. Bring it back. Bring the conversation back.
As soon as you remove the banner of our women ruining
America.
Yeah,
she had nothing to do here. Police are using a new automated license plate reader that tracks billions of callers per day. While this technology is not new, Flock Safety has created an integrated system that combines, there she is, that combines this across law enforcement agencies nationally. This data across law enforcement agencies nationally. And it all can be accessed by police without a warrant. Should systems like this be allowed? If not, why should we hobble law enforcement's abilities to track criminals? If you're against this, are there other technologies that we should block police from using? Is it even reasonably possible that we can freeze the advancements of law enforcement capabilities over the long run? Or is this simply a losing battle? So yeah, in case you haven't heard about it, this actually went quite viral. So I imagine a lot of people have heard something about this in recent days. There's a company called Flock Systems or Flock Safety, I believe. And we've had like license plate reader cameras and just like random cameras placed in different areas to like watch traffic before. We've had that. What they're doing is simply like aggregating this data and allowing it to be accessed by police of everywhere and everywhere, all without a warrant. And so there's big data being collected here, and there wasn't really a discussion with like localities about should we institute this or anything. It just happened, and all of a sudden law enforcement has this tool, this extremely powerful tool, which they had a lesser version of it before, but we haven't had like a democratic discussion whether they should have this version, this massively expanded version. So that's what I really want to talk about. I want to talk about should it matter, right? Like again, we had cameras looking at cars before, keep a track. I mean, if you've ever gotten a ticket because you sped past a red light and an automatic camera got your license plate, right? Well, then you already experienced this. But this is just this on a much larger level. So should people be upset about it, right? Is it just a logical advancement? Or has this broken through some sort of limit, right? And we're saying we should go no further. So I really want to discuss that in other police technologies. So I will go to our friend Lactoid. I'm gonna start there.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. I'm feeling pretty combative now. I don't know why. I think the topic got me kind of heated.
Women get you really upset. I know.
No, that like especially because anyway, yeah, the prior topic got me. I think more heated.
A little triggered there, Lactoid?
A little bit triggered. Yeah, I'm pretty. This one I'm pretty torn on. So I'm gonna very aggressively take the fence setting position, I guess. And whoever can make the best argument, I'll just go over. Because on one hand, I'm like, yeah, kind of Orwellian cameras everywhere, kind of pretty fucking scary, pretty reasonable to be like, hey man, we shouldn't have the government watching our shit, man. Okay, I'm with you, I get it. But then on the other hand, getting your car jacked sucks. And if this helps reduce that, which my cursory research on the data appears to indicate that it does. And it would make sense that it does if it's finding stolen cars and giving us like kind of an idea of where they are. I don't know how effective it is at actually like a deterrent, but it does appear to be effective at least recovering stolen vehicles. And in public, you don't have a constitutional expectation of privacy in the first place, right? Like I can walk out in the road, I can see your license plate. I mean, the idea, the cops can see your license plate, that's what it's for. So, you know, on one hand, it's not super egregious to me. They're putting a camera on a public street in public, scanning a license plate that was made so the police can look at you and look what's going on. Okay, I understand that. But on the other hand, like this scale is kind of scary, and I can see why people are a little bit concerned about, you know, Big Brother.
Thank you so much. And Desolate Mirror, I think you're the first person to follow me on Kick. Thank you for that, Desolate Mirror. You're awesome. You're a Chad. Thank you so much for being so kind as to hit us up.
High IQ Chad. One and the same.
And high IQ Chad, right? Who must have a high salad because those things are correlated. Let's go to our friend Scott, who recognizes that we are short on time. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. Recognizing that we're short on time, hello, Desolate Mirror. Welcome to Primekai's Kick channel, and to Desolate Mirror and only Desolate Mirror. You can find me, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube and on Twitter primarily. Yeah. So in regards to the topic, I would say in the most succinct way possible, technology is good, and government is evil. I am absolutely positive that, you know, this technology is a force for good. You know, like I can hate the concept of the government panopticon, while at the same time recognizing, you know, if someone kidnapped my son or my daughter, I kind of would like a system when someone puts an APB out that 2 states later their license plate gets tagged, you know, 2 states away, and someone can respond and like get my son or daughter back to me, right? At the same time, the actual problem of this is that what we have done is, without actually increasing the state's power via legislation, we have increased the state's power to surveil and control us via the natural evolution of technology. And when you have a government where the police are not that popular, and they should be less popular than they are, and when you have a increasingly growing surveillance state where they use metadata to track people and find information about them in the hopes of being able to shut down speech and shut down people's ability to meaningfully resist against government tyranny, giving them more power and more technology is a bad thing. And this is just more reason why we should abolish the police from the state and allow it to be privatized, so that companies that are actually liable can be able to compete in the market.
Okay, thanks so much. Let's go to Friend Corey.
Even though I'm not as trigger as Lactoid, I too am a little bit conflicted on the topic. That's just because my gay show score is lower than his. But regardless, yes, I think privacy is really tricky. To Scott's point, in terms of with extreme surveillance, if kidnapping or child abduction rates go down or precipitously fall to 0, I can see a benefit to that. But then there's obviously a con of extreme surveillance, or if there's this precipitous drop in overall crime. Okay, there's obviously some good there and value there. But then yes, maybe extreme surveillance. I don't know where the balance lies. Based off of the reading of the article, they seems to push it maybe a little bit to the extreme. But I don't know exactly where the perfect balance lies, or even if there is one. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Friend Ali.
I think 10% of these cameras end up helping solve crime or whatever the fuck it is. I think a majority of these cameras, all it's going to do is give people more tickets for municipal bullshit, so that the city or the state, the fucking evil state, can make money, right? If it's one thing that will make me a libertarian, it's I hate the ticketing system that's instilled by the cops. I don't think they should be. I don't think cops should or cities should be able to have cameras that catch you speeding, and then all of a sudden now you owe just a $200 ticket, and then there's a point system and they can revoke your license. And then most of the fucking criminals that they're going to catch are just going to be people on bench warrants who maybe couldn't afford to pay their speeding ticket, and now their license is suspended, and now they have a warrant out for their arrest because the mafia, they couldn't pay the mafia that is the city and the state. So right now I'm a libertarian on the issue. Obviously, it's not reasonable for me to say fuck the police and that they shouldn't be able to have cameras, because I want them to actually do their fucking jobs and stop being lazy, fat, overpaid shits. But yeah, I just think this is a big money grab. It's just going to further. And then sure, some criminals will get caught, but I don't think it's due to it should be more because the police are doing their jobs, not because there's cameras on every single corner.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Socrates.
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that there's some brethren in our libertarian friend here in actually calling out not over policing, but over authoritarianizing the state. We can talk about cops having constant permanent surveillance cameras when we get rid of the fucking Patriot Act that we swore we were going to get rid of. As soon as we've won the war on terror, maybe we'll stop surveilling everybody everywhere in digital life. And now they want to do it everywhere in real life. We know what these are for. Let's get real about this. There's two reasons that this kind of push is being made. One of them is to support the idea that there's some kind of insane crime wave that we need to have some kind of authoritarian lockdown to prevent. This isn't true. This is a lie. Crime is decreasing. Things are getting safer. The kind of hostility in the streets that can be increasing is from cost of living increases, SNAP benefits now being cut, maybe permanently, tons and tons of people losing the ability to just buy food, children not being able to buy food for your children. There's likely to be more people who will have to steal to feed their kids,
And now there's going to be cameras automatically finding those people and arresting them and locking up people so that you can get more people in prisons, and the people who run the prisons will be able to buy, this nice private corporate system we have where people who run prisons can buy the politicians they like, and the rest of us have to live with the laws that they create. So this is just an authoritarian crackdown on what they see as a potential way that people might rise up if you destroy their like ability to survive in the world.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Zealous, right? We didn't really need your comments about the previous topic. This is where we need you to step up. But thank you for being here, Zealous.
Thank you for having me.
You seem very low to me.
You seem extremely low.
Well, she was speaking a lot during the last topic. We just never heard her.
Maybe she was.
Oh no.
I'm on my phone, so this is.
We can't hear you. You're super.
We were able to hear you last week pretty well.
Can you turn her up?
Yeah.
200%.
I don't know if I can. Let's
It's
see.
not going to be enough.
Well, I'm just saying you can control audio to some degree on your end.
It's not easy here. Let's try. Try speaking now.
Is that any better?
No.
You got max volume. Try jumping in and out.
Or your phone's.
Are you using your same phone?
Yeah, I'm using the same phone.
Is your phone on speaker, or is it like it's
Are you
on...
holding it with your hand and covering up the mic?
No, I don't think I'm covering the mic.
Like we can hear something. We know you're speaking, but like.
Does that
there we go.
Yeah.
Were you holding
Right,
it in
there
your
we
hand
go.
and covering the mic?
Yeah. What were you doing?
No, I was using my Bluetooth. I was using a speaker because I feel like the sound reverberates. But okay. Well, there we go. For me, the service is definitely a big problem. I feel like it's just mass surveillance, which is a constitutional problem for me. I think that creating location maps and patterns of movement on people and storing that and just having it, and any cop can access that at any time for any reason. I definitely feel like that's a constitutional problem, and I don't know. I don't agree with it. I feel like we already are at the I feel like the line of what's acceptable with our police surveillance already, and I feel like this just totally crosses it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right.
Who did you think was
let's
going to be
just jump in.
police state?
Well, I was hoping Gibbs to be here. Honestly,
Gibbs is.
but
I mean, I was about to say.
Gibbs?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I'm pro like
There should
getting
be
the
autocannons
criminals.
too, shooting everybody.
Like I'm not convinced that like the concern with getting criminals is motivated by some kind of like only 8% of our prisons are for profit, private. The vast majority of prisons are like publicly funded at a loss.
How much money do cities make off of, like, honestly, speeding tickets and bullshit like that, which is what I think, we criminals, right? That's
Sure.
where all the money is coming from.
I mean, this is like the
Privatized prisons don't mean shit to the
Yeah.
fucking municipals.
This is probably a motivate. Yeah, I can see this going that route where this starts to get used and justified more of like tickets. Now, I get the
all it is.
concern, but I think tickets are preferable to taxes. So,
Well, you have both. So, like,
well, maybe if we
you-
can like
you
start
have
funding the city
taxes-
more off
you
tickets,
have the
then we can
taxes
reduce
paying
taxes.
for the people giving you the tickets. It's a vicious cycle, brother.
Well, it's
See,
a camera that does it now.
well, I mean, we're still paying for the camera.
Yeah, is that cheap? Like, I guess I'll have to see the
Bro,
actual
you're not even a
cost-benefit
libertarian.
analysis.
Why am I talking to you, Scott?
No,
Get this
wait,
guy real
I
quick.
just said
Get
the
this guy
tickets
real
are better
quick.
than the
He wants
taxes.
fucking
I don't like
state. He doesn't
taxes.
care. Now
No.
it's a camera.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's take a step back from the because I agree. Like, yeah,
You want to automate the state now, huh? You want to automate
ticketing
police?
people going 15 miles an hour over.
socialist.
Like, yeah.
Oh my God,
like,
you are a socialist.
Whatever. But
No,
you would
no, not
agree
what-
that like
whatever.
you would agree there is a valid interest at the very least. There is like a valid. The question here is, does it go too far? Because there is a genuine valid interest in, I don't want my fucking car jacked, or if my kids kidnapped.
This isn't going to do shit for your car getting jacked. Your car is going to get jacked if they're if it's getting jacked locally, to which the people are going to the chop shops immediately, and if not, the people are dropping the license plates. If someone's smart enough to steal your car. Right, the people that are joyriding for an hour and a half, or dropping your car off in some alley, or they know exactly where they're taking your car. It's not going to get caught 2 states down, because no one does that. No one's taking car 2 states out.
I'm not saying
unless they kidnap a kid, in which case, yes, that very specific scenario. I'm glad we have the system, but for the majority of the time that the system is going to be used, it's going to be some fucking guy who has a bench warrant, and we need to get our ticket price. They're going to take him to jail, or that's our tax dollars at work.
Hold on, it depends what the bench warrant's for, but from what I've looked into, it actually has been somewhat effective at like recovering stolen vehicles, right? Because you're right, the kind of pro, the guy who's stealing the car, then taking it to a chop shop right away, and knows the routes to avoid these cameras or whatever. Yeah, probably not going to be super effective against that guy, but at the same time, like that might be effective perhaps at like triangulating where these shops are over time. It also, not all vehicle thieves are like this sophisticated.
Isn't the idea that we kind of know where the shops are? We just don't have the evidence to bust the shop like at the time, right? Like you can know that a chop shop exists, but you can't just go in and shut the shop down.
I know, but if you have
savvy than you think, maybe
there are some.
We're talking me or Scott or
Lactoid.
Yeah.
I think there are, just like I said, there's some pros that are going to be more sophisticated. I still think these cameras could probably help at like triangulating certain like chop shops, because by the way, you've had 80 stolen license plates, go into your
how long have we been fighting drugs and we can't catch drug dealers in the streets?
First of all, we do catch drug dealers.
Phones were being tapped, so like every drug dealer on earth was going to get caught, and yet the fucking streets are just filled with.
We catch a lot of drug dealers. We have a lot of people in prison for drug offenses. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and
I disagree that we should be enforcing that.
We still have a bunch of them, right? But we still have a bunch of them, right?
You're right. We will never be able to perfectly enforce every crime.
We have this high surveillance state to prevent drugs. We have this high surveillance state to prevent
but there's still drugs.
We don't prevent anything.
Why do we even have laws against murder? We've had laws against murder for hundreds of years.
All right, the surveillance works.
And there's still murder.
Okay, we got it. Okay,
I'm loving this.
Clearly,
and a lot of criminals, by the way, are not sophisticated. A lot of criminals, there's a strong correlation between low IQ and being criminal, right? There is a lot of criminals.
Hold on, I just meant specifically with chop shops. Like the people that run chop shops are a lot better than
fair. Yes, just like I said, yes, yeah. Those specific like professionals, I would agree. Those are probably like the higher end kind of sophisticated criminals. I think a lot of car thefts are from meth heads. And, like, these people who are just...
You haven't seen a documentary called Gone in 60 Seconds, okay? Right? It was about this. It was about...
I haven't read Bell Hooks. I haven't realized this particular documentary. Why am I even on this page? I know nothing.
A newborn babe, right? Like, just experiencing the rope for the first time. But no. So I think... So I understand... I built into this question, right? Like assurances, just in case no one was in favor of the surveillance state, right? Because like, well, hold on, because like
it's on the fence.
People will say, right?
That's
like,
the camera
hey,
is on the fence.
I'm against, right? I'm against like internet companies like collecting my data. I'm against TSA, right? Like harassing me when I'm trying to go like across international borders, right? And searching my
another
shit,
government
like,
agency.
Yeah.
Not Lactoid.
Yeah, indeed, right? People will say all that, right? But if you ask enough questions, right, eventually you'll get to a level of surveillance that they're okay with, and that's why I wanted to discuss, right? So like, is this block system too much, right? I obviously to think so, but again, we already had this on a lower municipality level, right? Like, should we not have? And this is an honest question, right? Should we not have cameras that show when you run a red light, right? Or speeding cameras or anything like that? Will we be better off about it? We might, and I'm curious what your responses might be. Like when police have new tools, like should police not be able to use tools that like search through social media for threats? This is a big thing, right? Because people talk about how Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson just did a special talking about the shooter who shot at President Trump last August, right? The one who almost hit him, right? And
allegedly,
he, was going through allegedly, but he was going through his social media, right? Because we haven't heard shit about this dude. If you go through his social media, if you go through his YouTube pages, right? At first he's like extremely right wing, but then he has a hard flip to like extremely left wing, and it's weird, right? But he starts like making threats. Well, should the police have the ability to have like data aggregation tools to comb through social media comments, right, to find these things? Do we want that? Maybe this could have been avoided. So yeah, go ahead, Scott.
So a couple of things. First, I'd like to say, based Ali, just one point of contention. You said obviously it's not reasonable to say fuck the police. I would just like to say it is perfectly reasonable to say fuck the police.
I meant in regards to like policy. I can't just be like, well, you got to, just get it. Doesn't for the argument.
Yeah, but you believe in laws, Ali. So how can you?
Yeah, I believe in laws. I believe in laws, and I believe in
laws.
cops. Listen, I believe in laws, and I believe in cops doing their job right, like the whole spiel. What I don't believe in is the city or the state using these fucking laws just to have money grabs on its basic everyday citizens. I'll anecdotally. Listen, the law is there to protect the law of the road is there to protect the drivers. If it's 3 a.m. and I make a right turn on a no turn on red while there's no fucking cars on the street, right? Yeah, I get that I broke the law, but you didn't protect anything. You didn't do anything. You didn't do your job. You didn't. All you did was mafia hold me and take my money.
It's really
That's
interesting.
all you fucking did.
It's actually really interesting that you brought that up, because if you've ever read Ted Kaczynski's manifesto, that's one of the things he actually talks about, right?
Yeah, bro, it's fucking bullshit.
Is our continued subservience to technology and to the concept of order and rules from the state. And one of the things he talks about is being on an empty road and like obeying the red light. I think he's wrong, and the reason I think he's wrong, apart from all the killing and anarcho primitivism, is because nobody cares about that. What they're afraid of is a cop that they don't see somewhere giving them a ticket and punishing them for driving down the fucking road when it's empty. I just thought that was interesting. But just a few things. Lactoid, you kind of already mentioned 8% of private, prisons are private. It's 7% state, 16% federal. It's a little more than 8%, but it's 8% of the prison population is housed in private prisons.
Sure,
but essentially the same thing. Yeah. Private prison.
Most prisoners are in state prisons, by the way. The vast majority.
92% of prisoners are in public prisons, and most of them are in state prisons, not federal prison. Yep. Right. So it's like when Biden is like, I'm going to pardon all the people that are in prison for nonviolent drug crimes in federal prisons. It's like, cool, you pardon like 82 people in this country. Like, thanks. Because they're in state prisons. I don't think that that's a major drive. I do agree that the private prison industry is a socialist system that we should get rid of, obviously, because it's a monopsony, right? There's only one purchaser of the product, and it is the state, right? It's not private. Right, it's fascist. It's pseudo private.
Sure, agree. Actually,
yeah. This concept of tickets are preferable to taxes. Lactoid. I understand what you're saying. Here's why I disagree.
Because I can avoid it, right?
Well, yeah. Here's the problem that I have with that is that tickets are preferable to taxes in isolation. Right. All things remaining equal, I agree that if we have laws that are designed to maintain order or to maintain that people don't do dangerous or reckless behavior, that they are preferable to taxation because, it maintains that order and stability. The problem is that the more society accepts tickets as a form of taxation, then the more incentivized the state is to make more and more things ticketable offenses. And this becomes like a regressive tax on like, just people.
Well, same logic with taxes, though, too, right?
Yeah, well, it's just another form of taxation. They're both bad.
Well, that's my point. Yeah, it's like a form of taxation that I can avoid by not speeding.
Right. I'm just saying that, like, the more we support ticketing as a form of taxation, then the more they encroach upon, what is
Right.
or isn't ticketable behavior, right? Because there's
Well,
no
let me
real,
clarify.
there's no like moral law reason that you ought be able to make a highway have a 65 mile per hour limit and then give you a ticket for going 75, right? Like that's not
Sure.
that's not a moral thing.
Well, right. Let me clarify really quick. I guess what I'm saying is I agree that like and I guess to Ali's main point, which is like, oh, this is like a dumb law. I'm getting punished for this. I'm getting ticketed. This sucks. I get that. I think the solution here is to like get rid of these dumb laws, like make some exception where at 3 o'clock in the morning, if there's nobody there, then you can run the red light.
Yeah, but
for
that's not
motorcycles.
what the
Well,
discussion
hold on.
is. The discussion is, can we put more cameras up for these dumb
Right.
laws?
Well, no,
Like, we're not
I'm
gonna
going to
change
tie
the law.
I'm going to tie it
Well,
back,
he's
right? They
responding
do this
to
from,
Art.
yeah. I'm also
My
responding
bad,
to
my
Scott's
bad.
point. You're good. They did this for motorcycles, for example. Like for motorcycles, they're often not heavy enough to actually for the pressure plates to trigger the light to change in some areas that use pressure plates to trigger the light. And so in
They get
states that
fat
have
on the motorcycle.
states, well, you can get really fat and like cause it, and for some people that might work.
Get a heavier
but,
bike.
Get
a real man's bike.
A man's bike,
I got a very heavy bike and it still doesn't sometimes. The solution to this is you wait 30 seconds and then you can run the light legally. Like they have a specific rule that they made to solve a specific problem because it was kind of dumb if you just had to sit there. Fair enough. Like I like when the law is creative this way, but like this idea of, well, if we just make tickets like if we encourage ticketing for behavior that's like speeding or other forms of perhaps like risk increases, this might cause the government to go further. True, that's a real concern. If we increase taxes, that might encourage the government to raise taxes further, which they do. And for me,
I agree.
I am much more willing to disincentivize speeding than I am working. The income tax disincentivizes people going out and working and providing to the community, while disencouraging speeding, which I agree can be like kind of like a pain in the neck sometimes. Like, yeah, I just want to fucking speed. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
But like there is some strong correlations between speed and death, right? We should
Yeah.
probably like be careful about that.
I don't necessarily disagree with you to a large extent. I'm just saying you have to be careful of the incentives, right? And the more you incentivize them being able to utilize ticketing as a form of taxation, right?
Sure.
You're absolutely correct that good government, quote unquote, might see flaws and reduce their own income to make our life easier. It also could be true that they go, oh, well, if you accelerate too fastly or you change lanes too quickly or, or like California stops now that you have like fucking, now that you have cameras everywhere, we're going to measure whether or not you actually stopped at that red light for 2 seconds as opposed to 1.5 seconds. Things like that. You could, there's also a scenario where the more money they get from this, the more they may be encouraged to.
We don't have to imagine that scenario. So if I'm remembering correctly, and this was a while ago, you'll see. I believe it was the town where Michael Brown was killed. I think that's his name. Way back when Hands Up, Don't Shoot. That one in particular, right?
That hoax, yeah.
The myth, yeah.
And yep. Well, we won't do it. Okay, but the point is that town, if I'm remembering correctly, if it was that town, they came under there's a term for this, where the federal government like reviews the police force and they put them under like what I'm talking about, where they put them under federal care, like federal control. Yeah, okay. Anyway, whatever that term is, that town was under review. They did a study of that town. And what they did is exactly what our friend Scott was warning about. They use ticketing to fill in their tax deficit, right? And they did it to one part of the town, right? The black part of the town.
That's where the most money is, because that's where the most people are misbehaving.
So they suffered just a whole list of tickets, of unnecessary ticketing. And they use that to like pay for the courts. They use that to avoid like raising property taxes or anything like that. This is what they did, right? Like, and because they could just like keep finding more ways to ticket people, right? There was no reason to tax other ways, right? They didn't have to be
You're selling me on it.
I know you guys, because I know you guys hate taxation, but they didn't have to be democratically accountable to their taxation, right? Their
every ticketable offense that is not in violation of the non-aggression principle is just another form of taxation, right? Like if you're ticketing people that are aggressing, right? Committing property theft, damaging someone's property, fighting someone, harming someone in some way, right? Like that's two criminal organizations. That's criminal organizations.
I get you.
Driving too fast is not a violation of non-aggression.
I get
principle.
you. I understand.
It could be.
No, Socrates, no, we can't do
85
that.
through a kindergarten.
We can't. We want to stick on this topic, but like I understand your friend, and Scott. I am not trying to like push past your point. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying that I'm against it. It's criminal.
Okay.
It's criminal extortion by the state in another form.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. Then I would agree. I would agree, and I would agree
Wait,
that it was.
Speeding
Well, I would
tickets?
say that it was racialized.
Yep.
And the way that, and that's another thing.
There's a violation of the NAP.
I don't think it's something you address, Lactoid, because it's something you would never address. But like, I think
because it's not a
that
real
the incentives.
libertarian.
I think the incentives. One second. I think the incentives. When we're
everyone here is
this,
becoming more libertarian except Lactoid.
Lactoid just becoming more of a statist.
That's
You're a statist.
That's absolutely. Hold on a second. I think the incentives for what you were talking about, like ticketing in favor of taxation instead of taxation, is to ticket, right, the least powerful people, right, like one or the other, whether they happen to be committing more crimes or not, right? Whoever has the least blowback on police, right, like including like white men in rural areas, like rural towns, like I can fuck with these guys because we know. The police chief is going to harass me over that.
It's probably a bit of both, right? It's probably
less dangerous to speed in rural areas too.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a bit of both, right?
Well, they can find other ways to ticket you.
It's probably in part because if you target low socioeconomic status neighborhoods, right, you're going to have a small condensed area where you're going to find more crime, and so it's going to be easier to draw revenue. And at the same time, it's also probably true that these people have less power to affect change or to complain or bitch in a meaningful way. That like if you start going after gated communities for like bullshit ticketing offenses, motherfuckers are gonna
very quickly
start changing.
Lawyers
Power's gonna start changing hands quickly. Yeah.
So we'll go to Corey's been waiting. I also want to hit up Zealous to see what she thinks in a second. But yes, please, Corey.
So Ali, I just want to maybe understand or clarify your position better. Like, are you against these cameras like in principle, or just like how they're implemented, of like just like largely for tickets and just
how they're implemented? Obviously, if I could like trust that the city or like the police were using them in a way that was like, hey, we're actually looking for criminals and that's all we're using it for, and we're not just trying to like fucking extort our citizens, then like I'd be cool with it.
Okay, yeah, that's actually what I want to clarify.
Oh, okay. So I want to hit up Zealous, and so I want to know what your thoughts. You talked about like, hey, we should be wary of like having these like databases of information. But like there are classic examples, like on college campuses. All kinds of crimes happen on college campuses. I remember we had on my particular college, and I'm sure that on most of them, we had like a student police,
like alert system.
Not a police force. You know what I'm talking about, like a student, like community watch or some shit like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would like go around and like look to see how people who might be in trouble, and they found people every so often in pretty awful trouble. But if those places were wired up, and if police could monitor it, right? Let's say, especially if AI technology gets better, and we can tell when altercations are happening, right? Well, wouldn't you want that? A lot of people would benefit from that advancement, right?
I mean, yes and no. I feel like our rights shouldn't disappear just to make policing easier. I think that we have a baseline already of our civil liberties and rights, and I think that it should be taken more seriously when we have things that like slowly encroach upon those things. You know what I mean?
But did your rights disappear, right? Because like in this case, we're talking about filming people in public. You can already do that, right? I can take a camera outside, start filming people, and it's fine. And so like we're just being more filming, but just the police could to take a look at it.
Well, I think non-targeted surveillance, I feel like there would be pros to it. I think that there were things that it would prevent, but I also think that on the same token, the more comfortable we are giving up our freedom for our safety, I feel like that's a huge problem. You know what I mean? I think that we have our baseline in order to protect our rights. I mean, we have, I don't think that we do a good job at actually living up to it. But for instance, like innocent until proven guilty, I think that those things are going to make way for people who are not innocent to walk free. But I think that that's a consequence that we should be comfortable with in order to protect our individualism, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you so much. I'll let in my friend Lactoid.
I'm going to defend speeding tickets for a second. I think it's totally fine to like try to change laws. To try to change laws, okay, when they seem dumb or they're overbroad or like, hey, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, why can't I make a left at this red light? Totally get that. Yeah, I'm in favor of raising the speed limits on highways. It should be 100. I'm
Do you
fine with
season
that
your
too.
boots?
He's also in favor of drunk driving as long as he passes that.
I am also in favor of a limited legalization of drunk driving. This is again. Like I'm perfectly. I want the laws to reflect a freedom maximalized society.
What part of you is a libertarian, Lactoid? What part of you exactly is a libertarian?
I literally just okay.
You want to do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Ollie,
you want
in the conversation.
Let's go. It affects everyone else, but God forbid it affects Lactoid. Is that where you're a libertarian, brother?
Ollie,
explain this. No,
I'm explaining it. In this very conversation, I have opposed taxes. I'm in favor of raising the highway speed limit and allowing drunk driving to some extent. Like
that's what makes you a libertarian.
I would think those things are pretty fucking libertarian. Yes.
It's like no taxes, but you could ticket the fuck out of everyone in the state. True.
Look, if we're gonna, no, hold on,
Ali, let's go.
Ali, just so you're aware, when Scott says like Ali's ANCAP like arc is starting, like you can agree with Scott. Like I think ANCAPs serve a place. What you are advocating right now is sort of like it is sort of anarcho-capitalist, right? This idea of like, well, all ticketing is bullshit. I've already made the argument that I think that if the state has to raise revenue some way, and I think it does, I want the state to raise revenue in ways that have the no. I think it should raise revenue in the ways that are least detrimental. And I think that it's more detrimental to take a portion of somebody's work, like somebody who's out every day doing what they're supposed to be doing, as opposed to somebody who, I don't know, we'll make it the most extreme example. I'm going 85 and a 25 by a kindergarten. No ticket?
No, you stay a person in jail.
Oh, you want the big bad state to come up, put somebody in a cage? Oh my God! Are you even a libertarian?
Are you even?
Children. He's not a libertarian.
Yeah, when you're endangering children with a 2-ton, 3-ton
does speeding? Does speed? Yeah. Oh, you're right. So
it does anything. Ticket doesn't do anything.
No, it absolutely does. It discourages behavior. It discourages behavior. It discourages behavior that can lead to harm. If you're speeding, there's been scientific study. I shouldn't even have to fucking prove this. Going fast can lead to accidents.
What are your scientific studies tell you about the amount of people that get hit by cars annually?
A lot of people get hit by cars annually.
Maybe because the fucking laws don't work. Maybe because the fucking speeding tickets are the tickets.
Bro, we should get rid of speeding tickets because some people still get hit by cars.
If every neighborhood had private security, they could.
No, you're appealing. No. This is shameless.
What up?
Shameless right now. What you're doing right now.
Why am I giving?
No, you're appealing. No.
I'm gonna get a ticket every.
Looking for an audience where you can find
4
one.
or 5 months for some fucking
libertarian struggle session. Let's go. You're only being
Uh-huh.
critiqued because you claim to be a libertarian, but then you support.
Yeah, you're the one who tries to hold.
But then
the
I
title.
support people getting tickets.
Don't hold
if
the title if you can't defend it.
Speed by kindergartens.
Don't hold
Oh
the
my
title if you
God,
can't
Lactoid's
defend it.
crazy.
The remnant
Don't hold
is
the
winning.
title if you can't defend it.
Here.
Preaching
I'll
to the
defend it.
remnant,
No. I'll
Zyle
defend it right
Zulu.
now.
Zyle Zulu.
I will defend it right now. When you get on the road, there's a certain level of risk that you consent to. The level of risk that you consent to is dictated by the laws in society around driving. There is a level of consent there. Is it perfect? No. But it's some level of consent. When you break traffic laws, you are, to some extent, violating the consent of all the other motorists around you that you put in danger. If you are going 25 miles an hour over...
The will of the people ass argument from a libertarian.
A lot of people, including myself to some degree, only get on the road because we get on the road with the understanding that somebody's not going to be going 100 miles an hour in a 15, or that somebody's not going to have like a blood alcohol ratio of 0.3.
So here's the
like,
thing:
there are
people
some,
don't
there are
do
some
that. The person who's going to do 115 is going to do 115 no matter fucking what. We're talking about the average ticket.
That's not true.
Where someone gets pulled over doing 85 and a 75 on the freeway.
If it was legal, if there was no law against it, there are a lot more people.
We're talking about rolling a stop sign when there's no one on the road. That's not a fucking.
Real quick.
If there was no laws against it,
have they ever done a study on that?
That getting rid of speed limits raises how fast someone drives?
Reduces speed.
The Autobahn
reduces speed.
No. In the Autobahn,
it reduces speeding and traffic collisions when you get rid of speed limits.
No.
Yes.
Well, you're not breaking. You're not speeding if there's no limit.
I actually just looked at this the other day. The Autobahn proportionately actually has more accidents by how the traffic would suggest. And the people on the Autobahn do drive significantly faster than people who are driving on other highways in the U.S. that have set speed limits. There are still speeders. I'm not disagreeing, but your average driver is going to be driving faster. Speed does raise the risk profile of operating a motor vehicle. It just does. You have a shorter reaction time in order to brake if something happens in front of you. If you swerve out of the way, you have less control of your vehicle. This is all just like basic science.
Ownership people are going to get shot, so it raises the risk of people getting shot. Should we limit guns? Our cars.
We have limitations. We have limitations on guns and weapons.
Have limitations on guns.
We should have some limitations on guns. Yes.
We should have some limitations. What limitations should we have on guns?
Violent felons should not have guns.
I always told you the way to defeat Lactoid is just to get more right of him.
He'll just
back down.
I just answered. I didn't back down. Whoa, I did not back down. I just said a restriction on guns. Violent felons. Violent felons should not own guns. Children should not own guns. There are certain levels of firepower that you probably should be. Like
Why should anyone own a gun?
Because you can have responsible gun ownership just like you can have responsible car ownership. I'm not saying getting rid of driving. I'm just saying having speed limits.
So background checks for people who have guns, because mentally ill people should have guns, or no?
Background checks for people buying guns is actually one of the restrictions that I'm like most okay with. As long as there's not like some kind of depending on how they go with the database of it, I think it's probably fair to have some kind of background check. I'm
so a list of people who are buying guns or at least want to buy guns.
Sure, maybe not a list, but like a search of their background to make sure they're not a violent felon.
Yeah, but
like,
obviously
they
there
haven't
would
been
be a list
committed
of
in
people
some
who have
like
had their
mental.
background searched, and why
No, the
was their
government
background
doesn't.
searched?
No,
Because
the
they
government
wanted to
doesn't have
purchase
to.
a gun.
The government doesn't have to keep those lists, and in many places they don't. And to good maybe.
But the
they
stores do and probably should.
No, the stores often don't either.
Don't keep a list.
And by the way, if stores want to keep track of things that you've purchased, they could.
Wait.
As a libertarian, I'm not against a private enterprise keeping track of its customers' purchasing habits.
If the stores didn't keep track, you wouldn't be able to purchase a gun from the people if there wasn't essentially every time you buy a gun, you're on some list. You have to get checked, and there's a receipt of purchase, and there's cameras everywhere. There's always a way to track
Yeah,
the
you're
fact
right.
that you own guns.
There is a way for them to track if you've bought a Milky Way bar. And
yeah, there is, and you're pro this, and you're for this.
I'm pro camera.
You want more surveillance because your car might get stolen.
What I said is I'm on the fence because I am in favor of enforcing laws against crime to an extent. What I'm not okay with is the sort of Orwellian. Potentially, that's what the whole debate here is about. The debate here is about should we be having more cameras and to what extent?
Because of the car that gets stolen, why don't you just defend your car with your gun?
Because I'm not always around my car.
You should hire.
Sometimes I leave my car in something called a parking lot.
Why do you live in a neighborhood where your car's getting stolen at that rate?
Anyway,
get a better house.
There's a private neighborhood.
Here's the only argument that honestly has appealed to me thus far, has actually been made by Socrates when he brought up the Patriot Act, and this is why Edward Snowden is an American hero, and why the assistant American administrations that have shat on Edward Snowden are all
and he lives in Russia. Sure, you love that.
Well, he had to move to Russia because
he had to run to
escape
Russia,
American imperial tyranny. Anyway. The Patriot Act was illegal, right? Courts have found that the data collection methods they used were illegal. So as of right now, legally speaking, Edward Snowden blew the whistle on illegal government practices, not the law. They were breaking the law to mass collect data from American citizens, private data. We're not talking about out in the public street where you have no expectation of privacy. We're talking about private data that was illegal for them to conduct in the first place. And what the argument is, well, Lactoid, if we get to the point where there's cameras everywhere, couldn't a government that's already proven itself to be absolutely criminal in the way it conducts data collection to maybe start breaking more laws in terms of data collection there?
Nah.
Good argument. That is a good argument. It's possible, and that kind of endpoint there concerns me. But we have to have some level of criminal enforcement, right? I want police without a police state. I want cameras without a surveillance state.
That's a contradiction.
I know.
You can't have police without a police state.
So there's ways to approach this, which are one of the issues with the Patriot Act. It's not just that there was a lot of surveillance. It's that the even minute having to go to a FISA court, which was the warrants were almost always given, but that they didn't even have to go to a court to get a warrant. And the idea of there being cameras everywhere, even I think the most innocuous form is that to you it looked like the light was yellow, but to the light it looked like it was a red, so you're getting a $200 ticket. In a way, that's the most innocuous, because it's not like some feds busting down your door because they saw you near a protest 5 years ago or something, right? But still, the idea that it's just there's not even a person involved in some level of judgment, analyzing the context of the situation and saying, hey, this person was a danger to somebody somewhere. It's just an automated system that's just either gathering a huge amount of data that can be then used later, or just throwing out tickets to people. That's just it passed the automated flow chart and now you're getting a fine. To me, that's fucked up. Just automating every little bit of that, where there's not even an idea that we should have a warrant or a court involved.
Can I add on to this just slightly? I just want to add on your opinion on this.
Please.
What would be your interpretation, Lactoid, that this could potentially be a violation of your constitutional rights by the nature that you cannot face your accuser in court if your court is an automated AI system?
There is no accuser. It's just
no. So when it comes to the way around this would be
in the spirit, not in
sure.
the strict legal sense, but in the spirit of the Constitution.
Well, okay.
Right?
Well, in the spirit, I think it's even easier.
Right,
because
the idea that you should be able to face your accuser in court, but there's no fucking accuser. It's just a system.
Well, okay.
The robots are coming.
So there's the technical aspect, which I think you could probably get around by having an officer review it. But then there's the kind of in spirit argument, which I honestly think is a little bit easier because there's a video to review. You can face your accuser. It's this video showing you brazenly running the red light. And again, I get the sort of, I guess, my understanding is as of right now, it's automatically scanning the plates. but it's not like there's still a person behind the decision to like take legal action at that point,
For the
right?
moment.
Yeah, for the moment. The concern is like, well, what if AI just automatically does that, and then if somebody protests, then perhaps they get like a human to review it, kind of like a YouTube.
Somebody protests, and they
channel
get cataloged
deletion
in the system is problematic, and track
yeah,
everywhere
yeah.
they go.
That's a fair concern. When it comes to AI, like
It's all a fair concern.
I guess there's a concern, but there's also a benefit to having AI do it. The concern would be, well, we kind of want, humans to have a level of discretion over these decisions. But on the other hand, if we're being real, like there is a lot of room for human error, especially with cops. And Prime, for example, brought up earlier where there's some concern about racial profiling when it comes to like how cops act, right? Now, this is a subject of wide debate. There's hit rate analysis, different crime rates in certain communities, etc. Like it's a big subject of debate. But like if you were, let's say, to set up just like an AI program that just I guess you would have to place it in the correct places, I suppose. But once it's running, if it just handed out tickets based on, look, you broke the law, you get the ticket, no discretion there. I mean, wouldn't that kind of solve the whole like racial bias
AI can
allegation?
be racist in ways that we can't even dream of, because anybody who's going to set this look, okay, so I do AI for my work, and so I understand the way that somebody who's setting this up for some fucking cop municipality is going to think is they're going to pull in stats from a database. Is what kind of things correlate with somebody having done this kind of infraction? It's going to be like,
spinning rims.
Spinning rims.
No, spinners get tickets.
No, but it's going to be like, we've detected dents on their car. They're probably a bad driver. Like, there's actually a huge amount of it's pretty interesting to read, because you wouldn't necessarily think, like what you said seems intuitively very obvious. It's like AI can do this objectively. Humans have all these biases. AI is so good at learning those biases.
Well, what I'm saying is based on the parameters that you give it, is what I'm saying. So like if you set up an AI to scanning the license plates, right? And it's like measuring the speed of the vehicle, and it knows the speed limit of the road that the camera is set on, and it's like looking at the lights, and that's all it's doing. It's not like making any kind of like thought.
That would not even be an AI.
Yeah.
That's just like a...
Yeah. Okay. Well, then let's just do that.
Okay, so I want to put out two extremes here, right? The first extreme is my olive branch, right? If this power is going to be implemented and there is no means of having liberty or being a real libertarian, and recognizing that you shouldn't have police in a police state, that you should have privatized property, is there any way that we can maybe work to constrain this to a certain degree? And by that, I mean, we can use these systems because they're here, but we put in, a legal barrier that says, these systems can only be activated in terms of search by federal authorities or local authorities that are working with federal authorities, or that you have to have a warrant to access this information so that we can use it for APBs, or like, kidnap kids and things like that, but that this system would be illegal for the police to use for, let's say, ticketing offenses and things like that.
Oh.
Like, could we constrain it towards the more egregious forms of crime that we're trying to stop, while also requiring some form of warrant so that police don't have unfettered access to data whenever they want it for whatever reason?
Yeah, I was gonna say that I think that there needs to be strict retention limits and still like warrant requirement for accessing like the data. You know what I mean? I don't think any cop should be able to go and look and see where you've been for the last month. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just insane.
Well, the problem is that you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in public, and so there's no reason for a warrant, because everything that's being tracked here are things that you do in public, including, but but it's mixed with data that isn't, right? I don't think you have a reasonable expectation of privacy for the police to search you on where you've appeared on ring light camera footage, right? Like, I think what is reasonable here to track your entire movements through the state is not the same thing as like me being on a sidewalk and getting photographed, right?
Yeah,
Like, there's something different happening here.
I want to double then triple down on what was just said. One, like, you know, I think there's also a different sort of expectation about like just tracking when you're leaving home, right? Let's say if your private property, if maybe you have a bit of protection on your private property, that disappears at some point when you're filming everything, right? Now you know when they're coming and going, and sure, that part is technically legal, but like it feels a bit different to know when someone's in their home or not. And then because
the real topic, just to be clear, is on a system that makes metadata out of all of this.
Do you guys want to ban private investigators?
Well, here's
Wait,
the thing,
wait, let me finish my point. Oh, sorry, you want to say something else? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say that there's already Supreme Court precedents set in two major cases that already have deemed that long-term location tracking requires a warrant, and doing it is non-constitutional. And so basically, this surveillance is already crossing that line. They've already ruled. It was Carpenter versus the U.S. 2018. And it says that long-term location tracking requires a warrant because it reveals intimate details of a person's life and allows them to travel back in time and reconstruct your movements, and it violates reasonable expectations of privacy. And that's basically what this is. A license plate database is tracking your location 24/7, and that long-term tracking it definitely violates your Fourth Amendment rights.
To add on to her previous point, I think that's a good point too. I'm not aware of that case, but I'd love to take a look at that. But to add on your previous point and to combine it with something our friend Scott said previously, talking about Edward Snowden. Or no, it was Lactoid said that. Talking about Edward Snowden. Like in the databases that they were creating, right, of people's like cell phones and like their conversations, right, like where they were accessing.
No one's gone to jail for this. No, none of it has been stopped.
Agreed. But in any case, the databases that exist. What they found when they did like an audit of this situation is that like law enforcement was doing the things that law enforcement does. They were using it for petty personal reasons, and so you found like law enforcement like tracking like their ex-girlfriends or their wives, right? To see like what they're up to. That's a thing that happens once you have this power to begin with. So even if we're talking about like public information, right, being able to see a person as they move across in the open world, right, that can be used for all kinds of private reasons that I think we understand intuitively can be corrosive and dangerous. But yeah, anyone else wants to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. It's that the intense amount of data that's captured, combined with likely cell phone data, social media accounts. When you scrape all of that together, there's a difference that we recognize, that you don't have an expectation of privacy when you're in public, and at the same time, stalking is also illegal or not okay. Mm-hmm. So there's a difference between if you're walking in public and people can look at you and see you, but somebody to follow you around and follow you home to your house and track your movements, at a certain point that crosses a line. And the idea of, okay, I'm in public, somebody might see me, somebody might see my movements, but tracking every single person and correlating that amount of data to reconstruct so much about their life is really far beyond the kind of capability that's ever really existed.
Yeah. At a certain point,
that's not true.
We've had talks. Real quick.
PI, private investigator. Like I've hired people to do this.
But that's a guy following you to a place. That's not everybody
for days.
Like always.
No. This is a guy following you around, taking like minute details of everywhere that you've been for days.
This isn't like necessarily a good thing, and I don't think you should be. I know it's legal.
But wait. There's a huge fundamental difference, because if we're concerned about tyranny and authoritarianism, there are not enough PIs to follow around.
Well, yeah.
all the people, right? But there's enough cameras and enough tracking.
Sounds like a jobs program to me.
Well,
exactly.
Right. This is why, like I've been saying, it seems like a matter of scale. That's a good point.
A PI is a reactive.
Glorified stalker.
A PI is reactive, whereas like this is preemptive surveillance on everybody.
Not necessarily. You can just hire someone to follow a person.
Nope,
Yeah, I can hire a PI right now just to follow you around.
If a stalker needed a job, this would be a
that
great
sounds
job
awesome.
for them. It's just you have to get certified to be this. So
a lot of creeps.
Wait, Lactoid. So like the camera's giving you a ticket you seem to be fine with. So we already have insurance companies that ask of you to put like the little monitor chip in your car. Would you be okay if the state just instilled a bunch of those in everyone's car, and then that would give you the ticket if you went too fast on a road that it recognizes the speed limit is a certain way? It's a chip that's already in your car that it's tracking the data, right?
I mean, at that point, you might as well just put speed governors in every vehicle. They can't go over.
I think that's already in the car.
Would you be okay? Would you be okay with speed governors?
The only concern I have with that is there's like emergency situations that justify breaking the speed limit, and I think in those scenarios, like medical emergency,
contest it in court.
passing, like I think you should be able to like, I guess contest it in court. That's a good question. I don't know actually.
So I want to
because that's the next step. By the way, just for the record, that's the next step. Is like, how okay are we with surveillance? If we're okay with the camera on every corner, then we're going to be okay with the chip in every car.
So Scott says he has the second scenario, so I want to give him space to do that. After that, Corey. No.
Yeah, the first scenario was my olive branch, right? Like creating a warrant system, right? So my second scenario
time to burn down the bridge.
Yeah, I want to read a tweet, okay? I'm going to read a tweet. And this tweet is from Sigartis on Twitter, who's in Germany. He tweeted out and got 774 views, September 29th, 2025. No, every person who is financed by the state pays no net taxes. They live off taxes. Every civil servant, every politician, every employee in a state-owned company, everyone who is subsidized and financed by the state, not a single parasite pays any net taxes. So because of this tweet in Germany, he was woken up in the middle of the night by armed SWAT teams. They broke down his door. They made him unlock his phone at gunpoint. They took his computer. They took his phone. They took his DNA and blood sample. They took his fingerprints. And then he was specifically told that he was in violation of Section 130 of the German Criminal Code. And he was under state surveillance for his insulting of German politicians by using the term parasite. Now that's Germany. Germany doesn't have free speech. Germany is a fascist country, right? They're evil, just like the UK. To a larger degree than the United States is, of course, right? Like in UK, you can get community service and get fines for calling, your rapist, the F slur, things like that, right? While your rapist walks free, because anarcho-tyranny, right? Now, you may say, well, but we have the freedom of speech in this country, so like that, we're good on that. But we've already seen our constitutional rights over and over and over again abused, and the encroachment of the state go further and further. And when it comes to the surveillance state, right? Like, even Donald Trump signed in CISA. And lest we not forget that when parents were protesting by going to school board meetings and saying that they didn't like the literature that was in their children's school because they thought it was sexual, the FBI made a special designation under the Patriot Act to track all of those people and their movements and all of their online communications. And so I understand that this technology is inevitable, the ability to track people to a higher degree while they're out in public. And I don't think that simply tracking people is a violation of anybody's rights. It's really about the intent behind the tracking that determines whether or not someone has like a guilty mind, right? A PI is not guilty of anything other than doing his job, whereas a stalker is guilty of, hoping to
not getting paid for those.
Well, no, a stalker.
It's an internship.
Right, a stalker that's a bird watcher is not is not doing anything aggressive, but a stalker that's hoping to find a woman, naked because, or in a position.
We call them birds sometimes. Yeah.
Right.
It's
very different. Or if you're
casing, type of bird.
Or if you're casing a bank so that you can do a bank heist, right? Like you already have that guilty mind that information gathering is for a purpose. And so I would say that as this technology increases, we should be extremely wary of giving the state any portion of new technology so that they can utilize that.
What if a stalker hires a PI?
Just lazy as fuck.
Again, it would be the PI in question would not be the one with any form of guilty mind, assuming they don't know the reasoning, but the stalker would.
But if the stalker just did everything the PI would do, we could still be stalked. I've hired PIs. I think PIs are
again,
kind
it's
of
the
like
men's
legalized
mens
stalking.
rea, right? Are you stalking them?
People.
Are you stalking them? Listen, it can be creepy, and you can think it's wrong.
I just want to know where this one girl is at all moments of the day.
Right. That's exactly. And if you're doing so that you can catch her in some compromised position or abuse her, then yes, what you're doing is wrong. But if you're doing so just out of curiosity, I would say it's morally wrong. But it is not a violation of her rights. If you were a libertarian, you would understand the distinction between prescriptive.
No, I just want to know where she is.
If you were,
I just want to know where she is at all times. I don't want to catch her in a compromising position. I'm not breaking any laws. I just want to follow her around for the next 2 years.
It's morally wrong.
Let's.
Wait,
I
hold
understand
on.
you don't understand the distinction because you don't know anything about natural law because you're a pretend libertarian.
Small L.
Wait. This position you have right now is very tenuous, which is why you're peppering in the insults because you know it's tenuous.
It's not tenuous.
Explain to me how a stalker who has the intent to do nothing more than what a PI can legally do, how that is any different.
Because when the intent is to engage in a crime, then you are an outlaw to engage in that crime. The stalking itself is not a crime, as you pointed out, by the fact that a PI can do the same thing. And that is not a crime.
This is the horrific appeal to the law at this point. You're saying
It's not
that
an appeal
just
to the
because
law at all.
It is. You just said because if you intend to do a crime, that implicates some kind of guilty conscience. But we just talked about how the law is weird in that it's legal for a PI to do all this.
Because you're not a libertarian, you don't understand the difference between
lowercase.
law as natural law and crime against
Sure. Okay.
natural
Let's talk about
law,
natural law then. Explain to me.
I'm not a legal positivist. And the fact that you think that I am is hilarious.
Legal, natural law then. Why is it the case that a PI who has the intent to do everything that a stalker might otherwise do, but gets paid for it, how is that any different than a stalker who has the intent to do anything a PI would want to do, but doesn't get paid for it? What's the violation in natural law one way?
There's no rights violation.
Is there any rights violation for the stalker?
There's a rights violation for the stalker if the stalker is intending to find the victim to abuse them.
I just said he doesn't in the hypothetical that I gave. I said in this hypothetical he does not have the intention.
What I said, and that's what I said originally. I said it's morally wrong, but it is not a violation of rights in that regard.
Then how is it morally wrong?
It's morally wrong from my perspective, right? Because this would be getting out of the domain of purely anarcho-capitalism, because anarcho-capitalism only shows ought-nots, presumably from the violation of the non-aggression principle. But there's a whole host of things that are morally wrong that are perfectly legally justified from ANCAP perspective, like prostitution.
Okay.
Stalking would be morally wrong
you feel
in this
the same way.
because it's creepy, because it's a means that can make people
and
feel
you feel the same way about PIs.
It's an anti-life position. I don't necessarily feel the same way about PIs, right? I would say that because I think the PI is
creepy. Sounds like whimsy to me.
I would say that it's I know that you would say that it's whimsy, but we're no longer we're in the domain of moral judgments of which I'm saying you do not have.
Which I need
to
know
use the
libertarian
state
theory to figure out. Apparently,
well, you should. Yeah, you should do some reading on libertarian
to figure
theory
out your
before you
whimsy.
call yourself a libertarian.
In order to understand your whimsy, I need to learn more about libertarianism.
I think
what you're saying.
I'm talking about is that you're in the domain of preference when you're in the domain of engaging and understanding things that you.
I'm asking you what the basis of your preference is.
Yeah, the basis of my preference is that it is an anti-life position because I think it is damaging to the psychology of the individual that engages in stalking. I think that those behaviors can be transferable to other humans. I think that those behaviors can potentially lead towards abuse in the future if the person allows himself to go into fantasy. I think that it can make the other person feel uncomfortable. I think it can make people in public feel like they're constantly being watched, which then has an effect on their ability to engage freely in society because they feel like they're under a panopticon or that there might be a creep around the corner. There's a whole lot of reasons that I think it could be harmful.
All that applies to PIs as well.
I don't think that they apply to PIs in the same domain because the PI is doing so under a neutral basis, that they have been hired to do something under a means of potentially finding something negative. Now, if they're doing so to like blackmail somebody, yeah, I would say that that's getting in the domain of negative. But if you're doing so to find someone cheating, right, then maybe that's in the domain of something that's morally neutral or positive.
Well, hold on. Can I ask one thing?
Well, a stalker could be also stalking somebody for like some kind of like virtuous, like to make sure that somebody's not doing something either. My only point here is that
I agree.
Yes,
like when we talk about stalker, there's a certain connotation.
So, and my whole argument was
benevolent stalking.
No, and my whole argument is that I think PIs are essentially like paid legalized stalkers. The main reason why people are going to hire PIs, like in the civil litigation context, is going to be hiring PIs to figure out whether or not somebody's actually as injured as they say they are.
Right, but there's a problem.
Somebody who says, "Oh, I'm so injured,"
you're not differentiating the mind of. You're saying you're only engaging in the specific behavior, but not the mind or the intent behind the behavior. No, and it's clear that a stalker and a PI isn't the same thing. We have different words for them for a reason.
I understand. My argument is that we have two separate words. I understand, but there's like significant similarity to the point where a PI, somebody doing what a PI does but not getting paid for it, can fall under the umbrella of stalker. So, I'm not disagreeing.
The significant difference,
there's
however,
obviously
is the state
there's
of mind,
obviously
mens rea.
Scott. There's obviously like scales of insanity when it comes to stalkers. You can have like the crazy stalker who's like actually like looking in somebody's fucking basement window or like stealing the panties out of their garbage can. Hold on, but you also can have stalkers. You can have people like doing stalking behavior that we would all consider stalking. Like again, if I wanted to know what's up with you, so I get in my car and I drive to where you are, and then I follow you around for 3 days because I want to learn more about Scott, and I'm really interested. Maybe I'll like find out some interesting things about Scott that like I can remember, or maybe talk to him about later, or talk to other people about later that might be like socially advantageous, et cetera,
What does it have to do with anything that I said?
These are all things that PIs can do and are often do when they get hired by people. There is no significant difference between a class of people that we would call a stalker and PIs.
So there's no difference in the state of mind between someone that was hired to investigate
not
an
necessarily
individual versus someone that is obsessed with something.
Let's go to
not necessarily.
Okay, well then you're just you're just being silly.
We got it.
You're just refusing to engage with the difference.
Corey, we want to say something, and let's wrap it up after that.
Okay, well, I guess on this topic of stalking, and so Flactoid, I'm sympathetic to your position, and like as I mentioned, I'm sort of on the fence, but I lean more towards like this seems like a little bit extreme. But then like, how do you feel like to the actual extreme, like like either a PI just actually like literally using a drone to like follow someone 24/7, or like the state, and it's not cameras anymore, it's now drones with cameras following like an individual person or persons. Is that like permissible or legal to you?
It's likely legal, and it's
and should it be legal to you?
I think if you're going to have PI, I don't know if I feel like I'm torn on whether or not PI should even be legal to the extent they are.
I understand.
I don't see a significant difference between a PI
cops should be legal, but not PIs. What the fuck? What kind of libertarian are you?
Oh god,
He's
I don't
not.
really have a theory.
That was the
Apparently,
point of my argument.
I don't see a huge significant difference between a PI following somebody with a drone or a PI driving behind somebody and following them throughout their entire day with a camera on the dash, which is how they do it now. There's, in my mind, it's a difference of technology. One is higher up than the other one. I don't see a huge, like, on an individual basis, a massive difference there. So yeah, I am really concerned. And one thing I just have to say, because I read it just while somebody was talking. I think it was Scott. the Carpenter versus U.S. matter that was brought up, I looked into that. It is an interesting decision because the court does seem to very specifically carve out like cell phone metadata as to where specifically your location is as a privacy interest. They do carve that out, but they make it very clear that this doesn't apply to basically anything else. This is like verbatim from the syllabus. This decision is narrow. It does not express a view on matters not before the court, does not disturb the application of Smith and Miller, or call into question conventional surveillance methods and tools such as security cameras, does not address other business records that might incidentally reveal location information, so like the purchase history, for example, and does not consider other collection techniques involving foreign affairs or national security. So the court here is and it's a 5-4 decision, by the way. The court here is saying this doesn't apply to cameras. We don't think that's a privacy interest in public areas. Any business transactional records, not necessarily, but cell phone data of where you've been is. I read through the syllabus. I think the argument's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But if we're just looking at this from a legal perspective, I don't think that based on that opinion, the court is going to say that, the
flock system.
The flock system is going to be a violation. I mean, they seem to be on board with the surveillance cameras. But I agree with you. It doesn't make sense why. If you're saying that cell phone collection of where you've been is privacy, in my mind, it would stand to reason that cameras would be too. But for some reason, the court's just like, nah, cameras aren't.
Let's leave it here then. I think it's a good place to end it. That was like super interesting. I think like even in our short amount of time, I thought we had like a really like fun conversation. And of course, my favorite part is when my good friend Ali bodied Lactoid. Look.
Are you against speed
someone
limits
had
too?
to say it. Someone had to say it.
Prime, are you against speed limits too, Prime?
Hey. Prime had a good day today because no one yelled at Prime, right?
You also got $500.
Yeah.
Very good day.
So Prime will keep his opinions out of it, right? It's unimportant what Prime thinks. But I appreciate all of you guys. Are fantastic, and I love that energy out of my friend Ali. That was wonderful. But let's we're going to give all these nice wonderful people an outro. Before then, guys, if you've enjoyed this conversation, hit the follow button on whatever platform you're on, right? Too many platforms to list out, but follow the channel. I really do appreciate all who did. I think we really still only have one follower on the Kick right now.
I'm going to follow you.
That's
right
okay.
now.
Yeah.
I don't have a Kick account.
Right?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. And TikTok, there, right? All Prime Kai, right? Prime Kai all the way down, right? Brand consistency. That's how you're supposed to do it. All right. Consider helping out the channel by subbing and gifting bits, gifting subs, or whatever, right? If you've enjoyed it. But yeah, follow the channel. We're gonna have more of these great conversations. And like I said, I want to do stuff on TikTok. We'll have streams there. And last week, I was with Corey. We were streaming together. We were streaming on Dr. Gregory's TikTok channel, but I was also streaming here, right? I was restreaming that on the Twitch and YouTube. So stick around, be around for those conversations. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So consider following if you haven't done so already. All right, I'm going to give an outro to all these great individuals. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. We were a little rough on him today.
If there's anything left of him at this point.
If there's anything left of him. I love my friend Lactoid. My friend Lactoid is fantastic. And I love that he's always ready for the fight. No matter when it comes, no matter what direction it comes at him from. So shout out to Lactoid for being such a great sport.
Yeah, no, I don't back down. Fuck that shit. I will take on all of you, and I will take on anybody. And
unless it's the state.
Even the state, even the state, motherfucker. Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You're free to stalk me there. Please don't stalk me whether you're paid or not anywhere else. That'd be preferable. I'd like to keep all of the rest of that private. Yeah, if you like what I had to say, come check me out.
Thank you, CD_Unk, for following us on Twitch, and Corey Campbell following us on Kick. Awfully kind of you. Thank you so much.
I technically made your channel more accurate because before it said 1 followers, now it's 2 followers.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate that. And all man, look at the growth rate, right? Up 100%. So we're going to the moon here. Thank you to our friend Scott. This was a really fun topic. I think across like the entire from the beginning of the stream to here, like a really fun topic. And I really enjoyed your contributions today. So thanks, Scott.
Yeah, you can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube or X predominantly. Please don't sub to my Twitch. I haven't been there in years because I say things that are too spicy for Twitch, and I don't want to get banned on Twitch, and then I can't come on these panels anymore. Though I heard that there's like a difference now. Like maybe sometimes you can, like there's like the rules have changed apparently. If you like, you can be banned but still be on other people's streams or something. Twitch isn't that bad. They're just peddling prostitution to underage people and engaged in rampant censorship of people's opinions so long as they disagree with their woke politics. But other than that, Twitch is okay. Follow me if you want to find if you want to learn more about libertarianism. Libertarianism as is always against the state and for privatization of everything. Obviously would be pro PI, anti-police, things like that. You couldn't really call yourself a libertarian,
of course. Yeah,
right? If you were for the police state and against private policing, things like that. If you are part of the remnant, as Liquid Zulu puts it, and you would like to be preached to, then come on down and we'll have a good time.
Thank you so much. Our good friend Corey, thank you for jumping in. I think you enjoyed just watching Lad try to get bodied. So it was a good day for you too.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited and to be here. And I find it interesting that I can ask someone about what do you mean by natural, and then someone gets triggered, but then two people can spend 20 minutes hashing out the difference between PI and stalker. That's totally copacetic there. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Zealous, Socrates, Ali, Scott, Blackwood. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Ali, Slayer of false libertarian prophets. I appreciate you, friend. It was nice. I just always enjoy when you get pumped.
It's fun.
I thought you were going to get more pumped during the gender discussion. You barely say anything there. This was what got you excited.
No, fake Muslim.
I had to say, I am an atrocious Muslim.
Fake Muslim.
I am an atrocious Muslim. I am a Muslim culturally, right? I am just born of the ilk, right? I defend my people, just like just for the fun, right? It's a good time. But this is this topic is something I actually really fucking care about. I hate municipal tickets. I hate speeding tickets. I hate stop sign. It's just so stupid. So stupid. So unnecessary.
You hate stop signs?
Ali,
you hate.
Ali, I've been informed by my chat to answer your question. Do you season your boots? And I've been informed that white people do not season their boots.
You guys just eat boots raw? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy work. Maybe
Insane
a little mayo.
work. I'm so sorry, Lacto. Just a little bit of bread, mayo, maybe a tomato, right? Just spice up
Some
your life.
Kale.
A little bit,
We like a little bit of kale with our boots.
Kale chips on his boots.
Avocados.
Ooh, avocado.
Yeah,
boots.
thanks for having me on, Prime. It's always a good time.
Absolutely. Next, Socrates. Socrates, I'm really happy you're here. Socrates at first wasn't going to come, right? He was a little unsure of himself, right? Didn't know you'd have much.
I thought
to say,
everybody
but
would just agree on this, and we. I think we did. I think we got unanimous consent to.
Well, even then, you can still have
a
deep conversation, right? Like even them, like this is a really good crowd, and so we're good at finding something to yell at each other about.
Yeah, I mean, there was other questions in the prompt. What other technologies would you ban? I was thinking about stuff like I don't know if people are familiar with like area denial weapons. So police have things like
there was a question if
a gas, like noxious gas or something.
No. I'm talking about like there's a question if the police in Serbia used microwave weapons that would burn people at a distance. In the United States, police have things like LRAD, LRAD,
sound weapons,
which is sonic warfare straight out of Warhammer 40K. That can emit an ear-splitting noise that if you don't get out of it's like a laser of sound. If you don't get out of that area, you can become permanently deafened. So the idea that police can just like very cleanly disperse a crowd and violate people's constitutional rights to protest, which they're doing a lot of right now. So the thing that we didn't really bring up, which I understand we have different kind of political persuasions, we wanted to keep focused on the topic, but like we do live in a nation right now that is under attack by an authoritarian regime that is currently murdering people in fishing boats because they say that they might have drugs with no evidence ever presented.
Exactly what Lactoid voted for.
They're deporting people who speak out against wars that other nations engage in because they say that, well, maybe we might have some interest in that somehow. They're locking up American citizens via ICE, and police, more so than the army, have a very high infiltration of like white supremacist extremists. So the police are the ones that you need to be a little bit more wary of. There isn't the same kind of training. There isn't the same kind of vetting. And so just willy-nilly giving out a lot more ways for this force to just surveil people. Again, like with the Patriot Act, those were powers that were given that were never rescinded, even though we all, even like MAGA conservatives today say like, oh yeah, Iraq war bad, Bush bad, Patriot Act bad, and yet we still can't seem to get rid of this fucking law. And so the idea that we would just like give more authority to the state to just mass surveil everybody, and it's bipartisan. Bush did it, Obama expanded it, so it's not like this is just one side that's engaging. Everybody should be united against fighting against these like thefts of our liberties. So thank you. You can see me getting riled up about this in my my daily life. I'm a scientist. I work in cancer research. I have a PhD. So I also talk about science, and I'm really interested in philosophy. So thank you so much for having me. I came on because it was this group of people.
No, and I agree, Socrates. I agree. Trump is the most socialist president of my lifetime. We should do something.
Oh my God.
That's why I like to vote for him. It all makes sense now.
So, Socrates, you have fun then?
Trump I had a lot of fun.
Okay, great. Right. So remember that next time you're feeling a little hesitant, we can have a good time here. Two, I know you had a lot of questions about ANCAPism, right? You should go and talk to our friend Scott directly. Let me assure you, he will not shut up about it. He will explain it all to you. And so, like,
that's what I do. Yeah, it's the whole point of my channel.
And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, like, if you really want to do it,
advertising,
have a one-on-one. Yeah, I'm advertising for you.
You invite me on, I'm gonna proselytize.
Wait, how much do you charge? Because Ayn Rand said any man who gives services for free is a slave.
Well, my chat mostly pays me.
Okay.
Okay. And three, you should come on the show that Corey and I and Dr. Gregory are doing. We're like thinking of having guests come on, right? But like I think you'd be fantastic, honestly, Socrates. You like fit exactly. It's called the Anti-Maha Headquarters. And
hell yeah.
I think perfect. You. Yeah. All right, yeah, we'll sign you up. So thank you so much, Socrates. And finally, last but not least, a new friend, Zealous. Great improvement, right? I liked your additions this week. Like honestly, like it was really good. You interesting court case. Got our friend Lactoid thinking. Like he hardly ever does that, right? So I appreciate. I'm sorry, Lactoid.
I just hear the law. I just support it, right? If the law says it's good, then it's good.
That's simple. But thank you, Zealous, for coming on. Really kind of you. I know you had other scheduling conflicts and stuff, but still made it here. So I hope you enjoyed it despite how it started. I do appreciate
you guys were scaring me just a little bit, but I'm still here and I had a good time, thank you for having me. And I really
all of
enjoyed
us
talking
scaring
to
you, or
guys.
certain individuals?
Certain individuals, for sure. Yeah.
She means me. She means me, but it's
You
okay.
guys.
I like my women scared.
Certain individuals, but
As long as they get paid for it, it's okay.
I had a good time. And thank you guys always.
Fantastic.
You can find me here on Twitch at Zealous 777. But I'm hardly on it. Yeah.
I think I looked for your channel the other day, and I don't think I could find it. I'll look again. Maybe I was looking for the wrong one.
I think it's Zealous _777. My bad. It's
we know how women are with underscores.
Underscores,
right?
yeah. I'm sure it's not like
how many underscores?
What is it? Hold on, not again. What is that? What is it with women and underscores? Genuinely.
I don't know.
There's something that is that women find attractive about underscores and usernames that men don't. They
got that underscore gene going. It's the hormones.
Right,
It
right?
leads them to press the button. The underscore button.
I'm done. I'm done with you guys. Good night.
Zealous, I'll tell you about that later. Okay, all right. I have a raid ready. Okay. Ali was busting my balls last time, so I'm gonna start a raid. Okay.
What's her name?
Her name is Buchibo or something. I don't know.
Ethnicity? Wait, guess ethnicity, guys, real quick.
$2 from FQ. She said, "Hey." She knew she was being attacked, right? So $2 super chat from FQ. Shout out to you, FQ. Off of the raid.
Oh shit.
Go follow her at whatever underscore.
Whatever
Fairy
underscore.
Queen with like 3 or 4 underscores.
But 3 or 4, who knows?
Who knows?
All right, ending here. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Socrates, if you wanna do a one-on-one, just DM me over Discord. I'm busy tomorrow, and obviously it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So like,
Oh,
and I
sure,
like
that's
so I
what's
won't.
happening.
I have like something on Saturday, so like maybe Sunday or sometime next week or something.
Yeah, I can see maybe Sunday or like next Monday or something.
Well, I usually keep my Mondays open just for Prime.
Okay, yeah.
It's
yeah, maybe
a lot of people give
Monday,
me
or
shit
Sunday,
for going on
Tuesday.
Prime. They're like, "Why do you still go on Prime?" It's like, dude was here for me from the beginning, and usually has interesting topics, right? Like there's a bias to them, but they're interesting topics. When everybody else is
He's
talking
a real
about the
one, yeah.
news of the day, it's like it's like here's an interesting thing happening that people aren't necessarily talking about. And it's also easy content. Let's be honest, right? It's like, boom, my Monday's filled. Like I don't have to worry about it. Like I have a debate panel. Like, so I feel like Prime deserves a little more respect than some of the rightoids give them.
Hell yeah.
Because there's not a lot of people on the left that like host good panels.
It's a lost art, honestly. I mean, I think there's an idea that like more yelling and more just chaos and whatever is great, but it's like too much of that, and it kind of stifles it.
I mean, personally, I prefer.
I'm usually not so aggressive.
You were a teddy bear.
I'm a roll of the dice. All right, like you know what I mean.
Look, I was sitting in the woods for the last 2 days, and
you hunting?
I was hunting, and I all the pent up rage of motherfuckers walk in front of me, and they never did.
Listen. I will give you so much less shit if you just drop the libertarian name. I need you to know that. Like I am very focused on
Gary Johnson. I know you are. Gary Johnson
we are preaching
got
to the
booed.
limit. Like we're not supporting fiat libertarians anymore. All right. Dave Smith is on the chopping block. All right. Like we are fucking.
No, Scott, this is the thing.
Call yourself a paleo lib. Just do it.
I know,
Regulating libertarianism.
I call myself a libertarian. I don't call myself an anarcho-capitalist. I call myself a libertarian. Gary Johnson got booed for supporting driver's licenses, yet he won the nomination of the Libertarian Party. I think that there is room.
Yeah, that was a mistake. It's pragmatism. It's not libertarianism. It's a different philosophy. It's just not the libertarian philosophy. It's not based in libertarian philosophy. It's just using libertarian like an adjective.
I think libertarian is a political.
What defines
spectrum.
libertarianism to you?
I think libertarian, like, it's a spectrum. Everything's a spectrum, man. Okay, gender, political beliefs, it's all on the spectrum.
Hell yeah.
So how is that not just whim? How is that not just whim?
No, it's not. Look,
what makes it definitionally libertarian?
Like all, and I'm not memeing when I'm calling political ideologies a spectrum. I think that political compass, like the political compass test, for example, like there is someone who's like more libertarian, and there's somebody who's less libertarian, and I think like you can have people who are more libertarian. This is as a political designator. It causes it's useful. Like political identifiers are useful in casual conversation to quickly identify generally where somebody stands, as opposed to having to give a diatribe as to all one's specific beliefs. So when I say that I'm a libertarian, I communicate that I am generally very in favor of freedom of speech. I'm opposed to taxation, and I even add the modifier right-wing libertarian to make it clear, to like distinguish myself from people like who claim the left-wing libertarian tag, right? So people generally have an idea of what I believe, and my beliefs are pretty much in line with like the right-wing libertarian philosophy in America. Most
so what is a philosophy
people who call it libertarian
if it's contradictory?
No, I don't think it is. I view these things as values, and I think that you can value things over others, and that's not a contradiction. If I value like liberty very strongly, and I value consent very strongly, I can value consent more than well-being. I think libertarians generally do.
Right,
and if I value consent more than well-being,
but libertarianism is not a system of values. It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy of the non-aggression principle.
No, I think that if you have like anarcho-capitalism, like you genuinely believe like every libertarian is anarcho-capitalist, otherwise they're not libertarian, right?
Yeah, if they're contradicting the non-aggression principle, then they're not a libertarian.
So I have in my bookshelf the Libertarian Reader, and there's like maybe 1 or 2 ANCAPs in there. And the rest of like the 12 authors that have written extensively on ideas of personal freedom, liberty, limitations of government, et cetera, they're not ANCAPs. Like they believe in some level of government.
Would you believe someone is a communist if they believe in some levels of capitalism?
Well,
yeah, Lenin, for example, he believed in some levels of capitalism. He was still a communist.
No, he didn't. He believed in some markets.
Yeah.
Market socialism is not.
Wait, in Cuba, for example, they allow haciendas where they have small family-owned businesses that are allowed to compete in a market, and the profits from that enterprise go to the families. This is limited capitalism in a communist country. Yes.
You're talking about markets, but you cannot be a communist and be for private property rights. Just like you cannot be a libertarian and be against private property rights, which you are against to some degree.
So just to back up a little bit, I think Scott, I've heard you say that you have kind of like a recognition of like a descriptive versus a prescriptive kind of ideological framework. Like communism or Marxism can be totally adopted as like a descriptive framework, where it's just
communism.
It's just like understanding
Marxism is a full ideology, right? Anarcho-capitalism is not a full ideology.
I don't agree with that, but you probably know a lot more about it than I do.
I would say that Marxism has moral ought claims. Libertarianism does not have moral ought claims.
I think it has some, but they're not. It's what is it like in Pirates of the Caribbean? It's not so much rules; it's more guidelines.
Right.
Well, I'm saying, listen, you can. I'm not saying Marxists can't disagree. I'm not saying that libertarians can't disagree. Libertarians disagree all the time. What I'm saying is if you say I believe in the ideology that at a minimum places the non-aggression principle as its axiom, but also sometimes I'm against the non-aggression principle, then you're not. Then like that's a problem.
Well, wait, but that's. when you're looking at some given specific situation, so this is just how I think about it, and it sounds like you may just analyze things in a very different way than I do when it comes to this. But it's like when I'm looking at something in the world, I have my set of values, and there's this phrase, and there's a book that I've been meaning to read, but it's no straight path takes you there, where it's like if you're sailing and you're sailing into the wind, you have to tack to move forward. So the idea that it's like you can always simply move directly in the direction of your kind of guiding North Star, and you're never ever gonna compromise in any way to move in that direction, can be just counterproductive to get there.
It might be counterproductive if you're talking about political strategy, right? But if you were saying it is justifiable to violate the non-aggression principle, then that can be your opinion, but it does not a libertarian make, right? If libertarianism is the philosophy of the non-aggression principle in its most simplistic definition, and then you say sometimes it's okay to violate the non-aggression principle because the ends justify the means, or because it gets us closer to something, or because it's politically advantageous, then what you are adopting is a philosophy of pragmatism. You're adopting the philosophy of what works is what is good, as opposed to adopting the philosophy of libertarianism, which is it is always wrong to violate the non-aggression principle. That is my biggest point of contention. That's why I attack you so much. Is like, I agree that you are a fellow lover of liberty. I agree that we share many of the same values. I agree that we are going to be on the same side of the fence on 90% of issues. What I disagree with is that when I go out into the world and I try and discuss or preach libertarian philosophy, and then I encounter people that are saying all of these things, they have a presumption of what libertarianism is, and it's coded from their interactions with other people who claim the mantle of libertarianism, and those beliefs that they then put on me, I have to dispel because I'm fighting
Just
for
call
the
yourself
philosophy.
an ANCAP.
Well, why
That's
would I
much
give
more
up? Why would I give up the name that Rothbard, the ANCAP, set up to call it? Why would I give up the name of libertarianism when Murray Rothbard is the one that coined the term and was an ANCAP and used the two interchangeably? Why do I have to give up the name?
Sure, I'll explain why. I'll look into that. I wasn't aware that Rothbard came up with the term libertarian.
It starts with de
That's
Jacques
interesting.
in Europe, and these are what you would consider democratic socialists, right? And the term
So then you
libertarianism
stole it from him.
Absolutely, we reclaimed it because we reclaimed.
Well,
the
I'm
vision
reclaiming
of,
it from you.
Right, but you don't like. Right, I mean, I agree. I agree that you can try and take the name of libertarianism.
That's what I'm
away
doing.
From it and say, I just would like to redefine it as the ideology that says sometimes it's okay to violate the NAP.
No,
right? But like clearly we're different things.
Right, I understand, but like what I'm saying is, what you just said is, I think, telling. When you just said, well, some like left winger came up with it because that was my understanding of its roots, and then it was
completely out of like circulation, right? De Jacques was
Sure.
one guy that said it, and then it was just basically nobody used it until Benjamin Tucker on Liberty Magazine, right?
But the way that a word is used is, in my opinion, the meaning that it takes on. If I say, oh, like, Nazism is bad, and someone says, oh, well, what's wrong with like just having some socialism in a nation? I would think this person is being a little bit obtuse because that's not the way the word is used. And in every American political context that I'm aware of, libertarian doesn't describe firm, hardcore anarcho-capitalism like the kind that you subscribe to.
Mm-hmm.
And what it does describe is a more broad tent that can include ANCAPs. I think the ANCAPs are like on the far end of the libertarian spectrum, but I think it also includes like civic libertarians, people who are like maybe pretty moderate but are like kind of in favor of free speech. I think it can include like kind of more minarchist kind of people like myself. I would put myself in that category, or maybe closer to like in between minarchism and like just mainstream Gary Johnson libertarianism, etc. I mean, that's kind of my understanding of how most people understand
the
it.
Libertarian Party platform, right, was created by anarcho-capitalists, and the party platform is anarcho-capitalist as far as I
Their
can
candidates weren't.
Right, yeah, sure, because it's a political party that then was engaged in democracy, and so you had a whole bunch of people that aren't libertarians that end up voting for the Libertarian Party candidate
in the
because they want a third
Libertarian
party.
primary. No, I don't think people are
Absolutely,
voting.
it happens all the time.
Unless you think that people who are not involved with libertarian politics are voting in the Libertarian Party primary.
That's not my claim. My claim is that there are non-libertarians voting in the Libertarian Party.
Because they're people who call
because they're not
libertarians,
ANCAPs.
but you don't feel
yeah,
like
yeah,
they're-
yeah. Well, again, goes back to the definition. This goes back to the definition question. If it got to the point where most like libertarianism, let's say, took a different meaning, let's say the Vaushite kind of left-wing libertarianism wins out, and then everybody begins associating libertarian with that term, then I would I'd figure out something else to call myself. Political designations to me serve only utility. If you want to know what I think, you'll have to dig deeper. I only give libertarian because most people understand generally then what that means. So generally who I am as a political thinker.
Right, and that's my problem. I try and go out
ANCAP
and preach libertarianism, and I have to deal with people that are preaching an ideology of pragmatism, not libertarianism.
You're the one fighting uphill. If you wanna take back, I guess not all the way back, but if you want to take a little bit back libertarianism to mean your brand of anarcho-capitalism, you can.
Be definitionally consistent, unlike fiat libertarianism.
I mean, definitionally consistent. It's the definition that you said was stolen from like a fucking communist.
De Jacques used the term libertarian socialism. He was essentially an anarcho-syndicalist, right? But he wanted to differentiate himself. Then the word fell completely out of favor. And so when Murray Rothbard rediscovered Benjamin Tucker's work in a New York library on Liberty Magazine and blended that with Austrian economic theory, he created the philosophy of libertarianism. Now, other people started liking some of the things that Murray Rothbard said and some of the things of like Hayek and other Austrian economists, and they started using libertarianism or libertarian like an adjective. And as an adjective, it's not an ideology anymore. It's just describing a set of values. It's like, so you can't be both a noun and an adjective. If it is a noun, if you say, I am a libertarian, then you are describing an ideology. And the only way for that ideology to be philosophically consistent is to be one that says that the non-aggression principle at a minimum is an axiom to the ideology, and that violations of the non-aggression principle are not libertarianism. If you want to use it as an adjective, like I'm kind of libertarian, so I lean libertarian sometimes, then like, yeah, sure, use it as an adjective, as a set of values. But you cannot say that you embody the philosophy of libertarianism
if
and
somebody
then have
asked me,
a philosophically inconsistent definition of that philosophy.
If somebody asked me, Lactoid, do you subscribe to, are you libertarian in the sense that Scott means? I would say no, right? But I'm not gonna stop calling myself a libertarian when the current political climate and almost everybody that I know, and really everybody outside of what I think is a relatively niche community, understands libertarian to be a sort of broad umbrella capturing people who are have a very strong value in liberty, basically are what a lot of Republicans pretend they are, which is, we do want actually like limited government. We do want lower taxation. We do want these things, and we support efforts to kind of go that direction, right? Rand Paul, Ron Paul.
I would say Ron Paul and not Rand Paul.
Well, I understand there's differences, but
by his pragmatist philosophy, Rand Paul would be a libertarian. But the problem is that's a contradiction.
Even Ron Paul, like he ran for.
What you're saying is irrational. What you're saying is you're abandoning reason for whimsy.
I'm not abandoning.
To say that I'm going to continuously call myself and identify myself with a philosophy that I believe is contradictory and pragmatist, and not the philosophy of libertarianism. Again, if you want to use it as an adjective and say I'm kind of libertarian, or I lean libertarian, or my values are fairly libertarian, that's fine.
I understand what you want me to do.
But when you say I'm a libertarian, you're
with your
identifying
definition.
yourself. You're okay. Well, then what is you? Then your definition isn't a philosophy. It's a set of values that you then apply pragmatically.
I don't see
and
how
that
that-
already
I don't
has
see-
a definition. That's pragmatism. That's the philosophy of pragmatism. Whatever
pragmatism
works is good.
As a political identifier, a pragmatist is not anywhere near efficient enough for me to be able to use. If I call myself a pragmatist, no one's going to know what the fuck that means. And you can have pragmatists really on any sense of the political spectrum. That just indicates somebody who's willing to like make compromises in order to accomplish political goals. Yeah.
Yes, that's what you are. You are a pragmatist. You have
I
some
understand
libertarian values,
but
and you
I'm a
say-
libertarian pragmatist.
You can. I would almost accept that, a libertarian pragmatist.
You would almost accept that?
Right. I mean, because it's describing the form of pragmatism that you have, which is based off of libertarian.
No, you
values,
should define yourself
but
as a
not-
libertarian extremist. That you should.
I
you
am
should-
an
you
extremist.
should-
I am a radical. That is what it means to be a
Radical.
libertarian.
Oh.
I am an anarchist. That is what it means to be a libertarian. Because I
That's
am
what you think it
consistent in my
does.
philosophy. You are not.
Yeah,
You are engaged in contradiction, and you make
Uh-huh.
it difficult to talk about libertarianism. You poison the well by
Uh-huh.
by putting forward an ideology that is not libertarian. You put forward an ideology that is against the non-aggression principle.
Okay, I disagree, and we're never going to agree on this.
Well, Scott, have you considered lobbying the government to ban him from calling himself libertarian? Because I think that might be very pragmatic to do that.
I mean, to be fair, that would be two criminals fighting each other, the state versus
Or even
the statist.
running for government. Even running for government, like Ron Paul, for example, is not really a libertarian because he was running for. And Millet, I'm pretty sure he left some taxes, so he's kind of a pragmatist too. So he's not really libertarian either. In fact, can you name any major figure that's held any power that's a real libertarian by your standards?
Yeah, Millet is certainly he's very close, but he is, luckily
He's
he
not.
has started calling himself a paleo libertarian in podcasts because that's far more accurate to what he is. Because you're correct, he's not a full blown anarcho capitalist.
Okay. I mean, same challenge. Can you like anybody who has ever had power in any kind of political realm who's an actual anarcho or actual libertarian, as you would define?
I mean, I have no problem biting bullets because I'm actual libertarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
We buy bullets all the time. No.
Sure.
Again,
so you would agree then
What
that
is
like
this?
why
an
should
appeal
you
to pragmatism to prove that you're
Yes.
not a pragmatist?
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that political designators. Why not call yourself a communist? Because if you call yourself a communist, no one's going to know.
Because
what
I'm
the fuck
against
you
the
mean.
ideology of communism.
Right, and what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? It means I'm anti-communist.
Yeah, what's a communist?
You want me to give an entire definition of communism that encapsulates all of its forms?
There's a shit. Well, hold on. There's a shit ton of forms of communism. And I
Right.
think it'd be fucking. And by the way, they did this. And I think
communism is.
I think
difficult to
you're
define
doing
because
this
it's
to some.
contradictory ideology.
Sure, but I think you're doing this to some extent, where you had the Maoists who are talking shit on the Stalinists, who are talking
Mm-hmm.
shit on the Trotskyists, who are talking shit on the Leninists, and all of them are saying, "Look,
Let us
we are
not
the
forget
real
the Luxembourgists, okay, sir?
Yeah,
How
the
dare
Luxembourgists,
you?
yes. We are the real communists. Don't you dare call yourself a communist, you dirty revisionist, right?
People's
that was what
friend
Mao
of
called
Judea.
That's what Mao called Stalin or Khrushchev, right? A revisionist, and I think he also called Stalin that too. But
But it's not. It's clearly not the same thing because Marxism
but I
is
think
an ideology that is contradictory. It literally
here-
believes in contradictions existing in reality. It is
When
like
somebody
it is
call-
definitionally contradictory.
When somebody calls himself a communist to me,
Mhm.
I know what they mean because that term has utility. I know generally where they fall on the political spectrum now. I know generally the policies that they support. Generally, not entirely, but generally.
Mhm.
And I know enough to know that I oppose them. This is the same thing when it comes to Republican. You can have Republicans who disagree. You could have conservatives, right? We talk shit like Connor, counterpoints. He gets a lot of shit for branding himself as a conservative, whether or not he's like a real conservative or fake conservative. But he definitely holds like a lot of beliefs that
He's
are
a real
like bona fide conservatism, right? Like he's very much in favor of guns. He's a pro-life. Politically speaking, I think he's more of a Democrat. But ideologically speaking, he definitely has like a conservative slant. And I don't think that like this gatekeeping that you're interested in doing. I know that you find it to be important to you. I actually find it to be the opposite, I find it to be incredibly politically disadvantageous. I think
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Democrat now.
Well, I mean, you're a pragmatist, not a libertarian.
I know, because my interest,
you would say that it's better if it works.
All cards on the table. My interest is not to be the most right in my little circle of friends. My goal is to create a society that maximizes liberty as much as possible. And the only way to do that is to appeal to voters.
No,
That's the only way to do it.
The only way to
How are you going to do it?
Because you're not going to get anarcho-capitalism through fiat libertarianism.
I'm not saying you're going to get that. I'm saying you're going to get less. Maybe make it slow down the march towards statism a little bit, or maybe reverse a little bit as much as you can.
You're
one person in a country of 320 million people.
Yeah, Liquid Zulu, he put out a really good video. I think you should watch it. It's like a takedown on pragmatism and Dave Smith, right? And it's the something of a celebritarian. And he makes, I think he makes a strong argument here. So there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel, right? What the job of preaching libertarianism is to preach to the remnant. Like, we are on a collision course for the destruction of the US dollar and the collapse of the American empire, and trying to have these pragmatic 2 steps forward, 1 step back solution isn't doing anything but watering down the ideology. And the correct response is to preach to the remnant, those who will remain after the collapse occurs, after the dust settles and new things and new systems need to be built. We are preaching towards that remnant. I don't think that you're going to get this like constantly watered down fiat libertarianism is going to then bring us to libertarianism. I think the exact opposite is going to occur, where we constantly water down what libertarianism is in the chase towards results, and what we will get is we will get no libertarianism. What we will get is this, like I said, this 2 steps forward, 1 step back approach, which is exactly what Republicans have been doing for the last 100 years. Instead of saying, these are our hard lines in the sand, like, instead what they do is they go, aren't we better than the Democrats because we bring about socialism slower?
Sometimes,
and like, I don't want libertarians to be, aren't we better than Republicans because we bring about socialism slower? We're still headed towards more and ever-increasing socialism, and that's not good. That's definitionally bad.
Great. I know you don't want that, and that's great. If you want to, you can keep trying to lead your movement to redefine the term as it's commonly used. That's fine. My point is, as a political identifier, it still holds utility. In my opinion, that's the only purpose of any political identifier in the first place.
Yeah, I disagree. I think it holds no utility if it's not definitionally accurate.
I know you disagree. For me, definitions, as with all language, words have meaning that we assign to them. Yeah. And libertarian has a meaning in the current political discourse that makes sense to most people. If that falls out of favor, then I'll call myself whatever new term that most identifies with my political beliefs.
I disagree. I don't think it does
we've been on so many panels.
It doesn't make sense. It's contradictory.
I think people who've seen it know my values and know the political opinions that I hold and the policies that I advocate for. And to the vast majority of people, libertarian encapsulates all of that the best. It's the best fit. It's not a perfect fit. It's the best fit.
No, there's a better fit. Paleo-libertarianism.
No,
paleo-libertarian is more accurate.
But nobody knows what the fuck it means. Paleo-libertarianism? What? Okay,
paleo.
What is that? Explain it. No, for my mind, paleos are like people who only eat meat and nuts. That's what in my mind like invoked by paleo anything. So no, that's not like so you have a bunch of guns and you live off out on the grid and you just like farm cashews and eat cow? No, that's not who I am. I'm just I'm a libertarian. I like I like Milton Friedman. I like Rand Paul and Ron Paul. I like Milei. I like Milei a lot. I like all these people.
Milei,
I think they are champions.
Is on podcast calling himself a paleo-libertarian.
Yeah, maybe to him, like that holds some kind of like maybe he disagrees with me that he holds himself to this like I guess very high Puritan standard.
Technically you'd be a paleo-con, you wouldn't be a paleo-lib, but nevertheless.
But most people don't see when they talk about Milei, they're not referring to him as a paleo anything. They're saying that libertarian or right-wing president over in Argentina. That's what they're saying. And that's why I just call myself a right-leaning libertarian. It's the most understandable political designation. I had a quick question for Socrates.
Hello.
Before we go.
Yeah, no, he's
what
not
are your thoughts
an
on
Austrian.
I'm not Austrian.
What are your thoughts on the Ukraine war? Generally.
You don't
have to be super specific.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to hold you to a Puritan standard on this one.
I think it's an interesting situation I find myself in as an American lefty, because I don't love American empire. I don't love American hegemony. And it's a fact that there's literally no better way to spend military dollars than mailing a bullet over to Ukraine for them to put it in a Russian soldier. And that goes for mortar rounds as well. There's no more effective way to degrade Russian kind of general military and overall supremacy than supporting Ukraine. So I don't love that as American lefty of like America becoming number one. But if I were like hawkish, I would love the war. And just as like a human being I have a lot of friends who are Ukrainian. I have a lot of friends who are Russian. I think it's fucked up that one country is deciding to invade another. And I think it seems from a moral perspective, very obvious that we should support them in like staying an independent nation if they want to do that.
Okay. I don't know. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea because it's like very hyper specific, but at some point, so I'm pretty, I think, antagonistic towards the Ukrainian position, I think is the best way to say it. And I have been for a while, and I've done a few debates on this.
Like
both
prior to the war even, or?
Well, I learned more as the war began. And so prior I was pretty ignorant, I would say, as to a lot of the specifics. But following the war beginning, I learned more. But I'm pretty antagonistic towards the Ukrainian position, both pragmatically and morally. So, I mean, having a broader conversation might be interesting at some point, but that's going to be a long one. So,
yeah, I mean, if we get into like, Ukraine has this corruption thing, and they're like, I'm not going to know anything about,
sure,
like really like hyper specific politics, whatever. I can just say kind of as my, kind of general position on that. But I'm certainly, I'd be interested to hear about that.
Sure.
And sorry, I was laughing earlier when Scott, you were saying that it's like, and Trump and the Republicans are, they're only like moving slightly slower towards socialism. It's so interesting that it's like what you see as socialism, I see as like corporatocracy or fascism or like white supremacy or all these different things. But I'm probably against a lot of the things that you're also against. So I think to me that was funny, and that's why.
Yeah,
I laughed.
I mean,
but
I think socialism is difficult to define. It has a lot of different.
It's really
right. You know what I mean? Like socialism originally meant against monarchies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it gets adopted by Marx and Engels to mean the process of the natural. Marx never defined socialism because why would he? Right? Like I think the closest thing you'll get is Engels in Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? But the closest you'll get from Marx is the movement of history through time, right? Because the dialectic belief that contradictions are always coming to a head, and then you get that kind of Hegelian dialectic process of absolving the contradictions into a new superstructure or a new thing. Right. And you kind of get that from the beginning of Engels, book where he's talking about how capitalism came about because of the growing power of the bourgeoisie and the merchant class against the nobility. So in order to maintain power, we get more freedom from capitalism, in a sense, from the monarchy, et cetera, right? There's no policy that he describes as socialist because he's avidly against nationalism. but supports nationalism in Ireland and in Poland, because in both
Sure.
of those instances, it's a means of resolving the contradiction of power structures, right? And then
Yeah.
we get, Stalinism after Lenin, that claims that socialism is like a transitory state, hearkening back to Marx's, very vague description of how communism will come about is, that's when the state seizes the means of production for the, the benefit of the proletariat. And then we get democratic socialism and later socialists, in the modern era after the fall of the Berlin Wall and after, the Frankfurt School and things like that, where, socialism is just, a means of like applying democracy and more democratization and more, more, redistribution of power and capital, to even out the material conditions of people, vaguely speaking. The way that use social,
not to even out, but to give more power to workers against capital interests.
well, I mean, even out as in balance the power dynamic to some degree, from like a critical theory perspective, right?
Sure.
The way that I utilize socialism, I think, is perfectly commiserate with Marx's interpretation. And what I would say is that socialism is when the state or when, some group with power, be it a corporation, etc., right, engages in controlling capitalism to resolve what is the perceived inherent contradictions of capitalism, right? So when I see a government policy say capitalism fails to be able to provide this, therefore we need government intervention because of the inherent contradictions between the capitalist desire for profit and the needs of the people, that's socialism to me. And it can be on the right or it can be on the left.
Just to jump in, there's another, I think, even more interesting description of socialism, which is not there's kind of like a more simple case where it's like, oh, capitalism has some externalities, like it does things really well, really efficiently, but then some people suffer, and to relieve a little bit of like homelessness or something, some people lose their jobs, we add some socialism. That's like the kind of less interesting case. The more interesting case is like, like in China, they recognized at some point that their like capitalism was faltering. And so they made a bunch of initiatives to help prop up like small businesses and to like kind of reinvigorate, I don't know, like a more,
state
I don't
capitalism,
know what's supposed
which
to.
I would call a form of
no,
socialism.
It's not. I guess technically it's state capitalism, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
like
their own brand. China's
right?
brand of socialism has always been hyper aggressive and very hyper like hands-on, while at the same time constantly attempting to use markets. Now, obviously, Mao didn't utilize markets very much, but like basically every predecessor of his, attempted to utilize markets to some degree, in varying degrees. And as we move, through time, we get more and more market socialism. But it has also been a very hands-on approach to market socialism, right? It's not like Europe or the West where we have markets and then we try to correct the imbalance of, the contradictions in capitalism per se by like wealth redistribution. Rather, it's like, ooh, the market has failed. So what we're going to do is like put someone in your company that is there to make sure that you are following the tenets of the Little Red Book, and you can be brought into the office if Tencent Media making video games fails to be communist enough, right? Like it's China's version of communism and socialism has always been kind of its own thing, which is very hands-on, but also very market-driven. And so I think state capitalism almost is too vague of a term to describe the unique way in which China engages in socialism.
Yeah, it's more like these things that we're doing. So like, here's an interesting thing. It's like Elizabeth Warren said, "I'm a capitalist in my bones," and she created like one of the kind of I would say most incredible consumer rights protections agencies that that returns money to people from fraud by banks and doesn't require any tax dollars to fund it because it's operating entirely from the fines on the banks from like stealing from people. But that's, or her like antitrust practices to try to dismantle what I don't know how you feel about the term crony capitalism, but I'm fine
with crony capitalism. I think crony capitalism is a form
with
of
the term
socialism.
or with the.
Well, I'm fine with crony capitalism as a term. Like it doesn't bother me because it's a descriptor of, I mean, obviously we're borrowing the word capitalism from Marx, right? We're not even like it's not like, Wealth of Nations described capitalism, definitionally. It was Marx that described capitalism. And obviously that, that name has been, kind of taken away from Marxism to a certain degree. So like crony capitalism is just like, it's an adjective to the concept of capitalism, signifying that like there is fraud, waste, abuse, buying of political capital and favors in a market economy that is something different than pure capitalism. So like, it doesn't bother me. It's just, to me, it's another form of socialism, as would be trust busting.
So you're fine with the term, but you don't like the practice of antitrust, but you also don't like monopolies that you feel like are formed by government regulation, creations of like copyright.
Well, I think it's the government created a problem, and then the government creates a solution for the problem they created instead of getting rid of the problem, right? And the problem is intellectual property, corporations being able to purchase elections, regulatory capture, and these are all problems created by the state. And then a company utilizes all of those weaknesses of the state to gain a large, monopoly is an insane term to me, right? Monopoly has been redefined by socialists, right? Because a real monopoly would be like, when one industry is completely controlled by one person. Monopolies don't exist under capitalism.
Wait, by one person or one company?
Well, one company is fine, right?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm saying one person because my view of property is that there cannot be co-ownership of property. But setting that aside, by one company, one entity, right? That you can't have that.
What if it's like
permission of
two entities? Is that not a?
It's not a monopoly. No, it's
okay.
I mean, they may have a majority of market share, and even that is like giving probably too much, right? Like, so for example, Alcoa, right? The American aluminum company, during their heyday, they had a quote unquote monopoly on aluminum. There was no single company in the United States that sold aluminum other than Alcoa. So they had a 100% market share of aluminum. And yet Alcoa never made more than a 12% profit during this time. And Alcoa's prices and the price of aluminum consistently kept dropping. And it's like, well, why would the price keep dropping when you have a, as close as you can get to a pure monopoly? And the problem is that aluminum is not just in competition with aluminum, number one, right? It's in competition with two other factors that aren't showcased by this 100% market share. The first factor is, well, aluminum used to be a precious metal, right? The Empire State Building's cap was made of aluminum because it was seen as like this fancy metal that was like super expensive. Meanwhile, today, aluminum's retarded cheap, right? And the thing is that aluminum is in competition with all of these other metals, right? Because you can use, during Alcoa's heyday, you would never think to make pots and pans out of aluminum because the price of aluminum is too high, right? But in reality, aluminum is in competition with cast iron and stainless steel. So even if you have 100% of the market share of aluminum, you're actually in competition with any other product that can fill the niche or the desire or the demand that aluminum could potentially do in the future or is currently filling. So even with 100% market share of aluminum, you're actually in competition with a bunch of other things. And then the second thing is you're in competition with capital investors. If you just get like 200% profit and you keep the price of aluminum insanely high, well, another company could invest and then cut your price in half and only gain 100% profit. And now you have a competitor because you kept the price too high. The only way to carve out competition in that regard is to actually be in competition. You're in competition with other potential investors that are looking to put their money wherever there's a return on investment. And if there's an insane amount of profit in aluminum, well, people are going to start investing in aluminum mines and aluminum companies and aluminum refiners, et cetera. And then all of a sudden you have a competitor that is selling aluminum. And so like the concept of a monopoly that is used by economists today, I find to be like a means of attacking companies because they have 80% market share or something. When in reality, the problem is government privilege via regulatory capture, subsidies, like looking at, like, for example, the EV market or, things like that, where Tesla's getting subsidies, in the beginning.
Well,
and so like
that's very blatant right now. I'm driving up to the White House.
Right. Well, I mean, like, obviously Trump got rid of the EV subsidies, and the hilarious thing is that people don't realize is that Tesla was no longer getting those subsidies because the
it was a ladder pull, 100%.
Yeah, we're designed to only subsidize companies in the first year engaging in the market. So when they quote unquote got rid of the subsidies, really all they did a ladder pull for Tesla so that it would make it harder for companies to compete because he had a first to market advantage in regulatory capture of EV subsidies. And now he's not getting those subsidies, and then those things are gone. So yeah, like
woo.
That's my kind of like thing on monopoly in general.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean,
this isn't libertarianism so much as it is Austrian economic theory, right?
Yeah.
Which I mean you could say is a part of anarcho-capitalism as opposed to libertarianism, right? That's kind of the big difference between the two terms. Is ANCAP is the blend of libertarianism and Austrian economic theory, whereas libertarianism is just the non-aggression principle. There's no like belief that you must have a certain economic theory. Though I would say that the natural that Austrian economic theory is just right, and you know what I mean. And so but that's separate.
Scott, would you violate the NAP if it would lead to a world in which nobody violated the NAP again?
That was going to be my question.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, like, I would never violate the NAP, but also I just don't think that makes any logical sense.
It's the hypothetical is like.
Yeah, I mean, it's hypothetical, but it's not like a real reductio, right? Because like you're saying that this would require you to have the ability to see in the future, and this would require an ability of there to be no force, because that would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. So you would have to have a scenario where you are not forcing any human being. Like you have to get rid of free will in order to get rid of permanently all non-aggression principles. So it's required to violate the NAP consistently in order to create a world where there is no violation of the NAP.
Is it possible? Is it possible is it logically possible to even have a world where people don't violate the NAP? I think is
no. I mean,
you're advocating for something. You're
That's not what I was
advocating
asking.
For something.
What I was
better world.
Like I can make the hypothetical, and like God comes down, and it turns out he's real, and he says, Scott, I'm giving you a test. I made people kill children before. I'm doing it again. You got a gun, go kill that child. If you do, I will remove the desire of any human to violate the NAP again for all time. Do you do it?
I would say that if God comes down to our world and appears before me, either A, I'm hallucinating and I'm schizophrenic, or B, God is real and materializes, and we should do everything we can to capture him and make him punishable for his crimes.
He's God. He's God. You can't capture him.
Who are you gonna call?
And you're not hallucinating.
I'm sorry. If he's in the material world, then definitionally he has to come into our world in order to interact with it. And if he comes into our world to interact with it, then that means that there is the technological capacity to one day be able to capture God.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna phase out before you get that technology. This is a one-day only offer, Scott.
If he phases out, that means he can phase in and out, and if he can phase in and out into the material world in some way, can we, and we. Then what I would do is I would not violate the non-aggression principle, and I would advocate that we develop the technology to be able to capture God and punish him for his crimes.
Answer the question.
So I think
I'm not being a shithead. What you're doing is I'm pointing out the flaws in the reductio. Like you're trying to use magic and systems of a primacy of consciousness, which I believe is contradictory with reality, to try and get me to
hypotheticals. Hypotheticals can be contradictory to reality. It's a hypothetical. I can make up whatever rules I want.
Right, but if it can't work in reality, then I don't need to bite the bullet on something that can't work in reality.
That's not true. If a hypothetical is at least logically consistent, even if it violates the rules like the laws of physics,
I'm pointing out why it's not logically consistent, because it depends upon the primacy of consciousness, which is wrong. A equals A, and existence exists.
No, if you start with base level assumptions, which the hypothetical has, which is you kill the kid and then nobody will ever commit a violation of the NAP again, that's all the information you need to have to answer the hypothetical.
Right. I would not kill the kid, number one, because it's a violation of the NAP, and number two, it's not logically possible to have a world where there is no violation of the NAP and maintain free will. If free will is no longer maintained, then that means that there is another violation of the NAP, which is to say God has removed freedom of choice and will from people and is controlling them and is thus violating the NAP.
Sure. So I actually agree, but can we switch this a little bit to probe something that I'm interested in, which is okay. We can't eliminate people violating the NAP. Not logically possible, whatever. Okay. There's something that you're advocating.
I mean, it is, hold on, pause. It is logically possible that, like, for whatever reason, right? Like, let's say there's a spore mushroom, right? And a virus spreads, and this virus is the NAP virus, right? And the NAP virus, like, makes everybody believe
so
that,
God
like,
wasn't sufficient, but a virus is.
A fungus.
Well, right, like if
I should have just used the fungus to make the hypo work.
God is using his will to impose a lack of free will upon other individuals, thus violating the NAP. Now the fungus thing, right, it doesn't, right? So it's logically possible, but the problem is that it's statistically impossible, right? Because like at a certain point, someone will be free of the virus. Something will happen, and some person somewhere will pick up the stick,
virus,
look at another person, and say, "Or else what?" Right?
Wait,
like viruses mutate over time.
But it's possible, okay, that you could have some fungus or virus that will not mutate over time and will infect every person. Right?
That's why I said it's logically possible, but it's statistically impossible.
Okay, so logically, so you're still not killing the kid, right? In this logically possible scenario.
I'm not violating the NAP
Thank you
as a consequentialist to get less NAP violations in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was going to be my question.
There's a more classic example, which is like what is it, Omerta Village, right? Which is like everyone in the town is living in a high trust society where no one violates anyone's rights, but then you one day find out that in order to maintain this perfect society, there's a young girl that's being raped constantly every day in a dungeon somewhere. Is it okay? Is it good? Would you continue the process of this girl being raped? Let's say it's 10 million people. And in 10 million people, there are no rights violations amongst all of these other people, but there's some magic scenario where like it's only being stopped by this one girl being constantly raped.
Yeah, probably would do it. Yeah.
Right, and then the follow-up question is, will you rape her? Will you rape this girl every day?
Now, Scott, this is logically impossible because how could this be happening? How could Omerta be sustained by such an activity? This doesn't make any sense.
I agree, right? But it's the more classic example.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to phrase it in like a little bit maybe less sensational
TikTok-friendly way, right? Not bringing up rape.
No, just like yeah.
It's got to be visceral, right? You got to really feel the evil, right? It hits at the intuition of everyone because it's it's easy to say like slapping someone in the face or something. When you say rape and then you say, "Are you willing to rape?" Day in and day out, and she screams in agony for help.
get elected and then give up power, or more along those lines than like, yeah, something horrific. But let's say that there's something that you could do that could drastically push the world in a positive way in the direction that you want it to be, in which case you would have to do some temporary minor violation of the NAP.
No.
And no, okay, like
let me be very clear. I will not steal a penny to save the world.
Yeah, that's the classic example they give Scott.
Yeah, so this to me doesn't seem like this is like a political philosophy or ideology. This is like a more like
libertarianism is not a political philosophy.
It's an autistic math question, basically.
Libertarianism is a philosophy of natural law.
Okay.
It's not.
It's more of like a religious doctrine, and I don't mean that in any kind of like loaded way, but it's like
if you want to, I think the more accurate word might be dogmatic, but it's true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just I think there's like because literally everything could be like could be dogmatic or could be pragmatic, and it's like there's a lot of people everywhere who are suffering in a ton of different ways, right? And so like I think that as a lefty, I think that there should be government social programs to provide for people and help make the world a better place. But it's like, am I going to stop somebody who's starting a charity to feed people? No, like that's good. That's a good thing that they're doing, right?
I mean, I would argue, right, and this is purely
I'd steal so many
separate from my my ideology itself. I would argue that if you are a pragmatist or if you are a consequentialist, that you will still, given enough information, come to my position. It just so happens to be that anarcho-capitalism is the position that is, if you are a, rule utilitarian, whatever it is, that if you are consistent and if you gain enough information, you will eventually realize that the social welfare programs are causing more harm than they are good. That's
entirely possible. But I think there's something in this little like switch between. It's one thing to think. Okay, so it's like the classic thing is it's like, oh, good versus evil, hero struggle story. Oh, I'm not gonna kill the villain because killing the villain is an evil thing to do.
No,
and
you should
we
kill
can
the villain.
prevail. We can prevail
Blow
by
his
just
fucking
being
brains out.
so good that we will kind of convert the world to goodness. And it's one thing to do that because you really think like good can't win if we do evil things, and it's another thing to think like, like I'm not gonna kill the Nazis on the beach because killing is wrong. Like that's right.
No,
like
kill the Nazis on the beach, blow them up.
Yeah. So
it's just not my ideology. It doesn't represent my ideology. I'm not a pacifist. Criminals should be killed.
Sure. Uh-huh.
Well, maybe not every criminal, right? Like stealing a TV.
Right. Yeah.
We shouldn't kill you. Right. Like I believe in a philosophy of restitution and retribution. Right. But, murderers, kill them. Soldiers fighting for the Nazis, kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Kill them. Kill him in the most gruesome way you fantasize.
What about a Nazi soldier that didn't do anything like bad other than just sign up for the Wehrmacht?
A Nazi soldier that didn't do anything bad other than sign up behind the Nazi ideology and then fight for the Nazis. Kill him.
Well, he was first day deployed.
Too cowardly to say no.
Yeah, first day deployed.
Kill him.
There's like there's a lot of penalties in Germany for like you get sent to the concentration camp or whatever. So he gets on board and he goes to the Western Front and then he's there in D-Day.
Kill him.
You just kill him. Okay.
I mean, it's unfortunate that the same. So like here, I'll give you an example, right? Let's say there's a bank robbery occurring, okay, and the bank robber, and you're a private police, right? Like we'll get rid of the whole police bad thing, right? You're private police tasked with protecting the property of the bank, and the person grabs a hostage, and that hostage is then they point a gun to that person's head. will you shoot through the hostage to kill the bank robber? My answer is yes. Now, if you have an option to, like, you have a sniper on the roof to kill the bank robber, and you have like reason to believe that you can save the hostage, then you should engage in that behavior.
If the
you
only
are morally
pragmatic
justified in killing the hostage because you are not the aggressor against the hostage. The person that kidnapped them is. Similarly with Nazism, right? It is the Nazis that have conscripted this soldier, and they are the aggressor against this Nazi. And those people are just simply collateral damage. Now, if you have a means,
must be a big Israel fan.
If you have the means of killing, Hitler and killing, let's say you find out where the meeting place is for like all of the generals and everything, and you choose, and you have a bomb, and you have, option A, option B, and option A is to kill a bunch of Nazis that are, conscripted somewhere, and option B is to send it to kill the entire, command structure of the Nazis. You're not morally justified in choosing to kill the conscriptors when you have the means of which to get rid of the Nazi regime. But but if you're in a war and people are shooting at you and they're supporting the Nazi regime, they have, even if it's by their own act of cowardice, or or they're a victim of that regime, you have every right to defend your land, to defend your homeland, and to fight against those Nazis. And I'm not the aggressor for killing Nazi soldiers.
So when it comes
Dresden, on the other hand, not fucking justified. Like
interesting. Wait, but those were not
the German war. Yeah.
Sorry, not Dresden.
Hiroshima? Or
no, the firebombing we did after the war was essentially over.
Dresden was F4.
Dresden was firebombed.
No, yeah, there's a specific one. Now I can't think of it because it's fucking.
But you would say Dresden was justified.
It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. Some people will remind me. Hopefully, I don't know. It's not. It's not important. Sure, the second atomic bomb, not justified at all.
Why not? Arguably, that did end the war. By the way, like I think it was probably justified, just on like a pure consequentialist analysis.
I think it probably it maybe historically wasn't, but I'm not a.
Yeah, it's subject to debate, but from
it
my
is
reading
subject
on
to debate. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think it's trivial one way or another.
We did not need to do the second bombing at all.
I think we did.
We could have ended the war absolutely. Like they were already attempting to end the war. We did the second bomb as an extra fuck you. Look how much power we have.
Yeah.
That was we're gonna kill a whole bunch of innocent people in the
this
name
is more
of,
of a
in the name of justice. And it
But
was
that's an empirical matter.
Exactly. This is an empirical question.
Didn't happen.
Let's say that like the second bombing actually did is the thing that forced Japan to capitulate because they didn't know how many more we had at that point. At that point, you would say it's justified because the path of least resistance there was the second bombing, and the people of Japan
if Japan
are being held hostage by the government.
Already offered conditional surrender, right? Which they did when we did the second bombing, right? Which is right. Let's reformulate that. I'd have to. Yeah, they had already offered conditional surrender after the first bombing. It was a conditional surrender, right? Like it was like open.
We wanted unconditional.
Right, we wanted an unconditional surrender, right? But like we very easily could have sent diplomatic attachés to fucking like called for a ceasefire and then been like, okay, here are our demands. What are your demands? And even then been like, we'll blow up more shit, motherfucker, if you don't meet our demands, right? Like we did the second bombing just so that like as a form of diplomacy. But assuming that history was different, I'd have to look at what's going on there, right? Because I would say that nuclear bombs it's very, very hard from a libertarian perspective to justify any nuclear bomb ever going off. And the reason I would say that is because you're killing a whole bunch of innocent people. Now, a nuclear bomb in, let's say, a village somewhere, and all it is a weapons manufacturing, like that might be considered justified, right? But like in a populated city with civilians, it's I don't think you can justify that from a libertarian basis. I cannot imagine a scenario where it is. Maybe there is a scenario where where we like, we do the reductio in such a tight way that it's like, this is the only way to stop the aggression, etc. Right? But with all of the different weapons capacity that we have, I can't find a way that would justify a nuclear bomb ever.
Well, hold on.
Okay. Same would be true of
fire
firebombs specifically designed to light the wood and paper housing of Japanese towns so that we could cause terror.
Yeah. So just roll with like the historical narrative here, which is whether you think it's true or not, which is that the bombs forced Japan to surrender. Otherwise, we would have invaded and killed a whole bunch more people and lost a whole bunch more people too. Given that that is now at this point,
yeah.
Well, even leaving consequent. Well, there is a little bit of consequentialism here, a little bit, because you're saying that you have to take the path of least resistance, and everybody there is a hostage from the aggressor. So the Japanese government, I guess, would be the aggressor because Pearl Harbor, and all the citizens of Japan are now hostages of that aggressor, which means that in order to stop the aggressor, we have to take out their total war. We have to take out their war industry, and so, but we have to do it in the manner that's like least, that causes the least amount of harm possible to achieve our ends, right?
We don't have
just
to
like you said.
No, so we don't have to use the means that causes the least amount of harm, right? What we have a duty to under libertarianism, as far as I can tell, right? And this might be stretching to the limit of my knowledge as in theory, right? Because I'm a communicator of the philosophy, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a full-blown philosopher, though I'm better than most, right? I would say, it's my understanding that the duty is not to cause the least amount of like collateral damage. Rather, the duty is if we have equal means of stopping the aggression and we have reason to believe that one will cause less damage than the other one, then we have a duty to choose that. And that's kind of like the philosophy behind the gentleness principle. But again, this is stretching to the, like there are many things I'm confident to talk about. This is one that I get to the ends of my understanding of the philosophy, right? So it's like if all I have is a handgun and a cop, I'll shoot through the hostage to ensure that I kill the bank robber. But if I have a sniper on the roof who's an expert marksman and he says in my ear, I've got the shot, keep him talking for just a minute, right? Then I have a duty to keep him talking for just a minute so the sniper can take the shot.
Well,
but if there's no sniper on the roof, right, then I shoot through.
What if the sniper's bullet is 1 penny more expensive than the bullet in the handgun?
Would you steal that penny?
Yeah. So again, this is where I'm saying I'm at the limits of my understanding of the philosophy, right? Like this is where I would say you'd have to talk to Liquid Zulu or maybe Stefan Kinsella or somebody that actually writes and pushes the theory forward. I'm just a communicator of the philosophy. And so we're getting at the point where I'm I don't know that I can perfectly answer that question.
I think the bombs were the nuclear bombs were cheaper than a full-scale invasion. So whether we want to look at it from the collateral damage or we want to look at it from just the cost to the user of force.
Yeah, people in my chat are getting pissed at me. They're like, no, NAP-wise, this is incorrect. NAP-wise, it's discretionary for you to listen to the sniper, etc. You know what I mean? I don't know, chat.
Wait, which one of them is a fake libertarian? Do we know? What methodology do we use to determine who's
all
the
of
fake
them?
one?
Yeah, no, I mean it's look, man, it's creating and communicating an ideology free of contradiction is a never-ending task, right? It is a constant struggle with ethics to determine the correct answer in every situation.
Struggle.
Isn't that sort of admitting there was always some contradiction?
No.
Well, what are you struggling with then?
I'm not admitting that there is always some contradiction. There is some objective truth out there.
Okay.
What the struggle is the struggle to discover the objective truth. The human mind and the human knowledge is always incomplete, right?
I see.
I don't want to get into the philosophy of is truth ever knowable, etc. Or the asymptote kind of Aristotle explanation, etc. I don't want to go too far back in the philosophy, right? Because then the objectivists will start screaming at me. I think truth is knowable, but there's always going to be context dependent scenarios where we're at a situation where it's like, ooh, I'm gonna have to think about this. I'm gonna have to we're gonna have to work to determine what the truth is here. And at a certain point, we're gonna get to the limit of my IQ. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty fucking smart, but at a certain point, we reach a limit where I'm like, fuck, dude, I don't know.
I'm not shooting the hostage, by the way. Just to be clear, I'm not.
It's not about what you will or won't do from a moral position. It's about what are you justified in doing. These are two different questions, right? It's about can I use violence to stop you from shooting the hostage? It's not about whether or not it's morally the right decision to shoot the hostage. I agree with you, right? I'm not going to shoot the hostage just to do this. But it's about whether or not you can then grab your gun and shoot me for trying to shoot the bank robber, while he's holding the hostage, right?
No, I wouldn't shoot.
Can I shoot him if he tries to shoot you?
Right. You get it. Yeah, it's a Mexican standoff.
I wouldn't shoot. Yeah, I wouldn't shoot the guy that shot the hostage, but I would probably arrest him unless the situation was very understandable. Like if he pulled the gun and shot not intending to hit the hostage and he had a reasonable basis to think that he wouldn't, I would be more forgiving of that. But if he just sees the hostage and it's some woman screaming and he's like, "Sorry, ma'am," bam, bam, but no, absolutely,
well,
this
I mean,
guy's going to prison.
I mean, and this is also too where I think many libertarians struggle with this because so many of them are autistic that they're very focused on the nap. This is where common law comes into consideration, right? This is where we would make rules for situations like this that you would be forced to voluntarily sign on in order to live in the society.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Can you say that again?
This is a situation where in order, if Geico is my rights enforcement agency in Ancapistan, right? And it's competing with Nationwide, right? This is a situation where Nationwide and Geico would both say, in order for us to represent you, and in order for you to basically be able to do any business here, you need some representation, right? Just like you can't drive on the road without car insurance. You're a threat to everyone there because of the potential fact that you don't have any financial backing to your ability to drive, right? And so just like on a road, a private road would be the same thing. If you want to drive on my road, you have to have car insurance. In order to live in Ancapistan, you have to have a rights enforcement agency that is, an insurance in case you engage in some, in case you do violate the NAP. This is where common law practice would come in and said there are these morally gray areas where we go, yeah, this isn't allowed. This is part of the contract. This is part of the thing that would say, yeah, you may be justified by the NAP to engage in this, but in order for Nationwide to represent you, these are some extra rules that you have to follow. And that's kind of one of those things. I think if you were a security force and you were just killing anybody willy-nilly, that this would be a situation where it very quickly would go, look, we're not going to insure your business unless you agree that these other things are going to be, that you're going to follow these other rules voluntarily, or you can just not do business here. Get the fuck out of our town. Right.
So to be part, so there's a constitution that says that you have to sign up to one of these rights agencies. You need a subscription to one of these rights agencies, but you get to choose.
I mean, this is the concept of anarcho-capitalism is 1,000 Liechtensteins, right? It's I don't want one nation state. So in my personal ideal Ancapistan, right, that might be the case. Another, perfectly viable form of anarcho-capitalism is Amish communities, right? They have a council of elders.
Pretty cool.
You know what I mean? And they hate paying taxes like a motherfucker, and they hate welfare. And, but in order to live in Amish country, you have to give your cell phone, this beachy Amish, not Pennsylvania Dutch, right? You have to give your cell phone to other members of the church so that they can go through your cell phone. To make sure that you're not watching porn or doing things you shouldn't be doing on your phone. That's part of the rules of living there. And if you don't live, well, I mean, it's a deeply Christian community, and you either follow the values there or you don't follow the values there, right? So I mean, like different.
Sound that free though. Like this is, I think, and you know, can let you guys get some sleep, but just like my perspective, whenever I hear like, I think there's only one thing that grates at me when these kind of conversations come up, when terms like freedom or liberty are
I prefer liberty
to be
not
one thing, and that's what makes me personally feel good. And to not recognize that liberty means fundamentally really different things. We can categorize, you know,
how am I
positive and negative freedoms and stuff like that, but like liberty means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and to not recognize that, like,
well, just know if you're talking to a libertarian, what I mean is freedom from aggression. That's it.
Okay, but I think everybody wants what those words at like a, you know what I mean? Like, if like freedom from aggression is.
I wish who wants everyone would be a libertarian if that was the case. Okay. You know what I mean?
Or maybe
they like the idea, they like the sound of those words, but they don't actually want freedom from aggression. That most people want to aggress upon other people in order to maintain the type of society that they want.
Or there's different types of aggression that are more salient to different people. So the kind of aggression of you have to pay taxes or we're going to come and get you, to some people that could be totally unbearable, which I'm guessing is accurate to you. Like that.
Why it's anti-liberty.
Feels like viscerally. Yes.
It's definitionally anti-liberty.
Sure.
It just is. It's objectively not liberty to take money against people's wishes to fund programs.
Right. Sure. To some people that might viscerally feel fine. Maybe because they're brainwashed, maybe whatever. They've never thought about it, whatever. But it's not something that ever consumes them to think about, oh my God, my rights, my liberty, my personhood is being violated. That's just not an experience that they have. Versus, wow, I get to live in a place where like people day to day don't harass me. Or I have the liberty to do X, or I have the safety to do X, or I'm being taken care of, or people in my community are being taken care of by some.
Yeah, but none of that,
group of
all of
people
that's irrelevant, though, right? Like we use definitions for, philosophically consistent foundations, right? Like I understand that people colloquially,
sometimes,
that have contradictory philosophies of their own, believe in things, like positive rights and, things that are, but these things are contradictory. Like it's not.
I don't think I think they're in opposition. I don't think they're contradictory.
Sure. To be as accurate as possible, I would say they're contraries.
They're contraries. Yeah. If you provide a positive right, you must.
Here I am saying, definitions are important for logic, philosophical consistency, and I'm using contrary and contradictory as interchangeable because they are for most people, right? But technically speaking, they're contraries. Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
Which is still a problem, right? Like it's still illogical. Right, like
no, it's not illogical to value one thing that's right. Like I love eating a whole pint of ice cream. It's fantastic. It's really great. But I also want to be able to fit into clothes that I already own and like, and those things are in contradiction with each other, and it sucks. I wish I, they do have those like, mostly fat-free or carb-free or sugar-free
like
ice
keto,
creams that are still pretty tasty.
Fucking Halo Top.
Yeah.
It tastes like
There's
shit,
like a
by the way.
Some of them taste okay and have a decent mouthfeel, but it's not as good as like
they taste fine if you're keto, right? Because your taste buds are shit.
Did you just say a decent mouthfeel?
a decent mouthfeel. I mean,
brother,
that's important,
brother,
right?
when you're
Because
doing food reviews, I learned not that long ago. I'm embarrassed to say it. 35 years old, not that long ago, I found out that mouthfeel is legitimately a large part of food reviewing.
It's a big thing because it's like
I don't
know,
know
a
either.
sorbet.
Well, I'll give you an example, right? Like let's say
the mouthfeel.
let's say you're making a bechamel, right? So in order to make a bechamel, first you need to make a roux, right? Now, if you make a roux and in that roux you know you're going to get this like sandpaper consistency. And then you're going to add the cream in slowly and keep adding the cream in slowly and keep adding the cream in slowly, right? And you're going to get your basic foundation for like any like white cream sauce, which is a bechamel, right?
Yep.
Now, if you improperly add the cream, you add too much cream, what you're going to get is you're going to get gritty, you're going to get a gritty texture from the not fully, oh my God, I can't think of the term, but not fully absorbed, we'll just say, because I can't think of the term. Emulsified, thank you. You won't get a fully emulsified roux in your sauce. And the flavor will be there, right? And the spice will be there, and like the creaminess will be there. All those things will be there. But you know what you'll have? A bad quote unquote mouthfeel because it will be like a gritty sauce.
So just to confirm then,
my roommate is a chef, if you can't tell. He's actually a patissier.
You prefer your white cream to have good mouthfeel as well.
You got it.
Got from that.
That is how we're going to end this conversation about libertarian philosophy, is that I personally prefer my white cream sauce to have a good mouthfeel. I will see you gentlemen later. And I'm, my DMs are open for any debates or discussions. Pleasure speaking to you, Socrates. And as always, it's fun.
Indeed. Yeah, no, this was really fun.
All right, boys. I'll be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow to look at Superboy Boys or Crown's presentation, and then look at Sargon of Akkad turning more and more into a communist. And that's what we'll do tomorrow. Wednesday, I got to go to my grandmother's house and because she's not quite invalid, but she has a hard time getting around. So I'm just going to deep clean her living room. I'm probably going to be doing that on Wednesdays for the foreseeable future. Just going one room at a time and just deep cleaning her place so that she doesn't have to live with boxes and papers and things just piling up. And then obviously Thursday is, Thanksgiving. So, I'm sure a lot of you guys have plans, but I have to check. I'm waiting on Casimir, but Liquid Zulu said he's free Saturday. And if Casimir is free, then we will probably have a conversation about the limits of airspace and sound and homesteading, and possibly looking at Kinsella's arguments against forestalling. So if that comes through, Saturday will be a hardcore libertarian nerd night. I also, Kinsella's out of town right now. But I plan on, I've DM'd with him. I plan on having a friendly conversation and or debate, but mostly trying to keep it friendly to my betters. It'll probably be Saturday, midday, because Liquid Zulu is a Britmonger. So, when I do Saturday streams, especially with Liquid Zulu, they tend to be around 2 or 3 p.m. And then once Kinsella gets back from going out of town, have a conversation and or debate, about co-ownership and his writing on the possibility of co-homesteading and my views from a common property perspective and why co-ownership is contradictory, why he disagrees with me, and maybe he'll just straight up fucking school me, who knows. But it's fucking Kinsella, right? I'm not going to presume to have a hardcore fucking, debate with Stefan Kinsella, right? There's a certain respect that is due to him. And I'm working on doing some other debates and some other things, but I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate all the support. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure you join the Discord. Follow me on X. I'm pretty fucking active on X, especially on days I'm not streaming. So You know, if you want to see some of my base takes, you know, follow me on X. I say some crazy shit. See you guys tomorrow night.